You
You killing them.
drives and one. And LeBron comes right back. He better make this up. He better make this up. And LeBron to go to the free throw line, try and tie the game. He better make this up, dog. Because what he did, you had full control of the game, dog. And that's a bad play by Denver. Denver fell asleep and just let LeBron run down the court, man. Bad play by Denver, man. Lack of focus and detail by Denver, bro.
Yeah, we watching the last of the Lakers game,
LeBron
dog.
ties the game. So we still got a game. Here comes Reggie Jackson. Jokic. Reggie. Jokic. Destroying Jackson Hayes. 2-point game. LeBron gives it to Hayes. Hayes to D'Lo. D'Lo got to step up. D'Lo. Offensive foul, Lakers, man. Shout out to Andre Robinson, the Cash App, man. He say that sucker LeBron always play hero for his legacy, man.
I see you, brother.
That's crazy, bro. Shout out to the brother Keith Cunningham and the Cash App with the donation, man. Salute to you, my brother. He said LeBron trying to get 30 ticket, man. I don't care what he trying to do, bro. He need to be trying to win the game. As here comes Reggie Jackson. He gives it up. Reggie gets it back. Reggie looks at Jokic. Jokic one-on-one. Jokic shoots a fadeaway three. That won't go. And Aaron Gordon gets the rebound, man. That's game, man. And LeBron just standing around, man. Reggie Jackson misses a three. Here comes LeBron. In full steam ahead, LeBron James. Down the lane, misses a layup. LeBron James missed a layup. Lord Jesus, have mercy, man. As here comes Aaron Gordon, extra pass. Michael Porter Jr. with the icing on the cake buckets. That shit ain't hit nothing but the bottom of the nets, man. Michael Porter Jr. is a monster. Sleep, whole winter, wake up and spit summers. Ghetto brother putting up Will Smith numbers. Surrounded by sixes and hummers. I'm trying not to let this BS become us. As LeBron scores the layup, falls down. Then LeBron James acting like he hurt. As here comes Jokic. Extra pass. Michael Porter Jr. tried to dominate and dunk all over. And LeBron James is like he hurt. So now LeBron is hurt. Game over. LeBron is hurt, y'all. LeBron hurt. LeBron James is hurt. Let me see. Oh, LeBron twisted that joke. Reverse style. Oh, I know that shit hurt. Oh, I know that hurt, bro. LeBron got hurt for real, y'all. That's got to hurt. He reverse twisted that jump. Oh, I know that jump hurt. He contorted his body and reverse twisted his jank. I know LeBron James hurting right now, bro. He trying to walk that off. If y'all see LeBron's ankle reverse twisted like this, ooh, that jump gonna hurt after the game tonight. He ain't fake that one, y'all. LeBron ain't fake that one. No.
Hey, go. I'm about to.
Hey, man, LeBron ain't human, man.
Man, that guy's crazy. Hey, man, I'm about to drop the link just in case brothers want to come in and talk about this game before we get them on into the show in the marathon.
He changed shoes at halftime, too. LeBron did not have those shoes on in the first half. As D'Lo, off the screen, D'Lo gives it up. And Spencer Dinwiddie hits a huge three.
Whoa.
Spencer Dinwiddie made a couple big threes tonight for the Lakers, y'all. 3-point game. Denver leads by 2. 2-point game. Denver is not out of this. The Lakers are still right there, y'all. We got less than a minute left to go in this quarter, and Denver's still right there. As Denver turns it over almost. And here comes Reggie Jackson. He shoots a crazy three that won't go in. And here comes LeBron in the half court. LeBron directing traffic. LeBron off the screen. He wanted to get Jokic in that pick and roll. D'Lo one-on-one. D'Lo turns it over, man. Lord Jesus have mercy, man. Michael Porter Jr. throws the alley-oop. and Aaron Gordon could not catch it. Man, Michael Porter Jr. tried to throw the alley-oop. Aaron Gordon couldn't catch it. They got to get on LeBron James. They got to get on LeBron. Bro, y'all giving him too much space. You got to get on LeBron James. Get up. They giving this dude too much space with 3 seconds left. Don't give him a head start. Get up. They gave too much space, y'all. Too much space. Oh, Austin Reeves almost hit that 3. The Denver Nuggets gave up too much space right there, bro. Here comes AD, yo.
The Nuggets, the champions of the NBA, trying to close out this first round series. Let's go to the fourth in the 2024 presented by Google.
Here you go, y'all. It's all on the line. It's all on the line right here.
Oh, here, buddy.
Y'all smash the like button as y'all come on in.
Yeah.
It's all on the line, bro. It's all on the line right here, brother. It's all on the line.
Go. What you thinking about this game, man? Shout out to everybody, man. We about to go home.
I mean, I'm rooting for LeBron, man. You know what I mean? And so it's frustrating because, you know, it's like they're making dumb mistakes. They playing good defense, man, but they turning over balls, doing dumb shit, man. So it's just now they down. You know what I mean? So it's frustrating and exciting at the same time. You know what I mean? So yeah. But I thought LeBron was hurt, man. Sheesh.
Hey, man. Hey, I don't know what the fuck he said, man. I don't know what the fuck that nigga on, man.
That man ain't human, bro. Sheesh. He was just waved him off and said, "No, I'm good." Shit just went back in place. Shit. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to LeBron for that, man. You don't like to see nobody get hurt, though. Yeah. Hey, man, what's the brother's name right here?
This is Ticket, man. This is my man, Ticket TV, man.
Oh, what's up, Ticket? Shout out to TV.
Yeah, man, that nigga, I love that nigga's commentary. He be having me laughing over the motherfucking show, over the goddamn game. I like him talking before I like anybody else when I'm watching the game.
Listen to the video. What I told y'all. Oh, Tiki, man, you don't know what you're talking about, man. You capping. Okay, cool. I'm capping. Cool, I'm capping. All right, I'm capping. Yeah, I'm capping. All right. You gonna see. You gonna let him lose this game right here. You gonna see. You see how he switched to them gold shoes in the second half of this game? He ain't going back to Cleveland. Cleveland ain't gonna get the pick. You know who gonna get Bronny? The New York Knicks. They got 3 first-round picks. Didn't I tell y'all that already? The Knicks got 3 first-round picks. They're gonna take Bronny with one of them picks. Watch. Y'all finna see. And when y'all come back, just put some respect on my name when you come back. Put some respect on my name when you come back. Y'all let me know what y'all think, man. Somebody else said they heard what I had said too. Yeah, I've been told y'all that, but they said I was capping when I said, look, AD hadn't done nothing in the third quarter except for cry about the injury. AD got to show up big in his fourth quarter, bro. They need AD right now, bro. They need him,
bro. You said, look,
they miss AD in that third quarter, bro. Then we go off to the fourth quarter, y'all. Reggie Jackson. So now let's see who takes over the fourth quarter, y'all. Is it LeBron and the Lakers, or is it the Nuggets? Here comes Murray. He gives it up. A wide open 3 to the Nuggets is good. Lord Jesus, man. So the Nuggets
said, Lord Jesus.
84-79, man. The Lakers cannot let this game get out of control, and Darvin Ham has to come back with LeBron James. He got to rock out with LeBron right now, bro. I know LeBron is tired, but he got to play LeBron James as Taurean Prince gets fouled. If I'm Darvin Ham, man, LeBron James got to play the whole fourth quarter, bro.
Oh God.
Him and AD got to play the whole fourth quarter till their tongue hanging out. Y'all just got to play, bro.
And they said till they tongue hanging out.
Because we got an 84-79 game. As
Hey,
Torian
man.
Prince
Y'all
makes
do
the
us a
free
favor,
throw,
man.
84-80.
Subscribe, man. Share us on all your social media platforms, man.
84-80. And AD has a call.
It's the GOAT. Cut. You killing them.
You've been going through with all these damn theatrics, man. Come on, bro. Don't cop out like this, AD, man. Come on, bro. 3-point game, man. 84-81, man. You can't cop out like this, bro. You got to play, man. You cannot cop out like this, bro. As here comes in the half court. Aaron Gordon. He gets it to Reggie Jackson. Reggie Jackson, hot sauce. Off the screen. Reggie Jackson, wide open three. That won't go. Lakers get the rebound. Bad possessions. How are you having these possessions and you not going through Jamal Murray? That doesn't make any sense. Jokic is not on the court. Jamal Murray should have the ball. And here comes Spencer Dinwiddie. He drives. Dinwiddie gives it up. As D'Lo in the corner gives it to AD. AD turns and shoots a fadeaway that won't go. As here comes Aaron Gordon. Michael Porter Jr. He gives it back to Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon attacks. He gives it up to Reggie Jackson. The floater is no good. Reggie, got to get Reggie off the ball, man. You got to go get Jamal Murray. Why is Murray not touching the ball if you're Denver? As here comes Spencer Dinwiddie, gets it blocked, but they call foul, and Michael Porter Jr. wants a review. He wants a review. Michael Porter Jr. wants to review. Let's see if they review it. As Dinwiddie looking.
I think that's crazy.
Hold on.
What?
That they could challenge fouls. That's wild.
Did he foul him on that? Oh, no, that's not a foul. I don't know why they didn't challenge that. It's Dinwiddie missed the free throw. That's not a foul, bro. They should have challenged that, bro. That is not a foul, bro. Dinwiddie missed the free throw, but they should have challenged that, bro. That's not a foul, brother.
I don't like that.
That's not a foul.
That nigga
This shit
both
comes LeBron back in the game.
Crazy.
Terrible.
And Dinwiddie misses both free throws, man. God dog, man.
Oh.
Spencer Dinwiddie don't miss both free throws, man. We can't get no excitement in this series, bro.
Oh, man.
As here comes Jamal Murray. Off the screen, Murray the three ball. That's the casket, man. Jamal Murray's clutch, man. If
That's the casket.
Jamal Murray got that Kobe Bryant blood running through his veins. He clutch. As here comes LeBron James. He gives it up to AD. AD in the post one-on-one. AD to LeBron. LeBron back to AD. AD backing down, goes up, shoots it, and gets fouled. And AD gonna shoot free throws as Denver leads by 6. Oh no, that don't even look like a foul. It look like AD lost the ball. That look like AD lost the basketball, bro. That don't even look like it was a foul. It look like AD just lost the ball in the air. Mike Malone is not challenging any of these calls. As AD gonna shoot the free throws, we got an 81-87 game, y'all. As AD makes the first free throw, you guys. I'm gonna shoot one more. As AD got one more free throw coming, you guys.
Oh, wow.
And AD with the second free throw, he missed it. But the Lakers get the rebound. Lakers trail by 5. Here comes Roy. Roy, looking.
Ooh.
He gives it to AD. AD got a small man on him. Back to Roy. Roy is right at the basket and gives it up, bro. That's a bad seat by Roy as LeBron James shoots a 3. Shot clock violation, man.
That's crazy.
Shot clock violation, bro. LeBron didn't get it off in time. Didn't get it off in time, man. LeBron, the smartest player in the game, didn't see the shot clock. Didn't see the shot clock. turnover.
Playing the game, didn't see the soccer.
87-82 game. Here comes the Nuggets. In the half court. No Jokic right now. There's Jamal Murray. Gives it up. Reggie Jackson, another three. That won't go. Reggie Jackson is jacking up too many shots, man. They got to get Reggie Jackson out of this game. Mike Malone has to get Reggie Jackson out of the game. Reggie Jackson shooting too many threes and bricking them. As LeBron shoots a three, and that is good. 2-point game, y'all. That's a bad shot by Reggie Jackson, bro. You got to get Reggie Jackson. That's why I told Herm today. I can't play Reggie Jackson in these moments. I don't want Reggie Jackson on the court right now. Reggie Jackson is really messing this game up for Denver. And here comes Murray. Murray one-on-one with AD. He gives it up to Aaron Gordon. And Gordon gets fouled by Roy Hachimura. I told y'all, man, you got to get out. You have to get, what's his name, out of there, bro. You have to get Reggie Jackson out of the game, bro. He's unplayable right now. I told y'all that. That man jacked up all them shots and missed every last one of them. The ball should have been going through Murray's hands all that time. As we got a 2-point game. Michael Porter Jr. One-on-one with AD. Michael Porter Jr. driving at AD, goes past AD, gives it up. As Michael Porter Jr. gets it back, throws it to the rim. That won't go. And we got a shot clock violation. Ball goes to the Lakers. 2-point game. 2-point game. As LeBron James and the Lakers got a chance to tie or take the lead right here. Here comes Reeves. 85, 87. 42 left to go. Comes AD. LeBron off the double screen. LeBron down the lane. LeBron gives it up to Roy, and Roy dunks all over. Tie ball game. Roy Hachimura, good pass from LeBron James right there. Roy Hachimura dunks on the whole Nuggets team, and he said and one. LeBron was right. That should have been an and one. That should have been an and one.
That should have been an and one. Yeah, that was a foul. For sure. Cut.
Good cut by Roy Hachimura. Good backdoor by LeBron, man.
Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Tap in, man.
Appreciate y'all come on in the building.
Hey, y'all do us a favor, man. Share this on your social media platforms.
Everybody in the building.
We're gonna get into this discussion tonight. We're just having a little fun right now, y'all. Checking out this Lakers game. Appreciate y'all being here. Shout out to Ticket TV. Can't see how many people are on. Yeah. But man look like Eric Spears a little bit.
He do, don't he?
He's gonna do.
A little bit.
He's gonna try to make history.
A little bit.
You got to get through this one tonight, though. They got to get through this one tonight, man.
One at a time.
Nigga, I'm about to pass out sitting in this goddamn shit.
And he does that a lot sometimes. He's so smart, but he make dumb decisions. Like, he'll take bad threes where it just get your team out of the game. If he would have just kept playing smart and letting the game come to his team, they would not have lost control of that game. Bro, do y'all know what Game 6 gonna be a movie if the Lakers win this game? Game 6 gonna be a movie if the Lakers win this game. It's gonna be a movie. Bro, we only in the first round. Do y'all not forget we only in the first round of the playoffs? This shit feel like the conference finals, bro. We only in round one. Whoever win this series still got to go through Minnesota and still got to go through OKC, the strippers, or the Mavs.
You call them the strippers.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Packed.
Unbelievable, man. Boy, there's so much high tension in this series right now, bro.
What y'all got going on up in there, man?
Crazy how much high tension.
Big dog in there, Reginald Jones.
Crazy, bro.
Pieces of guys, man. Jen, Black Panther, Jackie Brown's tapped in. Honey Kane, JW.
Bro, they're watching all these replays of LeBron, man. This dude
Stone,
plays basketball, bro. He
Bronze.
He coming out them screens, getting to his
Brown,
spot, getting that J.
Darius.
James is balling. I ain't gonna front. He made a couple bad mistakes that cost them in the third quarter, but he can ball, bro. You gotta give him his credit, man. That nigga can play.
He said that nigga play.
Top ball game, y'all.
Can't fucking front. That nigga can play basketball, man.
Here comes Jokic. You got to see Jokic has not been aggressive in the post either, bro. He has not been aggressive. But here comes Jokic again, 1-on-1 with Austin Reeves. Why would put Austin Reeves on Jokic? Jokic misses it, and AD gets the rebound. Jokic couldn't even score on Austin Reeves, bro. Jokic is selling, bro.
LeBron's going
Why don't you just get
bucket.
Austin Reeves under the basket and dunk on him? Jokic is selling.
I do that
LeBron
every time.
in half court. LeBron gonna drive to the rack.
Give him the
goes
ball,
up
go
and
to the
score.
bucket every time.
And one.
Little Caldwell Pope
And
came
one.
for him.
Ooh.
And he's
LeBron James. LeBron Ramon James.
Ramon.
Oh,
Ramon.
good gracious, great.
Man, what is happening?
Ramon. What happened to his ankle?
As LeBron misses the free throw.
Oh, shit.
The only worst thing is
man,
Nuggets
look
hit
at
another
this
game.
bullshit.
That'll hurt the worst.
That
Here comes Murray to Jokic. Jokic, easy buckets. And almost missed the dunk. Top game. 89 all game. Yes, here come the Lakers. In the half court, AD gets the ball. AD giving it to LeBron. LeBron in the half court, down the lane. LeBron gives it up. Roger Moore had a three. Sets it up, gives it to D'Lo. D'Lo drives LeBron wide open and shoots a brick. Man, LeBron was wide open, y'all. Y'all didn't get a better look than that, bro. He was wide open.
He said it shoots a brick.
Here comes Jokic in the post tie ball game. Jokic to Murray. Murray gives it up. KCP drives, throws it. Aaron Gordon goes up, misses the layup. Aaron Gordon missed the layup, y'all. Aaron Gordon missed the layup as here comes D'Lo, and D'Lo scores easy. Jokic don't even play no defense under the basket. D'Lo hits the layup. 91-89, y'all. And here comes Murray.
What the fuck?
1-on-1 to Jokic. Jokic to Murray. Murray driving. Murray misses everything. Murray just threw it up and missed everything. And LeBron turns it over and then fouls. LeBron turned it over and then fouled.
No, Jokic stole that.
God. LeBron James turned the ball over and then got the foul. That's a bad play by LeBron.
Oh, God.
What is LeBron doing?
Get that
LeBron
ball out of his hands, man.
Got a bad foul.
Woo!
Back to the Denver Nuggets. Denver. Instant classic, y'all. Murray. Off the screen. Murray. Easy layup gets blocked by AD out of bounds. And you can tell Murray is wearing down. He just laid it up way too soft for AD, bro. You can tell Murray is wearing down.
Get the fuck out of here.
How much does he have left? Jokic, 1-on-1. How bad do the Nuggets want it? Murray, off the glass. That won't go, y'all. Murray, offensive rebound. Gives it up. Wide open three. Casket. By KCP.
LeBron is shot.
92-91. KCP with the casket.
Oh, get the fuck. What
Lakers
the
trail
fuck
by
are
one.
they
Here comes
doing?
D'Lo. LeBron, the casket. That's an air ball. LeBron shot the air ball. D'Lo, the casket. That's a brick. Here
Good
comes
job,
the
good job.
Jokic turns it over.
Austin Reeves, the only one was.
Pass by Jokic and Mike Malone can't believe.
Didn't I say
Austin Reeves.
He the only one with some sense, man. Stop.
Goaltended. Lakers
point.
lead by one. 93. 92. Jokic had turned it over 3 times trying to throw that full court pass.
fuck?
Horrible pass
Michael
by
Porter
Jokic. What is Jokic doing,
Jr. is a
Jokic got like 7 turnovers
God
in this game.
damn.
What is he doing? Michael Porter Jr., the 3. Bang! Michael
Yeah.
Porter Jr., 3 to the dome. Oh, my God. Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. Michael Porter Jr. gives the Nuggets a 2-point lead, 95-93. As here comes Reed.
They don't want it. They don't want it. They
One-on-one.
don't want it.
AD
They don't want it.
attacking. AD gives it up. Roy in the corner. Roy, one-on-one. Roy the jumper.
Oh, no.
That won't go. Jokic gets the rebound.
Like the game
Here comes Big Yoke. He gives it up to Gordon. Gordon backing down Reed. KCP another one. That won't go. AD grabs the rebound from the heavens. Here comes Reeves. Reeves in attack mode. Reeves gets hit, goes up. Buckets. Tie ball game. That's Austin Reeves.
Get him, get him, get him.
Here comes Murray.
Oh,
That nigga said,
Blood running
oh.
through his veins.
you see?
Michael Porter Jr. gives it up to Jokic one-on-one with the great one AD. Murray down the lane, dumps it on LeBron.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Jamal Murray posterized LeBron.
He dunks on
2-point game. Jamal Murray put LeBron James on the poster. As here comes Reed.
Get the fuck out. What the fuck are y'all doing?
Tie game. It bounced 3 times and went in. Tie ball game. Right under 4 minutes left. Here comes Murray again down the lane. Buckets, Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray flexing to the crowd. Like Hollywood Hulk Hogan. 2-point game. 97-99. Reed calls time. Oh my God, we got an instant classic, baby. Jamal Murray punched that thing on LeBron James. Oh, sit on that thing, boy. He sat on LeBron James. Hold that. And one. That should have been an and one. And he flexed on him. He flexed. He said, acknowledge me. He told LeBron James to acknowledge me. 2-point game, 99-97. Denver leads by 2. Lakers ball. That should have been an and one. He posterized LeBron James. The ref should have called that. Should have been an and one. That was body to body. Guard your grill. Guard your grill.
That's crazy.
That should have been an and one, bro. LeBron fouled the hell out of it. He fouled the hell out of him. Man. Boy, that shit gonna be looking nasty on the poster. When they got that shit on the poster like this, on LeBron James like this, body to body, ooh, that shit gonna look disgusting. Somebody got that picture for a poster. I want to see that picture, bro. Somebody got that picture, bro. That shit gonna be nasty, him yamming on LeBron like that. Oh my God. That nigga said like, he sat on that thing. Dog, he flexed on LeBron James. God. Oh, man. Boy. And that was an and one. The refs been slipping. That was supposed to be an and one right there, bro. The refs let them play. Bro, we got another instant classic, y'all. We got another instant classic, everybody. It's an instant classic, y'all. This is another instant classic, everybody. Another instant classic, bro. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable stuff, man. Y'all smash a like. If y'all have not subscribed, man, subscribe to the channel, bro. We supposed to have well over 1,000 likes. If you guys haven't liked the video, man, I don't know what's wrong with y'all, man. Come get a load of this, y'all. Come get a load of this, everybody. I mean, if you, like I said, if you have not, I'm just telling y'all right now, brother. Make sure y'all want to do that, bro. If you guys have not subscribed to the channel, bro, and hit the like button, make sure y'all do that right now while we got a second. This game is unbelievable, bro. This game is worth all the drama, all the price of admission. That should have been an and one dunk. That should have been an and one dunk on LeBron James, bro. The ref slipped on that, bro. The ref should have called that an and one game, man. Straight up.
My nigga.
got
Straight
no
up.
play.
And I'm about to
Should have did
fall
that,
out.
man. I'm just keeping it real with y'all, man. Jamal Murray have been cooking in these late game situations, bro. Murray been cooking, bro. Shout out to African Skyfire Scholar. He said LeBron James is still playing with a twisted knee stem cell. I don't know what he got going on, Skyfire. Shout out to my boy Skyfire in the building. I don't know what LeBron James got going on. I do know one thing, though, Skyfire. I know one thing. This is a good-ass game. This is a good damn game right here, brother. This game right here is for the ages. Here we go, y'all. Back to the action, everybody. Here we go. And here comes LeBron. Down 2 with 3.5 minutes left to go. LeBron off the screen. LeBron one-on-one gives it up to D'Lo. D'Lo goes down the lane and tie ball game. D'Lo lays it in. Easy bucket. Remember, D'Lo's balling. D'Lo is balling. Tie ball game. Tie ball game, y'all. Here comes Murray in the half court. Murray gives it up.
Jump ball.
Where is
Hold up, man. Y'all talking the future, man.
Jokic one-on-one.
Y'all in the
AD,
future.
he don't even want it. Jokic attacking AD. Jokic at AD gets fouled, and Jokic gonna shoot 2 free throws.
Terrible.
And AD is upset. He don't look like he hurt now. He don't look like he hurt now. He don't look like he hurt now. Oh, that looked like that was a good block. Nah, AD was riding the whole time. They're going to call foul before he even got it. They're going to call foul before Jokic shot it. They're going to call foul. They probably challenging it, but they're probably going to call foul before that shot. Because AD pushed him in the back before he went to block it. I don't know where it depends on where they called the foul at, y'all. Shout out to Bricks Dunbar in the PayPal with the donation. Salute to you, my brother. Bricks Dunbar in the PayPal with the donation. Salute to you, homie. I appreciate you, man. Came through $20 donation in the PayPal, man. Salute, brother. Much love to you, homie. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna call it in the back or what. But AD fouled him the first time. Yeah, he fouled him. He fouled him before. He fouled him on the floor before it went up. But if they call it on the way up, y'all, I don't think AD got a shot. If they call it on the way up, he fouled him before the shot. But if you Darvin Ham, you got to challenge it after the last game. What happened with LeBron? You got to challenge it. Shout out to my boy Sean Lewis coming through. King Cash App, $100 donation tonight, man. He said, ticket with the great commentary as usual. Salute to you, my brother. I appreciate that, man. And shout out to Shamichael Hope in the Cash App with the donation as well. Salute to you, brother, coming through. $25 donation, man. Much love to you, brother. We got to see what happens here, bro.
He mugged.
Shit. We got to see what happens. He got him a foul before the jump. Before he jumped, he fouled him. It depends on where the ref called the foul at. Let's see what they say, y'all. Hold on.
Cut.
Overturn.
Hey, man. Hey.
Yeah,
Chief Holiday.
Yeah.
Overturned it.
Man, you want to talk to Denmark, Andy?
Or jump ball or goes back to the
Who's
Lakers.
Denmark Andy?
Boy, the Lakers getting
Remember that white boy that was doing cocaine on the goddamn live?
They overturned it. It was a clean block. AD fouled him before.
That was like, oh, man.
I mean, is he coming here talking about some basketball right now? Because we're going to get into
that's why I said the ref
the Cointelpro bag tonight. So I don't know about that.
What you talking about, Denmark, Andy? How you living, guy?
Yeah, everything good. I've been working all weekend for my girlfriend.
I don't know if I'm good with it. I'm about to get ready to go to sleep, man.
Give me a chance.
Tie ball game, y'all. Woo,
Hey.
I love these moments right here, baby. I love this moment.
Hold on one second. Chief Holiday bring you up in just
LeBron James, y'all king, y'all.
That
Y'all love LeBron. He gonna hit a big shot tonight. Is LeBron gonna make the LeBron fans go crazy tonight? Here comes LeBron, one-on-one. LeBron driving. LeBron gives it up. Austin Reeves misses the three. LeBron passed it up.
Yeah, I'm in the
Here
future.
comes Jokic, pushing it ahead. Jokic, backing down. Jokic, the jump hook, buckets. LeBron James gave the ball up. He had Jokic one-on-one for a drive, and he gave it up. Here comes D'Lo. They trail by 2. They still got another shot, though. The Lakers got another shot right here. Here comes LeBron James reversing. D'Lo looking.
Austin Reeves ain't fucking around.
Aaron Gordon.
Will you stop?
My bad.
Reeves one-on-one. Reeves pulls a deep 3. Buckets. Austin Reeves. Lord have mercy. Real name Christopher.
Oh shit! I said real name Christopher.
Get out of my way. As Jokic
my
turns it over.
God!
Here comes Jokic one-on-one with AD. Jokic backing down. Jokic deep in the paint. Jokic, he gives it up. As KCP drives. KCP shoots a midi, and an offensive rebound and stick back by Jokic is good. 1 point game. Denver is 103-102. Under 2 minutes left. A minute and 40 left. Here comes Austin Reeves. Does he want to give it to LeBron or keep it? Reeves says, I'm going to keep it. No, he gives it to LeBron. LeBron drives. LeBron James down the lane, goes up and scores the layup. And the Lakers lead by 1. LeBron James scores the layup. The LeBron Maniacs are going crazy as the whole series is on the line right now, y'all. As here comes Murray in the half court. Murray down the lane. Murray in the half court. Murray off the screen. Murray down the lane. Fade away. He misses. Aaron Gordon gets the rebound of his life. Gordon, Murray, the casket. Oh, Jamal Murray. It's that man. He's him. Jamal Murray is him. He is him. 2-point game. Murray with the casket. Reeves down the lane.
Wow.
Reeves, the fadeaway.
Oh my God.
He's missed it with his season on the line. Here comes Jokic. Denver leads by 2. Here comes Jokic. Murray is him. Murray to Jokic. Jokic, foul. No. Aaron Gordon, ball goes back to the Lakers. 106-104. Heavyweight fight. Man. 106-104. Nuggets lead by 2. Lakers got the ball. Lakers.
Take him to the hole.
Possession. LeBron James has a chance to atone all sins. Here comes LeBron James.
They fouled him.
Season on the line. LeBron, one-on-one. LeBron with the season on the line. LeBron, one-on-one. LeBron drives. LeBron misses the layup, but gets fouled. LeBron James gets fouled. As LeBron going to shoot 2 free throws with the season on the line. Lord have mercy. Keep your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. Hands off the merchandise. Lord. As LeBron with the season on the line. 2 free throws. First one. It's good. LeBron James makes the first. That's a major free throw. LeBron James. First free throw. It's good. 105, 106. It goes LeBron James. Second free throw. All the money on the wood, baby. All the money on the wood.
Get the ball out of his hand.
Come on, man.
It's good. LeBron made both free throws with the season on the line. And here comes Murray with the series on the line. Jamal Murray. It will deja vu strike twice. Murray with the season on the line. 1-on-1. Murray with everything on the wood. 7 seconds. 6, 5. Murray. Game. Jamal Murray for the win. LeBron. Game.
Nigga, I'm out.
Cut. Wow. That's crazy, y'all.
Nigga, I'm out. Nigga, fuck LeBron, them, nigga.
That's crazy. Yo, man. Shout out to Ticket TV, man. Jamal Murray, bro. So nothing to say.
That shit crazy.
That's crazy. Yeah, man.
Man.
Wow.
Hey, man, we got to call that man Anthony Davis Terry Clough.
Terrible.
Because he very soft.
Yeah, man. He's terrible. That's crazy. So, cut. The Lakers out of there, huh?
Yep. Look like it. And nigga, I'm about to be out of here too, nigga. I'm tired as a motherfucker.
Shit. So you gonna be back in the morning?
Yeah. But we're gonna keep it going. What you need me to do?
Well, the CEO was gonna come in here, but I got the joint and it's in the back. But I emailed it to you too, though.
Nah, nigga. Is she gonna play the same video though?
What you mean?
She coming in to play a video or something?
Yeah.
Okay. Nigga, you know about my experience today.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. But
Shout out to everybody. Well, I'm listening to you, brother. Go ahead.
yeah, man. No, so we're gonna get into a little conversation, man. Get into the Black Project and get into Cointelpro and Pan Africanism. The Pan Doodles are dead, but here's the problem. I just like they just still lingering around, spreading misinformation. You know what I mean? Along with some of these Native American sympathizers, man. I don't know if you call it Turtle Gang and it's a Turtle Gang Midwest or West Coast. I don't, bro. It's just craziness going on, bro.
Man, you talking about on Sonetta?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did catch a little bit of that young lady as well.
I don't know about the young part, but I mean, you know, it's crazy to me. Like I said, anybody running around here calling himself American Indian is a Negro, and saying they're not Aborigines is an agent. We're not gonna go back and forth with y'all and pushing division. You know what I'm saying? Especially going over on Sonnet platform, and y'all see how that went. You know what I mean? So y'all gotta watch these people because they're definitely double agents around here. So I gotta say that. I'm just gonna keep it real. I'm not about to play with y'all. So it's easy to tell who you are because it doesn't make any sense when you know American. The definition of American is the Aborigines or the copper color race of the people. So you know American Indian leads back. All roads lead back to the Aborigines. Stop with the bullshit, please. With all your urban Indian bullshit and all your other stuff, we've already exposed all this. Don't make us do this again. Please stop with the bullshit. Real shit, y'all. Now what the hell? What? And people don't be wanting to call shit out and be mad at the motherfuckers that stand on business and call shit out. I'm not gonna stop doing that. I'm gonna keep doing it. So y'all gotta stop with the bullshit. I'm gonna call you the fuck out every time you do it. Now we're talking Cointelpro. People that working with the feds is that is automatic, right? Cut is that automatic? That's automatic.
Yeah.
Okay. The fuck are we talking about? So y'all don't be keeping this shit real. I'm not about to play with y'all. The hell is y'all talking about? I ain't forget. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep it real. And that is the ultimate definition of it. Not to be going back and forth. So we just let anybody say anything, do anything, and we're gonna forget about it. No, we're not forgetting about shit. I'm not forgetting about nothing. Shout out to Mr. Aboriginal Smith in the building. Jimmy Rizzo. Shout out to all the new subscribers out there, man. We appreciate y'all.
Hey, my man said these niggas is crazy. Hey, got a new word. Got a new word. Got a new word. I'm gonna use it though later when it comes in handy. Got a new word, folks.
What is it?
Transmission.
Nah, that ain't new.
What is that?
It's Optimus Prime in them. I'm sorry. Decepticons in them. Shit. Don't get me started. I ain't one. No. Cut. You're not gonna do it.
Nigga, I'm out of here. When is Tasco coming, bruh?
Hold on a second. Let me see.
I don't want to leave you hanging.
You say I won't leave you hanging. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
It ain't cut. No, he passed his bid. So 11:30 out there.
Yep.
Hey, Ticket be doing boxing too?
Yep.
Okay.
I like to listen to his color commentary over the game rather than listen to nobody else.
Yeah, man. We'll make sure we get that Tyson fight, man. It's gonna be on Netflix. Y'all heard about that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting. Netflix is getting in on the fight game. Next, YouTube's gonna be in on the fight game. Mark my words. Think about it.
Yeah. They probably already are on the fight game.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying though, like far as we're just talking about a platform. Yeah.
Look, YouTube and other places might be broadcasting the fights and shit.
I'm sure those fight promoters and stuff and that. I don't know if they're gonna go backwards. You know what I mean? As doing, you know what I'm saying? Because Jake Paul actually come from YouTube, so I'm sure that was already kind of something that been on. You know what I mean? Like people are like, oh no, we're not. Yeah, YouTube, y'all want too much. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Dame Dash, man. Shout out to America New.
I see you, B.
Yeah. Shout out to P. Shout out to everybody, man. Tap there, man. Appreciate you guys, man. Hey, like I said, we're gonna get into this Cointelpro stuff tonight, man. It's gonna be crazy. Hold on one second, cut.
All right. I see y'all, man. Wait on the goat to come back. Oh, damn, did I do that? I did do that dumb shit. Shit, I gotta step away too. Go to be right back. I'll be right back as well. I need to go take a piss.
Cut. Oh, they got no music playing in the background. Nothing. Y'all know what we're gonna do? I'm about to put a video on real fast.
My bad, I had to go take a piss. You there?
I'm about to play. Huh? Yeah, I'm here.
What's that?
Freestyle. What the f you need? Yo, I inhale a weed. Yeah, and what they telling me? What they telling me? What they yeah. What that fella need? What that heifer need? Can't get caught with these. What are those felonies? Trying to keep the hood straight with they felonies. When I made it back safe, I just fell on knees. Thank the Lord for the hustle that just fell on me. In these streets, I'm trying my hardest not to felony. Keep a popper and some paper for my bell on me. If I have to pop, I pray my blick don't fell on me. Ain't gon' tell me when they coming, they gon' bell on me. Every time them hoes get caught, they gon' tell on me. There's a lot of people out here wishing hell on me. Niggas ratting law enforcement got they trail on me. Cause they know that I got something that's for sale on me. Nothing heavy, private stock, and some mellow weed. Yeah, mellow weed. Car, mellow weed. Make you say ooh la la when you inhale a weed. You can tell I keep that Zod cause the smell on me. Probably why these pretty bitches wanna smell on me. I don't sweat up seeds, I just let her be. I might call her something that start with the letter B. I just let her see, you'll never be. Just be all that you can be, never me. I can sell a key, I can sell a pea. Make her think it's lemonade, I can sell a pea. Got a big ol' ass shaking like it's Jello seed. Every time they see me with her, I smell jealousy. Built like Meg Thee Stallion, but she got some better knees. Got her gossiping and looking for some better tea. Find you something else to talk about instead of me. I'm just trying to find a plug with some better fees. I'm just trying to hit a plug with some cheddar cheese. Catch me whipping up another, I got recipes. I be whipping up that butter like a yellow tea. Catch me cooking like my mother in a yellow tea. I got stripes like a zebra in a referee. I gave everybody a slice, say the rest for me. I got 40 dead homies, may they rest in peace. I'm still praying for their families, may they rest in peace. I can't give you everything, this is just a piece. There's a big storm brewing, this is just a peek. 10,000 new followers, it's been just a week. She been fucking everything, she's just a freak. I ain't had to say a thing, open sesame. Something strange for some change, get that neck to me. I ain't had to pay a thing, got the neck for free. Pussy fat, fuzzy, man, like a nectarine. When she giving up that neck, I'ma name her nectarine. In my phone, under neck, get that nectarine. I proposed to the neck, made that neck a queen. I got married to the neck, gave that neck a ring. If that neck disrespect, get that neck a ring. Where you at? Bring that check and that neck to me. Where's destiny? That's my destiny. If I had an eye on my knee, bet my legacy. Legacy, get it, legacy. If I had an eye on my knee, bet my legacy. Legacy, yep, legacy. Ask them what my real name, they say Lester C. Yep, Lester C. Yep, Lester C. Yep. I done seen more than most Nas, Lester C.
Cut.
Cut out of there, y'all. So shout out to all the American Aborigines, man. Appreciate you guys tapped in tonight. So shout out to the one and only, y'all big homie, CEOs in the building. Yo, like I said, y'all, this is not up for debate anymore. I think it's crazy for this to be going on in 2024. It's gonna be a hell of a summer, y'all. So y'all buckle up. It's gonna be a hell of a ride. I just don't know, man. I don't understand the conversations, but we are gonna get into this Untamed at Night, y'all. I hope y'all enjoy this. I know y'all gonna enjoy this, man. Solid information. Take notes, wind it, like I said, share this. Probably might come in and I'm gonna be here for a minute, y'all. So we're gonna talk about it. If there's anything we need to talk about, I think, like I said, this is self-explanatory. So let's get it. Let's go. Shout out DJ Cutag, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to all the ghosts out there, man. Press GOAT if you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history. And press number 1. Let them know when you're untamed at night, man. Yeah, we untamed, man. Y'all already know, man. We're gonna free all our people, man. So shout out to all the untamed ones, man. Shout out to all the free ones out there, man. Freedom starts within your mind. Let's go.
Shout out to all the American Aborigines, man. Hey, man, shout out to y'all big homie, the one and only, the CEO. It's tapped in tonight, y'all. It was Cheeto Gambine, North God. It's Mr. Miyagi. I am him, Mr. Miyagi. So peace to everybody tapped in. Remember, so we got in the building. C. Roberts, peace God. King Samu, or Samu. Sister Betty's tapped in. I'm a Mob Magazine is tapped in. Shot Apples, Belinda. What else we got? Juice, Juan, It's Stereo, Mr. Darkfly Brother, number 100. Crypto Cakes Cartel, Gretchen's tapped in. Who got tapped in, man? David Bell's tapped in, man. One second. Press GOAT, if you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history, put a number 1 beside it, man, because y'all truly number 1, man. Hey, look, go to log, man, before we get into this, man. I want to say, shout out to everybody, man, that's putting in the pressure, man, putting in this work, man. Y'all see the result of that, man. These people are they all out Hail Marys right now. They doing everything. They throwing the kitchen sink at it. They really press, and they really, the Aboriginal awakening has really got these people pressing. We're going to get into this tonight. You guys see the title, man. Cointelpro, Pan-Africanism, eugenics, how all these things are tied together. You guys, we got a video we're going to be showing from Straight Up, shout out to Straight Up. Great work, man. He's been gone a while. He's been doing some research, so going to get a reaction. I haven't seen this video yet, but it's how eugenics erase, he's saying it's Black history. We're going to say American history, Aboriginal history. So shout out to Straight Up, man. You know, I gotta say this, man. You know, when we talk about this thing, Cointelpro, I think it's interesting how the opposition to this don't want to address it. I thought they supposed to be the guys that are fighting against injustice and things with air quote Black people, the things that happen here in America. So they know the history of it. So we're gonna get into some of that stuff tonight. For that, like I said, we're gonna see this video. straight up, man. It's how eugenics. We're gonna tie all this together. How eugenics erased American history. He's saying Black history, but saying American history, Aboriginal history, and just like I said, it's just a continuation on the exposure of the connection between the CIA and Pan-Africans. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're gonna be doing tonight, you guys. So I want to say shout out to everybody, man, tapped in. Shout out to Navi in there. Hold on a second. So yeah, man. So like I said, we've been going back and forth with these guys, man. Seen a clip, Grandmaster Ty Street Bay, a few years back on the streets talking to these guys, and he was in their face and was telling them. He literally said that that when the Pope rescinded the doctrine of discovery and all that stuff, it exposed the CIA. He said the Cointelpro operatives. Got to be precise with these guys. They say it's not the CIA. They don't work. It's not. They're not going after what. You guys, we're gonna have to play that clip too, man. Shout out to Q Butter, man. But dang, that was just terrible, bro. Cointel, right? And all the things we know, the historical aspects of it. So we're gonna get into some of that stuff, you know, the receipts of this, right? And some of the things that are being exposed, you know what I'm saying? And these people have exposed themselves, you know what I'm saying, throughout interviews and throughout things that they have said, exposing themselves, and they can't take it back. So when we go do the research on it, we find the paperwork, right? They say you have documentation, the paperwork that ties these people to not only the Melville Hershevik or whatever, but the funding that comes from people like Black Lives Matter through Open Society, right? And people say, well, why do we talk about George Soros? There's a reason why. The things that this guy has done throughout history that we could prove. We could prove the things that Black Lives Matter and how they are opposition to our people. We could prove this. We could prove the connection between these people. We're going to continue to keep proving these things or whatever. So, like I said, we got to take a memory down, trip down memory lane. But like I said, shout out to my man Straight Up. So we're going to get into this video, you guys. We're going to get into this video. So shout out to Straight Up, man. Hey, do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Share us on all your social media platforms. Real talk. Tag us in it. Really appreciate you guys. So I'm going to thank you guys in advance. See Tayshawn, the Confederate Don, is tapped in. Aboriginal Mary Gal. Rayvon Johnson. He's of the Johnson clan. That's what's up. Is that a board? A bold? Bro, I don't know. How everybody doing this evening? Like I said, share this on all your social media platforms, man. It's going to be a very informative build tonight. And then we're going to open up the platform a little later, man. But we're going to really get into some stuff, man. I'm going to get in my bag tonight. So, shout out to Straight Up, man. So, let's go. Let's go.
Before I get started, please do me a favor by subscribing to my channel and clicking on the notification bell. That way you will get notified whenever I launch a new video.
That's right.
Hello to all my subscribers
Can I
and
get a little
hello to
volume?
any new viewers. I've been off the radar for a while, but I'm now back to bring you more real history. If you are a subscriber to my channel and have seen several of my channel's videos, this video will not be a shock to you, but rather provide you with a deeper understanding and further exploration of American history. If you are new to my channel and this is the first video you've seen, do yourself and me a favor and check out several of my past videos first. The topics I discuss and the information I uncover / rediscover are deep and totally fly in the face of the current history we have been fed. All right, so if you're still with me, I think you will really be fascinated by this video. But be warned, I'm going to hit you with a lot of information. You may want to grab your favorite beverage and get cozy. So let me emphasize what this video is all about. How eugenics was used to erase Black history. Another way to put it is, why do so many people around the world currently believe that Europe and the Americas, meaning North and South America, were always ruled by people we currently identify and label as white? Now, for those of you that have watched my videos before, should understand that the label white person is a status that has changed greatly since the turn of the 20th century. So, back to what I was saying. As we all can see, Europe and the United States currently have large populations of people that identify as white, and for the most part are ruled by people that identify as white people. How did this come to pass, and why do many, if not most, believe this has always been the case? I have two words for you: white supremacy and eugenics. Although I've been MIA for several months, I was not sitting on my hands contemplating my navel, as my old math teacher loved to say. What I am doing is constantly researching ancient and current history. For as we all know, history is being made as we live our lives minute by minute. So one of the books I read was War Against the Weak, authored by Edwin Black. This book was extremely revealing, very credible, and very well researched. Mr. Black went out of his way to ensure that the information that went into his book was verified several times over. His access to information that most will never experience was unprecedented in my opinion. This book to me was the key that explains how American and European history was whitewashed, and it also explains why to this day whitewashed history is still being taught. My only issue with Mr. Black's book, and I will get into it further later in this video, is its focus on how the evils of eugenics was waged on poor, uneducated, mentally impaired whites, and secondly, other ethnic and social groups. But he never emphasizes that people of color received the worst outcome, because Black folks, aka people of color, were victims of everything that happened to the white people in the categories I just mentioned. In addition to that, Black people's history was rewritten and appropriated still to this day via systematic racism. I know, based on all the information I have researched and that I've been able to piece together in my past videos, that Mr. Black and his researchers, while conducting research in various countries, came across not only written proof of significant people of color in European and American history, but also visual proof. Yet I fear they chose not to reveal this historical information, but instead focused mostly on the past transgressions against white people. Please don't think that I'm diminishing the atrocities committed against white people. However, unlike Black people, in what are presently majority white countries, they do not continue to suffer systematically. I will also share why I believe Mr. Black chose this course of action as we go along in this video. So, I don't know how many of you watching know what the word eugenics means. So let's take a look at the definition provided by the online Merriam-Webster dictionary. All right, so eugenics is a noun, and it goes on to say the practice or advocacy of controlled selective breeding of human populations as by sterilization to improve the population's genetic composition. In 1883, Francis Galton in England coined the term eugenics to encompass the idea of modification of natural selection through the selective breeding for the improvement of humankind, Jeremiah A. Barondas. A half century ago, eugenics became associated with Hitler, genocide, and master race theories, and its reputation has never recovered. Dan Seligman. Then it goes on to say, after the Second World War, eugenics became a word to be hedged with caveats in Britain and virtually a dirty word in the United States, where it had long been identified with racism. Daniel J. Cavels. Now let's also define the term white supremacy. I will again use the definition provided by the online Merriam-Webster dictionary. All right, so white supremacy is a noun, and it goes on to say the belief that the white race is inherently superior to other races and that white people should have control over people of other races. The alt-right is a reactionary conservative movement. It is characterized by an embrace of fascism, white supremacy, and misogyny. Constance Grady. Under number 2, it says the social, economic, and political systems that collectively enable white people to maintain power over people of other races. William Kelly turned his considerable intellect and imagination to the question of what it is like to be white in this country and what it is like for all Americans to live under the conditions of white supremacy. Catherine Schultz. All right, so those are the two definitions I'd like us to keep in mind as we go through this video. I have been trying to figure out how and why history was rewritten, and beyond that, how it was adopted worldwide. Well, folks, this video will delve into exactly those two questions, how and why. So now that we've dealt with the definitions of eugenics and white supremacy, let me, as I did myself, trying to figure out at what point did American society change. I kept coming back to the end of the American Civil War and the time during Reconstruction. Some of this information was covered in my last video, the Black Southern Confederacy. Looking at the time period of approximately 12 years between 1865 and approximately 1877 is when the country underwent a radical shift. Not only did men labeled as Negroes obtain the ability to vote as a direct consequence of the North winning the Civil War, but also slavery/indentured servitude for people labeled as Negroes and people labeled as white was illegal in the United States after the ratification of the 13th Amendment of the United States Constitution. The ruling class that depended on slavery/indentured servitude before the Civil War, wages and how the wealthy were not just the non-melanated people, aka white people. It was also Europeans of color, aka Black Europeans, that were very much a part of this ruling class. With the end of the war, Congress passed the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery. Then Reconstruction was put into place by the Republican-led administration of Abraham Lincoln. And please don't confuse it with today. It was done to try to right the wrongs done to those who were enslaved by the societal structure and the rule of law that had been put in the United States, especially in the southern states, for decades. Unfortunately, Reconstruction efforts that held real promise for formerly enslaved people did not last. The equality promise did not come to pass. All right, so you may ask yourselves, what happened to the Reconstruction efforts that the Republican Party put in place? Again, let me remind you, the Republican Party before and after the Civil War was comprised of many Black men. I show you this fact in several of my previous videos. However, as enthusiasm for the Southern Reconstruction efforts waned due to many of the federal and state legislatures, city councils, and other official positions being full of elected Black officials, they did not pay attention to the undercurrent of white supremacy and the adversity to Black rule gaining traction, especially in
that says colored men. States. That doesn't say Black, that says colored men. That
led up to the Compromise of 1877. And what was the Compromise of 1877, you may ask? Well, according to history.com, the Compromise of 1877 was an informal agreement between Southern Democrats and allies of the Republican Rutherford B. Hayes to settle the results of the 1876 presidential election and mark the end of the Reconstruction era. Immediately after the presidential election of 1876, it became clear that the outcome of the race hinged largely on the disputed returns from Florida, Louisiana, and South Carolina, the only three states in the South with Reconstruction-era Republican governors still in power. As a bipartisan congressional commission debated over the outcome early in 1877, allies of the Republican Party candidate Rutherford Hayes met in secret with moderate Southern Democrats in order to negotiate acceptance of Hayes' election. The Democrats agreed not to block Hayes' victory on the condition that the Republicans withdraw all federal troops from the South, thus consolidating Democratic control over the region. As a result of the so-called Compromise of 1877, Florida, Louisiana, and South Carolina became Democratic once again, effectively bringing an end to the Reconstruction era. Again, let me remind you, the Democratic Party at that time was the party of the South, aka the old Confederacy. It is not the Democratic Party of today. What did occur was lawless violence against Black men, women, and children across the United States. According to the EJI, EqualJusticeInitiative.org, during the 12 years from 1865 to 1877, thousands of Black people were killed, attacked, sexually assaulted, and terrorized by white mobs, and individuals were shielded from arrest and prosecution. These white perpetrators of violence were never held accountable. On the contrary, they were often celebrated. Also, according to the EJI.org, in a series of devastating decisions, the U.S. Supreme Court blocked congressional effort to protect people of color and instead cede control to the same white Southerners who used terror and violence to stop Black people from participating in political processes. They upheld new laws codifying racial hierarchy and embraced the new constitutional order defined by states' rights. Continuing from the EJI.org website, within a decade after the Civil War, Congress began to abandon the promises of assistance to millions of formerly enslaved Black people. Violence, mass lynchings, and lawlessness enabled white Southerners to create a regime of white supremacy and Black disenfranchisement alongside a new economic order that continued to exploit Black labor. White officials in the North and West similarly rejected racial equality, codifying racial discrimination, and occasionally embraced the same tactics of violent racial control seen in the South. Again, as I have mentioned in many of my videos, there's a reason most students do not receive any instruction on this part of American history. In my opinion, there is a concerted effort to keep people ignorant, so white people may feel like they attained all their wealth via legitimate means and that Black people, for some reason, have never been able to get it together. I have also covered in some of my videos the documented Black towns that were destroyed, flooded, or massacred by lawless white people that often used one accusation of crime to justify displacing by force entire towns and or killing or lynching many of its Black citizens. I'm not going to go deeper into this subject for the sake of time. However, I challenge you to research slavery/indentured servitude, Reconstruction, and sundown towns on your own. It may open your eyes to why things are the way they are in the United States, and why, to this day, governors like Rick DeSantis don't want you to know true history in the United States. DeSantis recently signed legislation to stop Florida citizens from understanding their own history. Wow. It's 2023 and still the United States refuses to come to grips with the truth. Anyway, I could go on, but I don't want to lose you. So how did eugenics erase Black history? I'm going to read the introduction of the book I mentioned, War on the Weak by Edwin Black. This should give you some idea of what the eugenics movement was all about. Just be forewarned, it's somewhat lengthy, but I feel it's necessary in order to understand what went on in the United States and abroad during the onset of the height of the eugenics movement. Just as a disclaimer, I don't receive any compensation for talking about this book, nor have I ever been contacted by the author or its publisher. Okay, so the introduction goes on to state, voices haunted the pages of every book. This particular book, however, speaks of the never born, for those whose questions have never been heard, for those who have never existed. Throughout the first 6 decades of the 20th century, hundreds of thousands of Americans and untold numbers of others were not permitted to continue their families by reproducing. Selected because of their ancestry, national origin, race, or religion, they were forcibly sterilized, wrongly committed to mental institutions where they died in great numbers, prohibited from marrying, and sometimes even unmarried by state bureaucrats. In America, this battle wiped out whole ethnic groups, was not fought by armies with guns, nor by hate sects at the margins. Rather, this pernicious white-gloved war was prosecuted by esteemed professors, elite universities, wealthy industrialists, and government officials colluded in a racist, pseudoscientific movement called eugenics. The purpose? Create a superior Nordic race. To perpetuate the campaign, widespread academic fraud combined with almost unlimited corporate philanthropy to establish the biological rationales for persecution, employing a haze amalgam of guesswork, gossip, falsified information, and polysyllabic academic arrogance. The eugenics movement slowly constructed a national bureaucratic and juridical infrastructure to cleanse America of its unfit. Suspicious intelligence tests, colloquially known as IQ tests, were invented to justify incarceration of a group labeled feeble-minded. Often the so-called feeble-minded were just shy, too good-natured to be taken seriously, or simply spoke the wrong language, or were the wrong color. Mandatory sterilization laws were enacted in some 27 states to prevent targeted individuals from reproducing more of their kind. Marriage prohibition laws proliferated throughout the country to stop race mixing. Collusive litigation was taken to the U.S. Supreme Court, which sanctified eugenics and its tactics. The goal was to immediately sterilize 14 million people in the United States and millions more worldwide, the lower 10th, and then continuously eradicate the lowest remaining 10th until only a pure Nordic race remained. Ultimately, some 60,000 Americans were coercively sterilized, and the total is probably much higher. No one knows how many marriages were thwarted by state felony statutes. Although much of the persecution was simply racism, ethnic hatred, and academic elitism, eugenics wore the mantle of respectable science to mask its true character. The victims of eugenics were poor urban dwellers and rural white trash from New England to California. Immigrants from across Europe, blacks, Jews, Mexicans, Native Americans, epileptics, alcoholics, petty criminals, the mentally ill, and anyone else who did not resemble the blonde and blue-eyed Nordic ideal the eugenics movement glorified. Eugenics contaminated many otherwise worthy social, medical, and educational causes, from the birth control movement to the development of psychology to urban sanitation. Psychologists persecuted their patients, teachers stigmatized their students, charitable associations clamored to send those in need of help to lethal chambers they hoped would be constructed. Immigration assistance bureaus convened to send the most needy to sterilization mills. Leaders of the ophthalmology profession conducted a long and chilling political campaign to round up and coercively sterilize every relative of every American with a vision problem. All of this churned throughout America years before the Third Reich rose in Germany. Eugenics targeted all mankind, so of course its scope was global. The American eugenic evangelists spawned similar movements and practices throughout Europe, Latin America, and Asia. Forced sterilization laws and regimes took root on every continent. Each local American eugenic ordinance or statute from Virginia to Oregon was promoted internationally as yet another precedent to be emulated by the international movement. A tight-knit network of mainstream medical and eugenical journals, international meetings, and conferences kept the generals and soldiers of eugenics up to date and armed with their nation's next legislative opportunity. Eventually, America's eugenic movement spread to Germany as well, where it caught the fascination of Adolf Hitler and the Nazi movement. Under Hitler, eugenics careened beyond any American eugenicist's dream. National Socialism transcended America's quest for a superior Nordic race into Hitler's drive for an Aryan master race. The Nazis were fond of saying National Socialism is nothing but applied biology. And in 1934, the Richmond Times-Dispatch quoted a prominent American eugenicist as saying, "The Germans are beating us at our own game. The Gypsies, the rape of Poland, and the decimation of all Europe." But none of America's far-reaching scientific racism would have risen above ignorant rants without the backing of corporate philanthropic largesse. Within these pages, you will discover the sad truth of how scientific rationales that drove killer doctors at Auschwitz were first concocted on Long Island at the Carnegie Institution's eugenic enterprise at Cold Spring Harbor. You will see that during the pre-war Hitler regime, the Carnegie Institution, through its Cold Spring Harbor complex, enthusiastically propagandized for the Nazi regime and even distributed anti-Semitic Nazi party films to American high schools. And you will see the links between the Rockefeller Foundation's massive financial grants and the German scientific establishment that began the eugenics programs that were finished by Mengele at Auschwitz. Only after the truth about Nazi extermination became known did the American eugenics movement fade. American eugenics institutions rushed to change their names from eugenics to genetics. Okay, so I know that was a lot. However, there's a lot to unpack when it comes to the unspoken history of the United States. So for most of this video, I will be quoting from Edwin Black's book. In order to compile the research, Mr. Black utilized a network of dozens of researchers, mostly volunteers, working in the United States, England, Germany, and Canada, unearthed some 50,000 documents and period publications from more than 40 archives, dozens of libraries, special collections, and other repositories, page 19. As I read in the introduction, eugenics was international. Why do I mention this fact? Because it goes to show how the white supremacist ideology spread to the majority of the world and why they currently believe in the whitewash history being taught in all of our educational institutions. I'm going to be paraphrasing much of this book due to the fact that it's over 600 pages. That said, I will add page numbers in case you want to find the exact wording in the book. As Mr. Black set out to research in the United States, he found archived information on eugenics at the American Philosophical Society in Philadelphia, the Truman State University in northern Missouri, to numerous obscure community colleges in the Appalachian states, and a long list of state archives, county historical files, and institutional archives where personal papers and period materials are stored. He also spent much time in many small private libraries and archives, such as the one maintained by Planned Parenthood. His team examined records at the Rockefeller Foundation and the Carnegie Institution. He also noted there are probably 200 important repositories in America, many of them special collections and manuscript departments of local libraries or universities. Because eugenics was administered on the local level, every state probably possessed 3 to 5 sites hosting important eugenics documentation. Mr. Black noted that many of the propaganda pamphlets used to promote eugenics in the U.S. were purged from files, However, they could still be found in British records, page 20. So that tells me that the United States has and will purge, aka destroy information they don't want people to know about or remember. Mr. Black goes on further to say, because the German and American wings collaborated so closely, the German archives clearly trace the development of German race hygiene as it emulated the American program. More importantly, because the American and German movements function as a binary, their leaders brag to one another and exchange information constantly. Therefore, he learned much about America's record by examining Reich-era files. For instance, the number of individuals sterilized in Vermont has eluded researchers in the state. The information is readily available in the files of Nazi organizations. Still on page 20, it says, when it was finished, the journey to discover America's eugenic history had taken me from an austere highway warehouse in Vermont, where the state's official files are stacked right next to the automotive supplies and retrieved by forklift, to the architectonic British Library, to the massive Bundesarchiv in Berlin, and every type of research environment in between. Sometimes I sat in a chair in a reading room, sometimes I poked through boxes in a basement. On to page 22, it states, when we were done, we had assembled a mountain of documentation that clearly chronicled a century of eugenic crusading by America's finest universities, most reputable scientists, most trusted professional and charitable organizations, and most revered corporation foundations. They had collaborated with the Department of Agriculture and numerous state agencies in an attempt to breed a new race of Nordic humans, applying the same principles used to breed cattle and corn. The names defined power and prestige in America. The Carnegie Institution, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Harriman Railroad Fortune, Harvard University, Princeton University, Yale University, Stanford University, and the American Medical Association, Margaret Sanger, Oliver Wendell Holmes, Robert Yerkes, Woodrow Wilson, American Museum of Natural History, the American Genetic Association, a sweeping array of government agencies, from the obscure Virginia Bureau of Vital Statistics to the United States State Department. On page 23, Mr. Black states, when the research phase was over, I realized that less than half of the information I had assembled would ever make it into the book. Frankly, I had amassed enough information to write a freestanding book for each of the 21 chapters in this volume. It was painful to pick and choose which information would be included. But I am confident that with so many journalists throughout America now aggressively delving into eugenics, the field will soon be as broad and diverse as the investigations of the Holocaust and American slavery. At least one book could be written for each state, starting with California, which was America's most energetic eugenic state. Do you remember in the beginning of this video, I told you one of the issues I had with this book was that I felt that Mr. Black came across information that would bolster my claim that people of color ruled Europe and the United States before Reconstruction. However, like he states, he had to pick and choose what information to place in the book. Okay, so on page 24, Mr. Black states, this is the right place to note that virtually all the organizations I investigated cooperated with unprecedented rigor because they want the history illuminated as much as anyone. This includes the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Institution, Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory, and the Max Planck Institute, successor to the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute. All gave me unlimited access and unstinting assistance. All right, so here's my question. Do you think Mr. Black would have been given access to all those inaccessible archives and private collections unless he promised them he would only stick to information regarding eugenics? I truly believe this is the deal that was struck in order for him to be granted this unprecedented access. All right, so on page 25, Mr. Black states, my mission is to expose who paid for these bleak episodes, who agreed to them, who made them possible, and who used his lofty status as a university scholar, a medical expert, a governor, a judge, a legislator, a prominent attorney, or wealthy philanthropic organization to press forward on the gear shift of genocide. All right, so why do I mention this paragraph? Because individuals in these positions mentioned above were also responsible for allowing our true history to be rewritten and taught to future generations. I believe power, greed, jealousy, and envy were contributing factors as to why these people did these horrible things. I also believe it's why it's allowed to continue to this very day. According to Mr. Black's book, the man that coined the word eugenics was an English explorer and anthropologist named Sir Francis Galton. However, he was inspired by Gregor Mendel, a Hungarian scientist and teacher, and Galton's cousin, the English naturalist Charles Darwin. These theories took root around the time of the American Civil War, well into the time of the Reconstruction period. Coincidence? I think not. Let me read you a little bit more from the book to give you an idea of what was going on during the early 20th century. All right, so we're going into chapter 1 of the book, and it's called Mountain Sweeps. It goes on to read, in the 1930s, the Brush Mountain Hill folk, like many other clans scattered throughout the isolated Appalachian slopes, lived in abject poverty. With little education, often without running water or indoor plumbing, and possessing few amenities, they seemed beyond the reach of social progress. Speaking with indistinct drawls and slurred vestigial accents that marked them as hillbillies, dressed in rough-hewn clothing or hand-me-downs, and sometimes diseased or poorly developed due to the long-term effects of squalor and malnutrition, they were easy to despise. Quite simply, polite Virginia society considered them white trash, page 31. These simple mountain people were systematically sterilized under a Virginia law compelling such operations for those ruled unfit. Often, the teenage boys and girls placed under the surgeon's knife did not really comprehend the ramifications. Sometimes they were told they were undergoing an appendectomy or some other unspecified procedure. Generally, they were released after the operation. Many of the victims did not discover why they could not bear children until decades later, when the truth was finally revealed to them by local Virginian investigative reporters and government reformers, page 32. Western State Hospital in Staunton was not Virginia's only sterilization mill. Others dotted the state's map, including the Colony for Epileptics and the Feeble-Minded near Lynchburg, the nation's largest facility of its kind and the state's greatest center for sterilization. Lynchburg and Western were augmented by hospitals at Petersburg, Williamsburg, and Marion. Lower-class white boys and girls from the mountains, from the outskirts of small towns and big city slums, were sterilized in assembly line fashion. So were American Indians, blacks, epileptics, and those suffering from certain maladies day after day. Thousands of them as though orchestrated by some giant machine, page 32. Retired Montgomery County Welfare Director Kate Bolton recalled with pride, quote, "The children were legally committed by the court for being feeble-minded, and there was a wait list from here to Lynchburg," end quote, she added. "If you've seen as much suffering and depravity as I have, you can only hope and pray that no one else goes through something like that. We had to stop it at the root," end quote, page 32. Wow, she sounds like Nurse Diesel from the Mel Brooks movie High Anxiety. On page 34 it reads, Virginia's victims were among some 60,000 who were forcibly sterilized all across the United States, almost half of them in California. Continuing on to page 34, it says, the movement was called eugenics. It was conceived on the onset of the 20th century and implemented by America's wealthiest, most powerful, and most learned men against the nation's most vulnerable and helpless. Eugenicists sought to methodically terminate all of the racial and ethnic groups and social classes they disliked or feared. It was nothing less than America's legalized campaign to breed a super race, and not just any super race. Eugenicists wanted a purely Germanic and Nordic super race, enjoying biological domination over all others. Nor was America's crusade a mere domestic crime. Using the power of money, prestige, and international academic exchanges, American eugenicists exported their philosophy to nations throughout the world, including Germany. Decades after a eugenics campaign of mass sterilization and involuntary incarceration of defectives was institutionalized in the United States, the American effort to create a super Nordic race came to the attention of Adolf Hitler. Again, I want to mention that this book is extensive, so there is no way I will be able to cover the entire book. It goes very deep into how eventually laws were passed in numerous states and who championed them into existence. What I want you to take away from this book is to understand white supremacists were responsible for coercively sterilizing over 60,000 Americans. While they were at it, they also created laws to keep people of different ethnic groups from marrying. They maintained positions of power yet refused to hold perpetrators accountable or even consider prosecuting thousands of murderers of indigenous people, Black Europeans, poor whites, etc. What I also want you to realize is, if these sick people in their places of power and prestige were willing to carry out this evil, do you think they wouldn't have the ability or mindset to rewrite our history to glorify themselves? Ask yourselves, do you think it's within the realm of possibility? All right, so we're going to move on. I'm going to cover some of the most powerful people in American society during the early 20th century that allowed eugenics to grow and spread. People like Theodore Roosevelt. He was president from 1901 to 1909. He was a well-known white supremacist. In a book written by Thomas G. Dyer called Theodore Roosevelt and the idea of race. He states, Roosevelt believed fundamentally that American greatness came from its rule by racially superior white men of European descent. A quote from the website history.com states, in spite of those words, though, Roosevelt hardly saw all Black Americans as equals. Roosevelt was quoted as saying, as a race and in the mass, they are altogether inferior to the whites. He confided in a friend in a 1906 letter. 10 years later, he told Senator Harry Cabot Lodge that, quote, the great majority of Negroes in the South are wholly unfit for the suffrage, end quote, and that giving them voting rights could, quote, reduce parts of the South to the level of Haiti, end quote. In a book called The Roughest Riders, The Untold Story of the Black Soldiers in the Spanish-American War, the author states on the back cover of the book, Americans have long heard the story of Teddy Roosevelt and the Rough Riders charging up San Juan Hill during the Spanish-American War, but often forgetting in the great swamp of history is that Roosevelt's success was ensured by a dedicated corps of Black soldiers, the so-called Buffalo Soldiers, who fought by Roosevelt's side during his legendary campaign. Roosevelt admitted that the Black troops actually spearheaded the charge, beating him to the top of Kettle Hill ahead of San Juan Hill, but later changed his story, claiming their performance was due to the superior white officers under whom the Black troops served. People should always remember, it's not what you say, it's what you do or don't do that matters. I say this because sometimes inaction, not doing anything to stop or intervene when someone or some group is being brutalized, is just as bad as partaking in the action itself. All right, so let me talk about William Howard Taft. He was president of the United States from 1909 to 1913. He was also a segregationist, white supremacist, and he was a big believer in states' rights, which meant whatever people in power in those states decided was best for them, regardless of who was hurt, was okay by him. Let's look at what President Taft did. Taft had written in 1906 that the Jim Crow laws designed to codify segregation and to disenfranchise Southern Black voters were not harmful because African Americans were not ready to use the vote well anyway. In Taft's words, quote, when a class of persons is so ignorant and so subject to oppression and misleading that they are merely political children, not having the mental stature of manhood, then it can hardly be said that their voice in the government secures any benefit to them, end quote. That quote was from ehistory.osu.edu, Ohio University. Let me comment by saying the author in the paragraph I just read used the term African American to refer to Black voters in the South. We know that the term African American was not widely used until the 1980s, so that is purely the author's assumption. Those that have seen my videos know that the majority of Black people in the United States at that time were Black Europeans and indigenous Black people. Folks, I feel that it's my job to debunk the myths whenever I see them. All right, so on April 3rd, 1911, President William Howard Taft directed his U.S. Army to expel the 9th Cavalry, an all-Black unit from San Antonio, Texas. Earlier that day, the president had met with San Antonio's U.S. Congressman, John Garner, who urged President Taft to expel the Black cavalrymen from the entire state of Texas because their protest of segregated seating on city streetcars threatened local law and order. Immediately after, President Taft issued a memorandum to General Wood, the Army's chief of staff, directing the nation's highest-ranking Army official to remove the 9th Cavalry from San Antonio. That was from EJI.org, EqualJusticeInitiative.org. A quote from a book written by Ira Katznelson, Fear Itself, The Deal and the Origins of Our Time, states, by 1908, the South had perfected a political system that guarded white supremacy successfully, even in counties with all Black majorities. A host of mechanisms ensured virtually no chance to vote for African Americans and low turnout franchise for white citizens. These devices included white primaries, declarations that political parties were restricted to private clubs, poll taxes, property taxes, literacy taxes, and understanding clauses that tested for arcane knowledge of the provisions in state constitutions. This paints the picture of the climate where President Roosevelt was leaving office and William Howard Taft was just starting his administration. In a speech given by Taft, he declared, quote, so long as the statutes of the states meet the tests of the 15th Amendment and are not otherwise in conflict with the Constitution and laws of the United States, it is not the disposition or within the province of the federal government to interfere with the regulation by southern states of their domestic affairs, end quote. Basically what he was saying was, let them do whatever they want, however they want, to whoever they want, without accountability to the federal government. Taft was also known for removing numerous Black men from federal government positions. Sadly, after his presidency, he was appointed to the Supreme Court as Chief Justice. All I can say is no wonder discrimination, racism, hate, and lynching were allowed to flourish. Lastly, let me tell you about President Woodrow Wilson. I've mentioned former President Woodrow Wilson in several of my previous videos. All right, so Wilson held many powerful positions during the entire time eugenics was wreaking havoc across the United States and Europe. Wilson was the president of Princeton University starting in 1902, then governor of New Jersey starting in 1911, and then he was elected president of the United States in 1913 for 2 full terms. He was a well-known eugenicist and white supremacist, and he was mentioned several times throughout Mr. Black's book. Wilson literally authored his own series of history books called The History of the American People. These books praised and glorified his in Fighting the Birth of a Nation, a Ku Klux Klan recruiting film, at a special White House screening, President Woodrow Wilson reportedly remarked, quote, "It's like writing history with lightning. My only regret is that it is all so terribly true," end quote. At this time, the KKK made a huge comeback with thousands of members nationwide. These members held all types of positions around the country. Here's what I'm saying. Woodrow Wilson, wealthy elite families, government officials, judges, school board members, etc., and all other like-minded individuals imposed their wills and beliefs on society, which culminated into the history and education we receive today. Unfortunately, so far, no one has been able to produce a smoking gun, showing that history was deliberately whitewashed and who all the perpetrators were. What I'm showing you is that I believe the whitewashing happened during this time period because the climate at that time in history, with all the hateful and awful things that were allowed and in many cases encouraged to go on. Not only that, what we can do is look at the actions of people and groups and see what they actually did for themselves and what they did to other people who they did not respect. All right, so I know many of you watching are just like you. I want to know how the paintings were hidden, recreated, or overpainted, and how photos were replaced or altered to remove all traces of people of color from history. As I was finalizing this video, I was thinking to myself, the cover up there, I've so far emphasized more of the why, but not necessarily the how. So this section addressed the issue of how history was whitewashed. All right, so I really hope I haven't lost you. If you need a break, please pause the video, take a break, and come on back. All right, so if you took a break, welcome back. If not, here we go. So I've already told you who some of the major players are that were identified in the book. The financiers, the politicians, doctors, directors of institutions, university presidents, and faculty. Of course, these are the main figures, yet it doesn't account for and name the lower level, everyday federal, state, and local employees that actually did the work involved in carrying out this horrible lie. Not to mention the hundreds of American citizens and citizens of foreign countries that volunteered to assist in this hoax. They actually believed in negative eugenics, white superiority, and domination. Or I'm sure in some cases they took part in it for the money and power that came along with collaboration. First, I believe there are 4 main scenarios that provide for the opportunity to pull off this sort of big lie. And those 4 would be 1, act of God, 2, pure accidents, 3, fraudulent accidents, and 4, war. Now, there may be more, but these are the ones that I've read about. So what do I mean by act of God? What I mean are things that happen naturally like fires, floods, tornadoes, earthquakes, hurricanes, etc. All these situations can occur without people's intervention. Then for number 2, you have pure accidents. These situations can occur due to leaving a candle burning and it gets knocked over, or maybe a water pipe that bursts in a building. All right, so for number 3, I have fraudulent accidents. These are situations that are intentionally done to destroy property or cause fear. These are strategically planned events. An example would be setting a fire in a building. By doing so, it removes any trace of the original one-of-a-kind documents, paintings, books, journals, carvings, movies, etc. All right, in 4th position on the list, I have wars. During wars, people, buildings, statues, museums, archives get destroyed as collateral damage, or often on purpose. This is often a military strategy to demoralize a population by destroying cultural and historical icons and landmarks and replace them with the invading army's culture and values. What I'm going to show you now is how these wealthy individuals and these philanthropic organizations use their money and influence to spread the eugenic ideology within the United States and around the world. By doing so, they were able to appropriate the world's real history with their own version of whitewashed history. Now I'm going to have to condense this down so it won't be hours long. However, I will be creating a video to go more in depth on this topic. but for now, I'm just going to give you enough to show you how it happened. As I mentioned previously, there are 4 scenarios where society or culture would recreate its history. The first 2, act of God and pure accidents, are viable scenarios that have occurred throughout history. Although one can take advantage of these 2 situations, I'm choosing not to focus on them for now. All right, so let me start with the third scenario. I named it fraudulent accidents. There have been many of these occurrences in American and European history. They mainly take the form of setting fire to buildings such as archives, libraries, museums, churches, or homes. Unfortunately, setting fire to a structure is easy and very inexpensive. It often has a desired effect of destroying much, if not all, of the contents within the structure. Once the contents in a building have been consumed by fire and destroyed, it is gone forever. If these items were one-of-a-kind originals like paintings, books, manuscripts, carvings, clothing, then they are lost for all time. If the items destroyed were able to be copied, like books for instance, then the information would still exist. Unfortunately, in the past, there were many important one-of-a-kind books. As you can imagine, this creates the perfect opportunity for whoever is in power to replace the items with whatever version they want. For instance, paintings can be recreated to reflect someone in the same pose, style of clothing, etc., but then be an entirely different person. Books can be recreated with the same stories, but with new engravings, pictures, and photos. Paintings that survived a fire and were just smoke damage can be overpainted. Overpainting was common in the past. What has also occurred over time is eugenics educators have convinced their students that certain words don't mean what they originally meant, like dark complexion, brown complexion, and brunette, or phrases like tall, dark, and handsome. Please understand that just about anything can be recreated by master craftsmen, publishers, painters, etc. This is what I'm suggesting happened. During times of chaos and confusion, like during the fog of war, where communities are being destroyed, many things can be accomplished, good or bad. So let's look at some of the places that were destroyed by fire in the United States. The first one I'd like to look at is the Library of Congress, which was destroyed by fire on October 8, 1814. According to the loc.gov website, which is the Library of Congress website, the library was destroyed along with the Capitol building stemming from the War of 1812. The British Army destroyed several buildings: the White House, the U.S. Treasury, U.S. Patent Office, and the National Intelligencer newspaper. After the fire, Thomas Jefferson offered to sell his private collection of over 6,000 books to replace the books that were lost, and eventually Congress purchased them. There was also a mystery surrounding the original collection of books and if they were actually saved or not. That said, I'm sure you can imagine that many one-of-a-kind items were destroyed, never to be replaced. I'm not as concerned with the first burning of the Library of Congress because, in my opinion, white supremacy had no major political power at that time, and historical whitewashing had not taken place yet in the United States or in Europe. All right, so moving along. According to accessiblearchives.com, in 1851, the Library of Congress was again ravaged by fire. 35,000 out of 55,000 books were destroyed. Paintings, busts, manuscripts, letters, very valuable information was lost. Yet again, Congress had to appropriate funds to build a new collection. In my opinion, with each destructive fire comes the opportunity to change information or hide it like it never happened. Keep in mind, the people that were eyewitnesses to the historical events that were written about were generally dead years prior to the publishing of the text. So essentially, there is no one to protest if the recreated books have incorrect or misleading information. Here's an example for you. 4 valuable busts were destroyed in the second Library of Congress fire. They were likenesses of Washington, Jefferson, Lafayette, and General Taylor, all of whom had died years before. Now I'm suggesting when the busts got recreated, they were changed to look like the person that commissioned them wanted them to look like. All right, so take a look at this coin. It is the Indian head cent. According to Wikipedia.com, it was created by James Barton Longacre. He was an American portraitist and engraver, and the 4th chief engineer of the United States Mint from 1844 until his death. Longacre is best known for his design of the Indian head cent, which entered commerce in 1859, and for the design of the shield nickel, flying eagle cent, and other coins of the mid-19th century. Reading from a paragraph from the website US Coins and Jewelry, it reads, "As we mentioned, this Indian head portrait, not a Native American profile, but apparently modeled after James Barton Longacre's daughter, Sarah, it is rumored that she was at the Mint visiting her father when she tried on the Indian headdress of Sitting Bull. Her father saw her and sketched her, hence the image of the obverse side of the coin was born. Of course, everyone knows Longacre's daughter did not represent what an Indian looked like. However, that's what was deemed acceptable by those in charge of the National Treasury. My point here, showing a misrepresentation of an American Indian on a national coin utilizing a young white girl was perfectly fine. This actually goes a long way in proving my point that if misrepresenting an entire group of people was okay for national circulated coins, then it should not be far-fetched to believe and understand that it occurred with many important people in our history books. Okay, so I spent a lot of time talking about these two fires at the Library of Congress. Let me tell you about some others within the United States and Europe. Remember, this is not a complete list. All right, so in 1865, the library on the University of Alabama's campus was destroyed, burning 7,000 volumes. In 1879, the Birmingham Central Library was destroyed by fire. 49,000 books were burned. In 1895, the University of Virginia Library at Charlottesville, Virginia was burned. Only 20% of the books and special collections survived. Then in 1911, the New York State Library burned. And in 1986, the Los Angeles Central Library caught fire. 400,000 books were destroyed. Also, keep in mind, whatever adorned the walls of these libraries, like paintings for instance, were also destroyed. Now, moving over to Europe, fires destroyed the Mosque Library in Bulgaria in 1877. In 1914, the Library of the Catholic University in Belgium. In 1922, the Public Records Office in Dublin, Ireland. In 1931, several religious libraries in Madrid, Spain. In 1933, the Institute of Sexology in Berlin, Germany. In 1941, the National Library of Serbia in Belgrade. Also in 1941, the British National Central Library was seriously damaged from an air raid. In 1943, the SS Cyril and Methodist National Library in Bulgaria. In 1944, the National Library of Poland, the Warsaw University Library, and the Warsaw Public Library, along with the Central Archives of Historical Records in Warsaw. Again, please keep in mind this is totally not a complete list, just a small sample. According to a paper written in 2015, United Kingdom Libraries during World War II by Matthew Levitt, MLIS, Brigham Young University, he stated the British knew that their libraries would be targeted for destruction, so they purposely moved many thousands of books to safer locations. In my opinion, that means they had to choose which books, collections, and other works of art they had to save and which ones to leave behind. All right, so finally, let's look at the last scenario on my list of 4, which is war. I'm going to show you the Oxford Research Encyclopedia's website, oxfordre.com. On the webpage called American History, Urban Destruction During the Civil War by Megan Kate Nelson. It says, quote, during the American Civil War, Union and Confederate commanders made the capture and destruction of enemy cities a central feature of their military campaigns. They did so for 2 reasons. First, most mid-19th century cities had factories, foundries, and warehouses within their borders, churning out and storing war material. Military officials believed that if they interrupted or incapacitated the enemy's ability to arm or clothe themselves, the war would end. Second, it was believed that the widespread destruction of property, especially in major capital cities, would also damage civilians' morale, undermining their political convictions and decreasing their support for the war effort. Further down the page, under the heading Cities as Military Targets, it reads, the antebellum era was a time of rapid urbanization in the United States. Large, densely populated cities and towns had proliferated on both sides of the Mason-Dixon line by 1861. During the Civil War, Union and Confederate commanders made the capture or destruction of enemy cities a central feature of their campaigns. So she goes on to say why. Burning cities damaged civilian morale, quote, bringing the enemy to the point where it can go no further physically, emotionally, or ideologically. According to that same website, 11 southern cities were destroyed, the most notable being Richmond, Virginia, Charleston, South Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia, and Columbia, South Carolina. Again, hundreds of thousands of documents, books, paintings, family heirlooms, etc. were lost. Not to mention the people that were killed that had institutional knowledge of what had occurred in the past, but also what was unfolding at that time. My thought pattern here, much of the evidence of who was who and who did what in the past was lost. Now I want you to guess who rebuilt the southern United States after the Reconstruction period failed. I'll tell you, the white supremacist, lost cause narrative veteran soldiers and their families that actually lost the Civil War. The caveat here that most don't realize, unless you've seen my video, the Black Southern Confederacy, is that the majority of Black veteran Confederates were excluded and erased from history books, their likenesses replaced by white people, thereby appropriating the true history with a white supremacist version. After approximately 10 years of Southern Reconstruction, federal Union troops had done their best to enforce the new regulations and constitutional laws put in place to bring about equality in the Southern states. During those 10 years, Black men were voted in and dominated many of the state and local legislatures due to their voting numbers. This, in my opinion, led to the white supremacist Confederate veterans having vengeance in their hearts and minds. Not only did they lose the war, now they had very little political control. As I mentioned earlier, they created the White Leagues and the KKK to terrorize, manipulate, and cheat Black Southerners out of their civil rights. These white supremacists systematically took over the political process, created the Black Codes, and rebuilt the South with Black in the country with their version of history through political domination. The final nail in the coffin having been struck by Republican Rutherford B. Hayes' Compromise of 1877. Okay, so moving on with the scenario of war and how eugenics whitewashed the history of European countries. World War I caused the destruction of four main empires, the German, Russian, Ottoman, and the Austro-Hungarian empires. Many centuries-old historical cities and landmarks were destroyed. So, who came to the rescue after all that destruction? Let's take a look. All right, so I'm going to read from the AmericanForeignRelations.com website. It goes on to read, between the wars, American foundations assumed an increasingly prominent role in the totality of American philanthropy, especially in cultural activities and healthcare. The Carnegie Endowment rebuilt libraries and supported large-scale academic studies of war. John D. Rockefeller Jr. built the League of Nations Library in Geneva, while the Rockefeller Foundation financed the foreign policy studies and international scholar exchanges. The Harkness family founded the Commonwealth Fund in 1918, which dedicated itself to the welfare of mankind. And in 1930, the Pilgrim Trust gave $10 million to Great Britain for its future well-being. The Rockefeller Foundation helped rebuild the University of Louvain and the Cathedral at Reims, and it underwrote the maintenance costs of Versailles and Fontainebleau as it expanded the American schools at Athens and Rome. Moreover, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Corporation, and private individuals made sizable gifts to British, European, Canadian, and Mexican universities. Outside the Atlantic world, educational efforts were concentrated on the Near Eastern colleges, Hebrew University of Palestine, Chinese colleges, and surveys of educational programs in Africa and East Asia. James Loeb supported a psychiatric institute in Munich, and George Eastman provided dental clinics in a number of European capitals. The Rockefeller Foundation founded work on parasitic and infectious diseases when it established Peking Union Medical College. I previously mentioned the Harkness family. They owned the Standard Oil Company and obtained their wealth from drilling oil. There were also philanthropists that created the Commonwealth Fund 1918, which dedicated itself to the welfare of mankind. Not only that, they also created the Pilgrim Trust, which gave Great Britain $10 million for its future well-being. Sounds like a political payoff to me. Well, guess what? Both David B. Harkness and Edward S. Harkness were members of the American Eugenics Society. So, that said, I'm sure you can understand what they believed in. All right, so I'm going to move on to a website called jstor.org, JSTOR.org. And the heading of this particular article from that website is called The Rockefeller Foundation and the Transition from the League of Nations to the UN, 1939 to 1946, authored by Ludovic Ternese, sourced from the Journal of Modern European History. All right, so it goes on to read, the Rockefeller Foundation played an important role in the transition from the League of Nations to the United Nations through its collaborations with two international organizations. The first was the Economic, Financial, and Transit Department, EFTD, of the League of Nations. By financing its move to the United States and all of its work during the Second World War, the Rockefeller Foundation would allow it to make a major contribution to the reorganization of the global economic order after 1945. The second organization was the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, UNRRA, which the Rockefeller Foundation provided with staff, work methods, and a network of contacts around the world. The Rockefeller Foundation was thus deeply involved in the redefinition of the overall structure of the system of international organizations during World War II. All right, so this next bit of information comes from the journals.sagepub.com under the heading American Library Association and the Post-World War II Rebuilding of Eastern European Libraries. All right, so it says the topic of the destruction of libraries during World War II has been well publicized. However, the American Library Association's assistance with the post-war cultural rehabilitation of Eastern European libraries remains relatively unknown. The paper examines the Aid to Libraries in War Areas program, funded by the Rockefeller Foundation and administered by the American Library Association, with respect to Eastern European countries, including Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Poland, Romania, Russia, and Yugoslavia. The program consisted of two parts. The first, which ran from 1941 to 1947, dealt with periodicals. The other, in operation from 1944 to 1947, focused on books. Its goal was to replenish, through a limited scale, devastated collections with American publications unavailable in most European and Asian libraries during Axis occupation. I just want to bring you back to where it says devastated collections were replaced with American publications unavailable to most of Europe and Asian libraries during Axis occupation. Call me cynical, but gee, I wonder what BS was contained in the replacement books. All right, so continuing on with the articles from JSTOR.org, here's a paragraph from an essay written by Charles Johningsmeyer, probably butchered that, Realism, Naturalism in American Public Libraries, 1880 to 1914. All right, and it goes on to say, quote, yet somewhat surprisingly, given their significant impact on literary history, the distribution systems by which physical copies of realist and naturalist text in periodical and book form were transmitted from publishers and printers to readers have received little scholarly attention. One of the most important of these systems in the United States was the public library. Librarians and governing board members who controlled individual libraries played a major role in determining who had access to works of these genres, as well as in shaping readers' experiences of them. Nonetheless, beyond some oft-repeated stories about supposed censorship of a few especially controversial texts, almost no research has been carried out on how librarians in general actually treated the extremely broad range of realist and naturalist fictions and how their actions might have influenced library patrons' access to and attitudes towards such works. In my opinion, you can see that librarians and their governing boards were gateway keepers to what was purchased and visually consumed in these libraries. Let me ask you a question. If an organization builds and funds a library, do you think the people that get placed on the library board and the head librarian in charge of the library are in agreement with the philosophy of the organization that funded the project? I would have to answer with a resounding yes. All right, so now I'm going to show you a piece of information from the website located at library.columbia.edu. And it's under the heading Carnegie Corporation of New York Historical Note. And it says Carnegie Corporation of New York, which was established by Andrew Carnegie in 1911 to promote the advancement and diffusion of knowledge and understanding, is one of the oldest, largest, and most influential of American foundations. I'm going to skip down a paragraph to where it says Carnegie Corporation has helped establish or endowed a variety of institutions, including the Carnegie Libraries, the National Research Council, the Russian Research Center at Harvard, and the Children's Television Workshop, and for many years heavily supported Carnegie's other philanthropic organizations, especially Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, CEIP, and the Carnegie Foundation for Advancement of Teaching, CFAT, and the Carnegie Institution of Washington, CIW. It has funded the writing of books and studies, as well as the organization of conferences and international exchanges, radio shows, legal proceedings, and other activities. Through its activities, the corporation has had a great impact on the information and knowledge available to citizens and government alike. Okay, so I'm going to stop right there. Do you see what I just read? All right, so I'm going to read that section again. It says the corporation has had a great impact on the information and knowledge available to citizens and government alike. Folks, I can't make this stuff up. This is exactly how history was rewritten. All right, so back to the paragraph. It says, its work and that of its grantees has exerted a substantial influence on public discourse and policy. All right, folks, there it is again. Substantial influence on public discourse and policy. All right, so I'm gonna skip down a little bit and go to the section where it says founding and early years. It goes on to read, by 1911, Andrew Carnegie had endowed 5 organizations in the United States and 3 in the United Kingdom, and had given away over $43 million for public library buildings and close to $110 million for other purposes. Nevertheless, 10 years after the sale of the Carnegie Steel Company, he still had more than $150 million and, at the age of 76, was tiring of the burden of philanthropic decision-making. Wow, must have been tough. On the advice of Elihu Root, a longtime friend, he decided to establish a trust to which he could transfer the bulk of his remaining fortune and, ultimately, the responsibility of distributing his wealth after his lifetime. Having already used the conventional labels for his previously endowed institutions, he selected corporation for this last and largest. It was chartered by the state of New York as Carnegie Corporation of New York. The corporation's capital fund, originally donated as a value of about $135 million, had a market value of $1.55 billion on March 31st, 1999. Then it says during 1911 and 1912, Carnegie gave the corporation $125 million, making it the largest single philanthropic trust ever established up to that time. As the residual legatee under his will, the corporation received an additional $10 million when the estate was settled. Carnegie earmarked a portion of the endowment to be used for philanthropic purposes in Canada and what were then the British colonies. This part of the endowment was first known as the Special Fund, then the British Dominions and Colonials Fund, and later the Commonwealth Program. Charter amendments have allowed the corporation to use 7.4% of its income in countries that are or have been members of the British Commonwealth. All right, so I'm getting to the end of this section, but let me show you this page that I got from History of Ireland, Winter 1998, Volume 6, page 25, by Brandon Grimes, published by World Weld Ltd. As you can see in the photo there, Bangor Library, County Down, designed by E.L. Wood, opened in 1910 as both a school and a library. All right, so the heading on this article is Carnegie Libraries in Ireland by Brandon Grimes. And it goes on to read, Andrew Carnegie, 1835 to 1919, immigrated with his parents from Scotland to America in 1848. He became exceptionally successful in the steel business, eventually gaining a near monopoly of steel production in the U.S. In 1901, he sold the Carnegie Corporation and all its holdings to John Pierpont Morgan's Federal Steel Company for $480 million. All right, so I'm going to skip down the paragraph to where it says, one of Carnegie's first gifts after he sold his company was $5,200,000 to New York City for the construction of 65 branch libraries. Carnegie had given money for libraries before, but he was now to devote himself to a philanthropic career, and it was not long before Ireland was to benefit. By early 1905, he had pledged $39,325,240 for 1,200 libraries in English-speaking countries, and of this money, $598,000 was for Ireland. He and his trust were to finance more than twice that number before the library program came to an end. Estimates of the number of libraries he paid for vary between 2,500 and 2,509. It was not only the libraries that Carnegie was interested in. He endowed trusts for universities, the advancement of science, etc. His wealth was so vast and increasing from the interest on the capital that he found it difficult to match his philanthropic schemes with the money he had. I kind of like that he used the word schemes because that's exactly what he was up to. Between 1897 and 1913, he promised over $170,000 to pay for the building of about 80 libraries in Ireland. 66 of the libraries were built and 62 of them have survived. Although the money that Carnegie gave for the Irish libraries was small in proportion to his total expenditure, it greatly helped the library movement in Ireland. In 1919, 81% of the towns in Ireland which had rate-supported libraries received contributions from Carnegie. This compares with 65% for Scotland and 49% for England and Wales. All right, folks, what I'm showing here is the very philanthropists that were financing eugenics in the United States, Europe, and other countries like Mexico were allowed to rebuild the libraries and collections of these devastated countries that had been destroyed by war. These foreign countries allowed these philanthropists to use their money to buy their way into being allowed to recreate these libraries with eugenics at the core. Controlling access to information was given to philanthropists who were ardent eugenicists. Why were these wealthy individuals so intent on helping foreign countries rebuild their libraries and institutions of knowledge? I believe they wanted to ensure Europe's rewritten history agreed with the United States' rewritten version of history. To ensure that happened, they had to be in full control of the information these countries received and excluded. How better to do that than by financing the entire endeavor? These philanthropists essentially were in control of what Europeans thought about not only their history, but also American history. Remember, much of early American history is intertwined with European history. Let me reiterate, these wealthy eugenicists were able to recreate European history and U.S. history, and they did so by funding libraries, universities, and other centers of knowledge on both continents under the guise of philanthropy. Okay, so this is just a small fraction of information on how the negative eugenics ideology was spread from the United States to Europe and around the world. I will definitely be going more in depth with future videos. All right, so now I'm going to change gears and I'm going to talk about the people responsible for eugenics and our rewritten history. The people that had something to hide have actually hidden what they don't want you to see. And to keep the false narrative going, they continue to hide the information. The real issue is who controls the information and who has access to the information. Papers, books, recordings, newspapers, journals, all can be altered, destroyed, or hidden. As I mentioned earlier, currently in Florida, Governor DeSantis ordered books to be taken off the shelves because they were deemed offensive, along with removing curriculum regarding Black American history. This has caused a serious outcry from thousands of teachers and Floridians, not to mention other concerned American citizens. The sad thing is, I'm not surprised by this move. It's already been done in the past. DeSantis is just taking a move out of a very old playbook. Since the end of Reconstruction, Congress, along with the Republican Party, implemented photo their hands and let the very individuals that try to divide the country with the secession movement back into the seek revenge and set up society as to never again allow people of color, aka Black people, to return to power. If I am confusing you when I say Black people returning to power, that means you haven't watched my previous videos. So do me a favor and please check them out so you will be caught up with my other channel subscribers. All right, folks, take a deep breath. If you need an intermission, I get it. It's a lot of information. Maybe pause the video, get some munchies, and come back for the second half. All right, so I'm going to be continuing with Mr. Black's book. You may consider this part 2 of the video. I'm going to go into chapter 5 of the book called Legitimizing Raceology. This chapter covers a lot of the perpetrators of eugenics. On page 85, Black writes about Kansas physician F. Hoyt Plitcher, who became the first in modern times to castrate to prevent procreation. In the mid-1890s, Dr. Plitcher, superintendent of the Kansas Home for the Feeble-Minded, surgically asexualized 58 children. Plitcher's procedure was undertaken without legal sanctions, demanding he stop. The Kansas Home and Battle Board of Trustees suspended Plitcher's operations, but staunchly defended. The board nightly proclaimed, quote, "Those who are now criticizing Dr. Plitcher will, in a few years, be talking of erecting a monument to his memory," end quote. Later, Dr. Plitcher's National Association of Institution of Directors praised him as courageous and as a pioneer, strong enough to face ignorance and prejudice. Then also on page 85, we have Dr. Harry Clay Sharp, physician at an Indiana reformatory at Jeffersonville. In early 1899, he read an article in the Journal of American Medical Association by distinguished Chicago physician Albert John Ochsner, who later co-founded the American College of Surgeons. Dr. Ochsner advocated compulsory vasectomy of prisoners to eliminate all habitual criminals from the possibility of having children. In this way, Ochsner hoped to reduce not only the number of born criminals, but also chronic inebriates, imbeciles, perverts, and paupers. He goes on to read, the Indiana prison doctor proudly lectured his colleagues about the procedure's advantage in a 1902 article in the New York Medical Journal. He presented the surgery strictly as a tool for human breeding. Quoting an old essay, Sharp railed, "We make the choice of the best rams of our sheep and keep the best dogs. How carefully then should we be in begetting children?" Sharp's article described his method of instructive clinical detail, yet involuntary sterilization was still not legal and was thought by many to be unconstitutional. So he urged his fellow institutional doctors to lobby for both restrictive marriage laws and legal authority for every institutional director in every state to render every male sterile who passes its portals, whether it be in an almshouse, insane asylum, institute for feeble-minded, reformatory, or prison. Sharp declared that widespread sterilization was the only rational means of eradicating from our midst a most dangerous and hurtful class. Radical methods are necessary. All right, so I'm now turning to page 87, which reads, biologist David Starr Jordan, president of the University of Indiana, conceived that paupers were indeed parasites. As McCulloch so fervently claimed, Jordan lectured his students and faculty to accept that some men were dwarfs in body and mind. Quickly, Jordan became America's first eminent eugenic theorist. His 1902 book, Blood of a Nation, first articulated the concept of blood as the immutable base of race. He readily proclaimed, quote, "The pauper is the victim of heredity, but neither nature nor society recognizes that as an excuse for his existence," end quote. Jordan left Indiana in 1891 to become the first president of the newly created Stanford University. Founded by the estate of wealthy railroad entrepreneur Leland Stanford. While at Stanford, Jordan used his position to first damning paupers in his writings and leading like-minded elite and national eugenic organizations. On January 29, 1907, the state of Indiana passed a bill making them the first jurisdiction in the world to legislate forced sterilization of its mentally impaired patients, poorhouse residents, and prisoners. Dr. Henry Clay Sharp's knife would now be one of a multitude, and the practice would crisscross the United States. Page 88. Okay, so I just read you that in 1907, the state of Indiana began forcibly sterilizing prisoners. Question for you. Who do you think the majority of the prisoners were? All right, so moving on to page 89 states, 3 states did ratify eugenic sterilization in 1909. Washington targeted habitual criminals and rapists, mandating sterilization as additional punishment for the prevention of procreation. Connecticut enacted a law permitting the medical staff at 2 asylums, Middletown and Norwich, to examine patients and their family trees to determine if feeble-minded and insane patients should be sterilized. The physicians were permitted to perform either vasectomies on males or ovarectomies on women. California was the 3rd state to adopt forced sterilization in 1909. Chapter 720 of the state's statutory code permitted castration or sterilization of state convicts and the residents of California Home for the Care and Training of Feeble-Minded Children in Sonoma County. 2 institutional bureaucrats could recommend the procedure if they deemed it beneficial to the subject's physical, mental, and moral condition. During the next 2 years, more states attempted to enact eugenic sterilization laws. Efforts in Virginia to pass House Bill 96, calling for the sterilization of all criminals, imbeciles, and idiots in the custody when approved by a committee of experts, died in the legislature. But efforts in other states were successful. Nevada targeted habitual criminals. Iowa authorized the operation of criminals, idiots, feeble-minded, imbeciles, drunkards, drug fiends, epileptics, plus moral or sexual perverts in its custody. The Iowa Act was tacked on to a prostitution law. Reading further onto page 89, it states, New Jersey's legislation was passed in 1911. Chapter 190 of its statutory code created a special 3-man board of examiners of the feeble-minded, epileptics, and other defectives. The board would systematically identify when procreation was inadvisable for prisoners and children residing in poorhouses and other charitable institutions. The law included not only the feeble-minded, epileptic, and certain criminals, but also a class ambiguously referred to as other defectives. Other defectives could be anyone they didn't like. Guess who signed the New Jersey's eugenics bill into law the year before being sworn in as President of the United States? Yours truly, Woodrow Wilson. Continuing on page 90, New York was next. In April of 1912, New York amended its public health law with Chapter 445, which virtually duplicated New Jersey's eugenic legislation. New York law created its own board of examiners for feeble-minded, epileptics, and other defectives, comprised of a neurologist, a surgeon, and a general physician. Any 2 of the 3 examiners could rule whether family history, feeble-mindedness, inherited tendency, or other factors proved that procreation was inadvisable for the patients or prisoners they reviewed. Once again, a so-called patient attorney was to be appointed by the court. Vasectomies, tubal ligations, and full castrations were authorized at the discretion of the board. I won't go through all the states that adopted these laws. Nonetheless, many states followed in the coming years. On page 91, it reads, eugenicists in other countries who had been corresponding together for some years also felt the need to broaden acceptance of their beliefs. All of them wanted eugenic solutions to be applied on a global basis. Their mission, after all, was to completely reshape humanity, not just corner of. The Americans worked closely with their counterparts in Germany and England, scheduled an international conference in London. July 1912 was selected because it coincided with a visit to London by Stanford University's Jordan and other eugenic leaders. By now, America's negative eugenics had also been purveyed to like-minded social engineers throughout Europe, especially in Germany and the Scandinavian nations, where theories about Nordic superiority were well received. Hence, this first conference was aptly called the First International Congress on Eugenics, bringing together some several hundred delegates and speakers from across America, Belgium, England, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Spain, and Norway. As I've been preaching in all my videos, many countries use this ideology to get rid of the people they didn't like systematically, thereby reshaping their countries into what they wanted them to be, white-run countries. Please check out my video called Vanishing Black History. In that video, I show how the United States government created its own history and how they exported it to other countries for consumption, thereby creating a blueprint for those countries to emulate, just like Hitler emulated the United States using the eugenics model. All right, so on page 94 it reads, some 400 delegates from America and Europe gathered at the University of London in late July of 1912, where for 5 days a diverse assemblage of research papers were presented exploring the social science and heredity of man half century. Alcoholism as an inheritable trait was debated, but the proceedings were dominated by the U.S. contingent in their theories of racial eugenics. So the U.S. was not just content on just targeting the feeble-minded or imbeciles. They used it to go after people they considered non-white. It was basically the slippery slope theory. And that theory states, using an idea or course of action which eventually leads to something unacceptable, wrong, or disastrous. And that's from the Oxford Online Languages Dictionary. All right, so continuing on to page 94, it states, the medical establishment began to take notice as well, presenting eugenics as a legitimate medical concept. The Journal of the American Medical Association's coverage glowed. JAMA's headline rang out, quote, the International Eugenics Congress, an event of great importance to the history of evolution, has taken place, end quote. Its correspondent enthusiastically portrayed the eugenics theory of social Darwinism, spotlighting the destructive quality of charity and stressing the value of disease, natural. It reads, eugenic text, especially dentals, were great work and in some cases actually started a standalone eugenics curriculum. The roster was long and prestigious, encompassing scores of America's finest schools. Harvard University, Castle, Princeton University courses were taught by Dr. Scull and Laughlin himself. Yale's by Dr. Painter, Purdue's by Dr. Smith, the University of Chicago's by Dr. Bish. Northeastern University, a hotbed of radical eugenic thought, offered a course by Dr. Kornhauser, who had interned at Cold Spring Harbor. Right, so continuing on page 96. Eugenics rocketed through academia, becoming an institution virtually overnight. By 1914, some 44 major institutions offered eugenic instruction. Within a decade, that number would swell to hundreds, reaching some 20,000 students annually. High schools quickly adopted eugenic textbooks as well. Typical was George William Hunter's high school biology book, published by the nation's largest secondary school book publisher, the American Book Company. Hunter's 1914 textbook, A Civic Biology, presented in problems, echoed many of Davenport's principles. For example, in one passage, Hunter railed against unfit families, spreading disease, immorality, and crime to all parts of the country. His text added, quote, largely for them, the poorhouse and the asylum exist. They take from society, but they give nothing in return. They are true parasites. Before long, the overwhelming majority of high schools employed eugenic textbooks that emphasize clear distinctions between superior families and inferior families. I believe this is what many of our great-grandparents grew up learning and believing. Here's something you may find very interesting. On page 97, a man named Henry Goddard, a psychologist and ardent eugenics crusader who became the movement's leading warrior against the feeble-minded. In New Jersey, in 1906, Goddard was hired to direct the research laboratory at the Vineland Training School for Feeble-Minded Girls and Boys in Vineland, New Jersey. Then in 1913, Goddard published an influential book in the eugenics world, The Kallikak Family, a study in the heredity of feeble-mindedness. In the tradition of the Jukes and the tribal Ishmael, Goddard traced the ancestry, morality, and social menace of a large family he named the Kallikaks. He created a surname by combining the Greek words for beauty and bad. The story of the Kallikaks presented more than just another defective family. Patriarch Martin Kallikak from the Revolutionary War era was actually a splendid eugenic specimen who fathered illustrious line of American descendants by his legitimate and eugenically sound Quaker wife. But Goddard claimed that the same Martin Kallikak had also engaged in an illicit affair with feeble-minded curse. Goddard wrote that bad Kallikaks were feeble-minded, and no amount of education or good environment can change a feeble-minded individual into a normal one, any more than it can change a redhead stock into a black-haired stock. To drive his point home, Goddard included a series of photographs of nefarious-looking and supposedly defective Kallikak family members. These photos had been doctored, darkening and distorting the eyes, mouths, and eyebrows, nose, and other facial features to make the adults and children appear stupid. Although retouching published photos was common during this era, the consistent addition of sinister features allowed Goddard to effectively portray the Kallikaks as mental and social defectives. All right, so let me comment on this section. Do you see where I read that retouching photos was common during this era? This goes to my point in previous videos when I assert that photos have been altered, replaced, etc. Many commenters on my videos believe that historical photos were not able to be manipulated back then. This is far from the truth. Photos had begun being manipulated in the mid-1800s. By the early 1900s, many photographers were very adept at manipulating photos. Anyway, back to Henry Goddard. On page 98, it states, mass sterilization, in Goddard's view, was merely the first step in corralling the feeble-minded. Sterilization did not diminish sexual function, just reproductive capability. His answer, mass incarceration in special colonies. Segregation through colonization seems in the present state of our knowledge to be the ideal and perfectly satisfactory method. On page 99, it states, Goddard coining a new word, moron. It was derived from moros, Greek for stupid and foolish. By 1913, he had taken his new intelligence test and a team of testers to Ellis Island to conduct experiments. American eugenicists long believed that the majority of immigrants, especially brown-haired Irish, Eastern European Jews, and Southeastern Italians, were genetically defective. He explained, it should be noted that the immigration of recent years is of a decidedly different character from the earlier immigration. It is no longer representative of the respective races. It is admitted on all sides that we are now getting the poorest of each race. On page 100, it states, Chicago Municipal Chief Judge Harry Olson, responsible for sentencing prisoners to the House of Corrections, was a revered leader of the eugenics movement. At the time of the House of the Corrections study, he reminded colleagues, quote, we have laid too great importance on the environmental factors and paid too little attention to the problem of heredity, end quote. On the same page, it continues on to say, mental tests applied to blacks led to an article in the Archives of Psychology reporting that when 486 whites and 907 blacks were examined, blacks scored only 3/4 as well as their white counterparts. The article noted that pure blacks tested the lowest, about 60% lower than whites. But as the amount of white blood increased in their ancestry, so did their test scores. It does not seem possible to raise the scholastic attainments of the Negro. It is probable that no expenditure of time or money would accomplish this end, since education cannot create mental power. Then on to page 101, it reads, quote, Harvard psychologist Robert Yerkes was a leading eugenic theorist and a former student of Davenport's. Yerkes was a member of many elite eugenic committees, including a committee on the inheritance of mental traits and the committee on the genetic basis of human behavior. 2 years after helping invent the point scale, Yerkes became president of the American Psychological Association. Europe exploded into the war in 1914. America did not join the fray until 1917, but when it did, Washington struggled to classify more than 3 million drafted and enlisted soldiers. American Psychological Association President Yerkes pleaded for intelligence testing. He gathered Goddard and Stanford University eugenic activist Louis Terman and others to help develop standardized examinations. Working from May to July of 1917 at Goddard's laboratory at the Vineland Training School for Feeble-Minded Girls and Boys in New Jersey, these eugenic psychologists and others jointly developed what they portrayed as scientifically designed Army intelligence tests. These were submitted to the Army and the Surgeon General, soon authorizing mass testing. 2 main tests were devised, the written Army Alpha test for English-speaking literate men, and the pictorial Army Beta test for those who could not read or speak English. The Alpha test multiple choice questions could certainly be answered by sophisticated urbanites familiar with the country's latest consumer products, popular art, and entertainment. Yet, most of America's draftees hailed from unsophisticated rural society. Large numbers of them had never been off the farm. Many came from insular religious families, which disdained theater, slick magazines, and smoking. No matter, the mental capacity of everyone who could read and write was measured by the same pop culture yardstick. Take a look at several examples of these questions provided from the book. The first one says, question, 500 is played with, then possible answers, brackets, pins, cards, dice, correct response, cards. Second one there, it says, question, Becky Sharp appears in, possible answers, Vanity Fair, Romola, The Christmas Carol, Henry V, correct response, Vanity Fair. Next one, question, the Pierce Arrow car is made in, possible answers, Buffalo, Detroit, Toledo, Flint. Correct response, Buffalo. Next question is, Marguerite Clark is known as a, possible answer, suffragist, singer, movie actress, writer. Correct response, movie actress. Next question, Velvet Joe appears in the advertisement for, possible answers, tooth powder, dry goods, tobacco, soap. Correct response, tobacco. All right, so for the last question, it says, hasn't scratched yet, is used in advertising a, possible answers, drink, revolver, flour, cleanser. Correct response, cleanser. All right, so the book goes on to read, Americans and naturalized immigrants who could neither read nor write English were administered the beta picture exam. For example, beta test 6 offered 20 simple sketches with something missing. Fix it, the subject was instructed. He was then expected to pencil in the missing element. Bowling balls were missing from a bowling lane. The center net was subtracted from the tennis court. The incandescent filament was erased from the light bulb. A stamp was missing from a postcard. The upper left diamond was missing from a sketch of the jack of diamonds on a playing card. All right, so moving on to page 102, predictable. Yerkes' results from all three tests identified vast numbers of morons among the eugenically inferior groups, so that Yerkes asserted the Army could not afford to reject all of them and still go to war. It would be totally impossible to exclude all morons, reported Yerkes, because 47% of whites and 89% of Negroes were shown to have a mental capacity below that of a 13-year-old. All right, so let me comment here real quick. We can see that the Army tests, they were rigged in favor of the well-educated, wealthy elite, not the average man that was signing up to be drafted into military service. Remember, there was no social media during those times. To stay up to date with current events and happenings, you would have to have been subscribed to multiple newspapers and magazines and have actually had the time to read them, which most hardworking Americans had very little of. According to the National Center of Education Statistics, the literacy rate in the early 1900s was very low, especially among foreign-born immigrants and Black Americans. All right, so getting back to the book, it says, in 1912, the German psychologist William Stern had begun referring to the original intelligence level as an intelligence age. Stern went further, dividing the intelligence age by the chronological age to create a ratio. In doing so, he coined the term intelligence quotient. In 1916, used the Stanford-Binet test, determined divided mental age by chronological age, and then multiplied by 100. This became the American version of the intelligence quotient. Terman nicknamed it IQ. The moniker became an instant icon of intelligence. Scales and rankings were devised. Those classified below a certain level, 70 scale points, were graded as either morons, imbeciles, or idiots. Feeble-mindedness had now a number. Soon everyone would receive one. Terman knew how such a number would be used. While studying California public school children, he argued, quote, if we would preserve our state for a class of people worthy of possessing it, we must prevent as far as possible the propagation of mental degenerates. Yerkes' work was advanced by another eugenic activist, Princeton psychologist Carl Brigham. A radical raceologist, Brigham analyzed Yerkes' findings for the world at large, casting them as eugenic evidence of Nordic supremacy and the racial inferiority of virtually everyone else. Brigham's 1922 book, A Study of the American Intelligence, published by no less than Princeton University Press, openly conceded that the volume was based on two earlier raceological books, Madison Grant's virulently racist Passing of the Great Race and William Ripley's equally biased Races of Europe. On page 103, it continues, the decline of intelligence is due to two factors, the change in the races migrating to this country and to the additional factor of sending of the lower and lower representatives of each race. The conclusion that our test results indicate a genuine intellectual superiority of the Nordic group over the Alpine and Mediterranean groups. According to Brigham, Negro intelligence was predestined by racial heredity. but could be improved by the greater amount of admixture of white blood. Brigham concluded, according to all the evidence available then, American intelligence was declining and will proceed with an accelerated rate as the racial admixture becomes more and more extensive. The decline in American intelligence will become more rapid than the decline of the intelligence of European national groups, he warned, owing to the presence here of the Negro, he added. The results which we obtained by interpreting the Army data support Mr. Madison Grant's thesis of the superiority of the Nordic type. Quickly, a study of the American intelligence became scientific standard. Shortly after its publication, Brigham adapted the Army Alpha Test for use as a college entrance exam. It was first administered to Princeton freshmen and applicants to Cooper University. Later, the College Board asked Brigham to head a committee to create a qualifying test for other private colleges in the Northeast and eventually across the country. Brigham's effort produced the Scholastic Aptitude Test, administered mainly to upper middle-class white students. The test quickly became known as the SAT and was eventually employed at colleges across the country. Over time, more and more colleges required high school students to take the test and score high enough to qualify for application. The deeply flawed roots of the IQ test, the SAT, and most other American intelligence tests were more than apparent to many thinking people of the period. It became glaringly obvious that the tests were vehicles of cultural exclusion. Poor-scoring Southern Italian immigrants who had not known who the latest Broadway stars were or which brands of flour were popular. They were, however, steeped in the auris of operatic masters and the arts in general, and had discovered the secrets of fine cooking centuries before. Jews who were overwhelmingly scored as moronic were often only literate in Yiddish, but they enjoyed a rich tradition of Talmudic scholarship that debated to abstraction the very essence of life and God's will. Farm boys may not have been aware that Velvet Joe was a cigarette advertising character, but they grasped the intricate agrarian tenets of growing and curing tobacco leaves to produce the perfect smoke. Blacks might not have been able to decipher the reading, writing, and arithmetic denied to them by a discriminatory educational system intent on keeping them illiterate. They may not have been able to comprehend the first thing about tennis nets, bowling lanes, and incandescent light bulbs, but the descendants of men and women ripped from Africa had cultivated a rich oral storytelling tradition, an intense, almost enraptured scriptural quoting religion, and as a group they would originate the revolutionary music that would dominate the 20th century. Okay, so I have two issues here. First of all, Mr. Black, like so many researchers, failed to acknowledge that labeling all people with dark skin as African is ignorant and frankly lazy scholarship. Presently, we know that people with dark skin are present and have been present on all continents with the exception of Antarctica. Secondly, people of color have always dominated music prior to the 20th century, so yeah, missed me on that one. Now, I did warn you in the beginning of this video that I had some issues with this book as it pertained to people of color, aka Black people. All right, so back to the book where it continues on about Black Americans. It goes on to say, perhaps most remarkably, they were smart enough to stay alive in a world where an uppity Black man with too much on the ball or too much spring in his step could be lynched for looking in the wrong direction or asking too many questions. On page 105, it states, in 1929, Brigham finally rejected those scholarly publications that asserted a racial basis for intelligence, including his own. Whether out of shame or embarrassment, the Princeton scholar submitted, quote, comparative studies of various national and racial groups may not be made with existing tests. One of the most pretentious of these comparative racial studies, the writer's own, was without foundation, end quote. There's another quote. It says, meaningful as they were to the history of science, the several quiet recantations were published in obscure medical and scholarly journals. Academia could relish the debate and savor the progress, but the system hewn in stone by the eugenics movement's intelligence warriors has stubbornly remained in place to this day. By the time some scientists saw the folly of their fiction, the politicians, legislators, educators, and social workers who had adopted eugenic intelligence notions as firm science had enacted laws, procedures, systems, and policies to enforce their tenets. Quiet apologies came too late for thousands of Americans who would be chased down by quotants, scales, and derisive labels eugenics had branded upon them. No longer constrained by newness or lack of scientific proof, the eugenic crusade blitzed across America. The weak, the socially maligned, the defenseless, and the scientifically indefensible of America's lowest biological caste would now be sterilized by the thousands, and in some cases, euthanized. All right, so moving on to chapter 6 called The United States of Sterilization. On page 107, it says, quote, during the years bracketing World War I, a potent, if unsound intelligence classification system was taking root. A patchwork of largely inert state sterilization in medicine, science, and higher education were busy expanding the body of eugenic knowledge and evangelizing its tenets. However, the moment had still not arrived for eugenic rhetoric to massively impact the country. During these percolating years, Davenport and Laughlin continued to prepare the groundwork. They knew humanity could not be recreated overnight. They were patient men. All right, so let me comment here. Do you see where Mr. Black states, quote, they knew humanity could not be recreated overnight. They were patient men. This, in my estimation, was the groundwork for our rewritten history. These ardent eugenicists in key positions throughout the country and the world slowly manipulated and strategized their way into changing the United States going forward. Okay, so continuing on to page 107, during the war years, eugenic organizations proliferated in America. Like-minded citizens found ethnic solace and even self-vindication in the idea of biological superiority. The Race Betterment Foundation was among the leading eugenic organizations that sprouted around the country to augment the work at Cold Spring Harbor. The society was founded by yet another wealthy American, Dr. John Harvey Kellogg of Battle Creek, Michigan. Dr. Kellogg was a member of the State Board of Health and operated a healthy sanitarium renowned for its alternative and fanciful food regimens. He had developed for his patients a natural product, a cereal made of wheat flakes. In 1898, Dr. Kellogg's brother, Will, created the cornflake. And in 1906, he began selling it commercially through a company that would ultimately become a cereal giant known as Kellogg Company. In the same year, Dr. Kellogg founded the Race Betterment Foundation to help stop the propagation of defectives. The Race Betterment Foundation attracted some of the most radical elements of the eugenics community. The organization wanted to compile its own eugenic registry, listing the backgrounds of as many Americans as possible. This to augment the one being developed by the Eugenics Record Office. In 1914, Dr. Kellogg organized the first Race Betterment Conference in Battle Creek, Michigan. The conference's purpose was to lay the foundations for the creation of a super race, amid an atmosphere of lavish banquets, stirring calls to biological action, and scientific grandiloquence. We have wonderful new races of horses, cows, pigs, argued Dr. Kellogg. Why should we not have a new and improved race of men? We wanted the white races of Europe to establish a race of human thoroughbreds. Davenport told the Battle Creek conferences that this could be accomplished by working quietly with the heads of state institutions. The superintendents of state institutions, he explained, were very desirous of assistance. All right, folks, just as a side note, this previous statement shows the collusion of these superintendents on behalf of eugenics to further white superiority. Let me ask you, where did it stop? There were people believing this nonsense at all levels of society. Again, this is how we got the false history and education we are given today. Just let that sink in for a minute. Okay, getting back to the book, it states, whatever restraint Laughlin used in his formal writings was absent from his speeches to the eugenic vanguard. Laughlin boldly put the Battle Creek gathering on notice, quote, to purify the breeding stock of the race at all costs is the slogan of eugenics, end quote. His three-pronged program was based on sterilization, mass incarceration, and sweeping immigration restrictions. Okay, sorry for chiming in again so soon. However, based on what I just read, it occurred to me that we have mass incarceration and immigration restrictions going on today. I guess the plan is still in place, right? All right, so getting back to the book, it says, at the second Race Betterment Conference held the next year, ERO Scientific Director Irving Fisher, a Yale University economist, was equally blunt. Quote, gentlemen and ladies, end quote, Fisher sermonized. Quote, you have not any idea unless you have studied the subject mathematically, how rapidly we could exterminate this contamination if we really got at it, or how rapidly the contamination goes on if we do not get at it. All right, moving on to page 109. Eugenic extremism enjoyed layer upon layer of scientific veneer, not only because eminent scholars enunciated its doctrine and advanced its solutions, but also by virtue of its numerous respected research bodies. The Eugenics Record Office had inaugurated a board of scientific directors in December of 1912. The board was initially comprised of Davenport, plus eminent Harvard neuropathologist E.E. Southard, Alexander Graham Bell, and renowned Johns Hopkins University pathologist William Welsh. Welsh enjoyed impeccable qualifications. He had served as both the first scientific director of the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research and as a trustee of the Carnegie Institution. Moreover, before and during his term on the ERO's scientific board, Welsh was also elected president of the American Association for the Advancement of Sciences, the American Medical Association, and the National Academy of Science. Understandably, Laughlin and Davenport felt only fitting that he should serve as chairman of the ERO's board of scientific directors. Among the biological issues the board identified as vital were the, quote, consequences of marriages between distinct races, miscegenation, end quote. And again, another quote, the study of America's most effective bloodlines, end quote, as well as restricting the strains that require state care. The board also sought to examine the ancestral caliber of immigrants being allowed into the country. And feeble-mindedness took the spotlight. Several key regions of the East Coast were targeted for investigation. Perhaps the most militant of the eugenic research bodies was the Eugenics Research Association, created in June of 1913 at Cold Spring Harbor. The body was determined to escalate its research into legislative and administrative action and public propaganda for the causes of eugenics, raceology, and the Nordic race supremacy. As such, the Eugenics Research Association brought together America's most esteemed eugenic medical practitioners, the field's most respected university professors, the movement's most intellectual theorists, and the nation's most rabid eugenic racists. Only 51 charter members created the ERA, and its ranks did not exceed 500 in the later years. Those 51 charter members included men and women from the senior echelons of psychology, such as Yerkes and Adolf Mayer. Later, Goddard, Brigham, Durham, and other intelligence measurement authorities would join up. Professors from the medical schools and life science departments of Harvard, Columbia, Yale, Emory, Brown, and Johns Hopkins were counted among the ranks. All right, again, I'm going to chime in real quick. Did you hear that list of prominent institutions? These professors were instructing and preaching eugenics to the future lawyers, judges, doctors, politicians, teachers of the United States, and to foreign students who, after graduating, took this information back to their countries. All right, so back to the book, it says, two race hatred fanatics, Madison Grant and Lothrop Stoddard, achieved leadership roles within the organization. Grant was internationally known for his bestseller, The Passing of the Great Race, which promoted Nordic whites as a superior race. Grant's book, revered by eugenicists, lamented that America had been infested by a large and increasing number of weak, the broken, and the mentally crippled of all races drawn from the lowest stratum of the Mediterranean basin and the Balkans, together with hordes of the wretched, submerged populations of the Polish ghetto. Grant called these human flotsam. Stoddard would write an equally belligerent bestseller, published by Scribner's, entitled The Rising Tide of Color Against the White World Supremacy. Harvard-educated Stoddard defiantly summarized his science in these words, quote, "You cannot make bad stock into good, any more than you can turn a cart horse into a hunter by putting it into a fine stable, or making a mongrel into a fine dog by teaching it tricks." Okay, I'm going to wrap up this video very soon. I just wanted to cover a few more topics to really bring it home. I want to show you how eugenics was able to flourish and become the basis for changing the United States going forward from this time period. All right, on to page 112, it states, in 1912, shortly before the Eugenics Record Office installed its board of scientific directors, the New York State Legislature had created the Rockefeller Foundation, which boasted fabulous assets. John D. Rockefeller donated $35 million the first year and $65 million more the next year. Shy and intensely private, the oil heir seemed to enjoy corresponding with Davenport about sundry eugenic topics. On January 27, 1912, using his personal 26 Broadway stationery, the young Rockefeller wrote Davenport a letter about a plan to incarcerate feeble-minded criminal women for an extra length of time so they would, quote, be kept from perpetuating their kind until after the period of childbearing had been passed. Then it goes on to say, big money made all the difference for eugenics. Indeed, biological supremacy, raceology, and the coercive eugenic battle plans were just talk until those ideas married into American affluence. With that affluence came the means and the connections to make eugenic theory an administrative reality. Mrs. Harriman, the railroad heiress, wielded great power. When she made a request to New York state officials, it was difficult for them to say no. Davenport's proposed county surveys in search of the unfit, for example, were implemented by state officials. Eugenic agencies were established, often bearing innocuous names. Robert Hebard, Secretary of the State of New York State Board of Charities, reported to Mrs. Harriman that, quote, our eugenics bureau is known officially as the Bureau of Analysis and Investigation, end quote. And describing the agency's work, Hubbard's letter reflected the usual eugenic parlance. The study of groups of defective individuals is so closely related to the welfare of future generations that the lessons drawn from the histories of abnormal families can prevent the continuance of conditions which foster social evils, end quote. He added that, to this end, the records of some 300,000 people had already been tabulated in 24 of New York State's counties. Hubbard promised to coordinate his agency's work with privately financed eugenic field surveys. In Rock County, under your direction, he deferentially added, permit me to say that it is gratifying to know your deep interest in this branch of work of the State Board of Charities. Another such agency was organized that became known as the National Committee on Prison and Prison Labor, first organized in 1910 by the New York State Department of Labor to investigate the exploitation of convict manufactured goods. 4 years later, the body changed its name amid a widening of its activities. Judge Olson, the stalwart eugenic activist who also directed the Municipal Court of Chicago Psychopathic Laboratory, steered his colleagues on the prison committee to create similar municipal psychopathic labs to document hereditary criminality in their cities. The New York Police Department did indeed establish a psychopathic laboratory for eugenic investigations, utilizing eugenics record office field workers supplied by Mrs. Harriman. Davenport himself headed up the prison's group's special committee on eugenics, which was established, quote, to get at the hereditary factors in antisocial behavior with the aid of a careful family history, end quote. Prisoners at Sing Sing were the first to be examined by Davenport's researchers under a year-long joint project with the Eugenics Record Office, page 115. There was no way for the public to know if a seemingly unrelated government agency was actively pursuing a eugenic agenda. The United States Department of Agriculture maintained an active role in America's eugenic movement by virtue of its quasi-official domination of the American Breeders Association. Various Department of Agriculture officials either sponsored or officially encouraged eugenic research. Agriculture Department meetings went beyond the bounds of simple agronomy. They often encompassed human breeding as well. On November 14, 1912, Professor C.L. Goodrich at the Washington office of the Department of Agriculture was asked by a colleague in the USDA's Columbia, South Carolina office whether two Negro siblings, both with 6 fingers on each hand, should be brought to the ABA meeting at the National Corn Exposition for eugenic evaluation. Professor Goodrich, who controlled the presentations of the ABA's eugenic section, replied a few days later, "Have the children brought. I will put them on the program for a paper before the eugenics section." Then it goes on to say on January 3rd, 1913, Davenport wrote George W. Core at the USDA in Washington asking, quote, "If not too late, please add 2 titles to the eugenics program. One of these would be Davenport's own last-minute entry, quote, a biologist's view of the Southern Negro problem," end quote. Then moving on further down the page, it says, Secretary of Agriculture James Wilson doubled as president of the ABA. At the group's 1913 convention, he rallied the forces. In his presidential address, Wilson declared, quote, "You have developed in your eugenics section a great experiment station and institution of research with a splendid building called the Eugenics Record Office. Your laboratory material is the heredity that runs through the veins of the good, bad, and the indifferent families of our great country, assembling the genetic data of thousands of families, making records of the very souls of our people, of the very life essence of our racial blood. Those families which have in them degenerate blood will have new reason for more slowly increasing their kind. Those families in whose veins runs the blood of royal efficiency will have added reason for the pride which will induce them to multiply their kind," end quote. Please keep in mind, folks, President Wilson ran this country for 8 years, and this is the kind of thought process he had. So yeah, scary. And trust me, folks, he wasn't sitting on his hands those 8 years. He was busy furthering his agenda, making sure the right, or should I say the white families were multiplying. All right, so moving on January 3rd, 1913, former President Theodore Roosevelt wrote Davenport, quote, "I agree with you that society has no business to permit degenerates to reproduce their kind. Someday we will realize that the prime duty, the inescapable duty of the good citizen of the right type is to leave his or her blood behind in the world, and that we have no business to permit the perpetuation of citizens of the wrong type," end quote. See, I'm sure you all thought Teddy was a great guy, but yeah, this is what he was thinking. It's just like many things we don't cover in our education. Unfortunately, our history has been written to glorify our leaders, regardless of what they thought or did. And what happens is we end up scratching our heads after history, wondering, everything's great, how do we end up where we are? Now, so, hey, there's nothing in this country, everything's perfect. Well, that's because you're probably of the privileged class. For many of us, that's not the case. All right, so moving on to the book, it says, Dr. Ada Comstock, president of Radcliffe College, declared publicly, quote, eugenics is the greatest concern of the human race. The development of civilization depends on it, end quote. Dr. Albert Wiggum, an author and leading member of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, pronounced his belief, quote, had Jesus been among us, he would have been president of the first eugenic Congress, page 118. All right, lastly on page 118, it states, while many of America's elite exalted eugenics, the original Galtonian eugenicists in Britain were horrified by the sham science they saw thriving in the United States and taking root in their own country. In a merciless 1913 scientific paper written on behalf of the Galton Laboratory, British scientist David Heron publicly excoriated the American eugenics of Davenport, Laughlin, and the Eugenics Record Office. Using the harshest possible language, Heron warned against, quote, certain recent American work which has been welcomed in this country as of first-class importance, but the teaching of which we hold to be fallacious and indeed actually dangerous to social welfare, end quote. His accusations, quote, careless presentation of data, inaccurate methods of analysis, irresponsible expression of conclusions, and rapid change of opinion, end quote. Heron lamented further, when we find such teaching based on the flimsiest of theories and on the most superficial of inquiries proclaimed in the name of eugenics, and spoken of as entirely splendid work, we feel that it is not possible to use criticism too harsh, nor words too strong in repudiation of advice which, if accepted, must mean the death of eugenics as a science, end quote. All right, so basically to summarize the last paragraph, there were British eugenicists that believed in the original theory of Galtonian eugenics, but they wholeheartedly disagreed with the non-scientific methods used to derive the bogus theories and conclusions American eugenicists were teaching and using to demonize people. Finally, on page 120, it reads, the millions of Mrs. Harriman, relic of the great railroad promoter, assisted by other millions of Rockefeller and Carnegie, are to be devoted to sterilization of several hundred thousands of American defectives annually as a matter of eugenics. It is true that we don't yet know all of the millions of our plutocracy can do to the common folks. We see that our moneyed plutocrats can own the governments of whole states, override constitutions, maintain private armies to shoot down men, women, and children, and railroad innocent men to life imprisonment for murder or lesser crimes. And if we submit to such things, we ought not be surprised if they undertake to sterilize all those who are obnoxious to them. All right, so I wanted to bring this information to your attention so you can see and understand what's going on in the United States and abroad to shape our society. What is truly sad is you would never get this vital information in any of our educational institutions. Why? Because they are still espousing this nonsense. It has infiltrated and influenced all of our institutions. As you heard in this video, this information was taught in schools. Our grandparents were presented with this junk science and philosophy in their classrooms, in their homes, via textbooks, magazines, newspapers, and journals. It was often legitimized and promoted by presidents, the military, congressional members, governors, and state and local governments. The information was taught via university and high school curriculum and virtually spread by anyone that felt like they wanted to bully others. There is so much more information in this book, as I mentioned. It's over 600 pages. This book is very accessible. I utilized the Kindle version for this video. If you want an even deeper understanding, I recommend you get this book. I really wanted to go more in depth with the information. However, I didn't want to lose you. My main goal was to break this information down like a police investigation. Any basic investigation will reveal who, what, when, where, and how something happened. So what I did was show you who was responsible for our rewritten history, what they did to accomplish the task, when it came to fruition, where it was taught worldwide, and how it was spread and used to manipulate not only the United States, but the world as we know it today. As I mentioned earlier in the video, the information in this book was carefully documented. I would dare to say there were approximately 100 pages in the back of this book dedicated to where this information was sourced. There are also several pages of interesting photos. Do me a favor, folks, please comment and let me know what you think. Also, please stay in the next video. Hopefully it won't take as long to create the next one. That said, pull your socks off. So please like, subscribe, the notification bell so you won't miss any of my upcoming videos. Thank you for watching. Peace, love, and truth.
Strong, strong, strong.
Shot straight up. say, man, I think you know, a lot of you guys has been around for a while. You know, we talk about a lot of the stuff. We show in different levels. The brother was definitely had the visuals. It's definitely dope, man. He does great work. Together some great videos, man. And once again, he definitely breaks down when they try to use African American and they even, you know, the term black was used a lot, of course, and that's used a lot. But it's also written back in time. As you've seen, it would be colored, right? And we talked about copper colored and who that pertains to and all these different things, right? So when we talk about the disfranchising of the American Negro, the copper color races of people here, American Aborigines, you know, and how these people did it, you know, this was definitely more than scratching the surface into that. And we're gonna definitely get we're gonna talk about it a little bit deeper. Like I said, not only the eugenic side of it, how this is all still tied into. So I asked the question earlier, right? I just need to just press go. If you guys still believe that this is still working and it's just formed, and I said Planned Parenthood, but just this whole mindset within the legal system, within the education system, within every institution has this been planted. Because once again, when we talk about the Carnegies, right? And all the things that the endowments from the kids stuff and all the libraries, all the stuff we talk about, the Rockefellers and the Ford Foundation and all these people. Now, here's the thing. We know for sure that there is a CIA connection with these foundations. That's not up for debate, okay? We're going to get into a lot more of the stuff or whatever, but we wanted to, because I know a lot of times the Pan Boo Boos be like, why you guys, so I heard them say today, why you guys have all this smoke for us and you got no smoke for them? You guys are in the way. We're not bothering you guys. We coming for these people. We don't have a problem. Well, we didn't until you guys literally start caping and blocking the progression, right? Of progress. You guys have been enemies of progression. You know what I'm saying? And that's just unacceptable. And all the other things that you guys are attempting to do, it's just treasonous, treacherous. And so, you know, that's the problem. It wouldn't be a problem if you little niggas wouldn't get stepped on if you wouldn't get in the way to get stepped on. You know what I'm talking about? And that's what y'all doing. Y'all getting in the way and y'all getting stepped on. Okay? So I'm gonna get back to y'all. Gonna stay focused on these people. Now, said names. Now, once again, I remember when Dr. Leonard Jeffries talked about getting $500,000 from the Carnegies, right, to produce roots. It's not what I said. It's what he said out of his mouth, right? It's what he said out of his mouth. It's not what I say. It's what he said out of his mouth. Now, here's the problem. A lot of times people say, well, these the stories, you know, you can get it in these different libraries and stuff like that. Well, of course, as you've seen, like not only the libraries here were burnt down, the libraries were burnt down other places. And the same people that rewrote history here rewrote history all over the world. Now, this is all lining up with the phonetic science that they funded. So the Rockefellers, for instance, Carnegies, the Fords, and all these other Slavonic people who came here originally were not speaking English, okay? It's a Germanic, Indo-European speaking Slavs, period. I know it hurts, okay? And now, what's interesting about this video, right, and we talk about this as well, how did they get in power, right? Now, if you set up a system and you say, well, within this system, you've got to have these tests, right, to vote, to be in this position of power, right? You have to go through this predominantly pale universities that we know were created by eugenicists, by people who were racist, who were part of a system, right? Now, it's I know, like, one of the parts that we talk about, like, we wasn't even trying to go sign up. We'd still like that today, but like, go down there and sign up for these people things. Nah, we wasn't doing that, and our people wasn't doing that, and they wasn't getting the memo. But at the same time, these people were still pushing policies with or without the consent of our people. And they still are, with or without the consent of the majority of the American people. So this stuff is still happening today, live and well. The sterilization, the forced sterilization of people that they feel that's feeble-minded is still happening today, legally, in the United States of America, yeah. Who they deem to be feeble-minded. They also, if feeble-minded people have children that they haven't sterilized, will take a baby at the hospital. These are the guys, man. It's Hulk Yost and a DJ. Nora, Aru, M. Brown. See my brother in there, Mr. Brooklyn, aka Aboriginal King, is tapped in. Brooklyn is in the building. Yeah, the Garfield Rule is in the building. Queens is tapped in. Original Skywalker's tapped in. I don't think all American Aborigines, man. Hey, I know y'all, I know this is tricky. Once again, we got to talk about it. Talk about the time periods, like, you know, the brother was hitting on all cylinders when we talk about after Reconstruction. Now, it's interesting how they push slavery, right? Jim Crow era and stuff is after 1865, after the Emancipation Proclamation, which is literally, you guys, your children turn 18 and now they're independent. That is the Emancipation Proclamation. Now, when we talk about this term enslavement, when it pertains to the American Aborigines, the American Indian, the American Negro, has been misclassified as Negro and Blacks and African Americans, right? As it pertains to us, we are, damn it, I lost we are, when it pertains to slavery, enslavement, right? It is fake. We're families. Family means a house of slaves, a house of servants. So they love these CIA operatives in the Pan-Boo-Boo community, love using the word enslavement, as well as African descent, which is the note of, right? All this is all tied together. We talk about eugenics. We talk about the theory of evolution, right? That means that, right? Evolution, man, evolving from a monkey, right? And you walked out of Africa as the out of Africa hypothesis. You cannot have the out of Africa hypothesis. You cannot have the out of Africa hypotheses, right? They are one and the same without having the theory of evolution. I think it's really interesting that people that don't believe in the monkey talk, but they absolutely believe in the out of Africa hypotheses, right? With no evidence. And they always want us to provide evidence, right? And they have none. Okay? No evidence. Family, house of servants, generational wealth. That's what we had. And they abolished that. And they made us cheer for the abolitionists and all these other people that abolished our generational wealth and our family businesses in the South. Speculative check. You know what? I want to get a song in real fast. And I want to pull up that first. Just want to run through these things real fast.
before we open up the panel, right? Got a few things. Like I said, we want to link up eugenics. We're seeing how eugenics has erased American history. You guys, American history, just don't put a color scheme on it. You know what I mean? Erased Aboriginal American history. You know what I mean? We're going to get more into Cointelpro as it relates to Pan-Africanism. Now we've seen who you know, Carnegies and all other people who are the hidden hands behind these people. Now, it's no doubt when we say they have endowments and they have funding from the Carnegies and they have funding from these different groups, right? That it's not connected to the CIA, right? So it's not a part of the COINTELPRO Operation Black Program, Ghetto Informant Program, GIP, and all these other things. It is. It's not for debate, as you guys are about to see. Now, hold on, let me get into this. Shout out to all American Evolution, man. Let's go. One second, man. Shout out to my OG. Get this thing real fast, man. Matter of fact, let's get this. Let's do this first.
Freestyle. What the fuck you need? Yo, I inhale a weed. Yeah, what they telling me? What they telling me? What they telling me? Yeah, what that fella need? What that heifer need? Can't get caught with these. What are those felonies? Look, trying to keep the hood straight with they fellow needs. Look, when I made it back safe, I just fell on knees. Thank the Lord for the hustle that just fell on me. In these streets, I'm trying my hardest not to fell on knees. Keep a popper and some paper for my bell on me. If I have to pop, I pray my blink don't fell on me. Ain't gonna tell me when they come and they gon' bell on me. Every time them hoes get caught, they gon' tell on me. There's a lot of people out here wishing hell on me. Niggas ratting law enforcement got they trail on me. Cause they know that I got something that's for sale on me. Nothing heavy, private stock, just some mellow weed. Just mellow weed. Mellow weed. Make you say ooh la la when you inhale weed. You can tell I keep that Zod cause it smell on me. Probably why these pretty bitches wanna smell on me. I don't sweat up seed, I just let her be. I might call her something that start with the letter B. I just let her see, you'll never be. Just be all that you can be, never me. I can sell a key, I can sell a pea. Make the bankers lemonade, I can sell a pea. Got a big old ass shaking like it's Jello seed. Every time they see me with her, I smell jealousy. Built like Meg the Stallion, but she got some better needs. Got a gossiping and looking for some better tea. Find you something else to talk about instead of me. I'm just trying to find a plug with some better fees. I'm just trying to hit a plug with some cheddar cheese. Catch me whipping up another, I got recipes. I be whipping up that butter like a yellow tea. Catch me cooking like my mother in a yellow tea. I got stripes like a zebra in a referee. I gave everybody a slice and say the rest for me. I got 40 dead homies, may they rest in peace. I'm still praying for their families, may they rest in peace. I can't give you everything, this is just a piece. There's a big storm brewing, this is just a peek. 10,000 new followers, it's been just a week. She been fucking everything, she's just a freak. I ain't have to say a thing, open sesame. Something strange for some change, get it neck to me. I ain't have to pay a thing, got the neck for free. Pussy fat and fuzzy, man, like a nectarine. When she giving up that neck, I'ma name her nectarine. In my phone, under neck, get that nectarine. I proposed to the neck, made that neck a queen. I got married to the neck, gave that neck a ring. If the neck disrespect, get that neck a ring. Where you at? Bring the check and the neck to me. Where is destiny? That's my destiny. If I had an eye on my knee, bet my legacy. Legacy, get it? Legacy. If I had an eye on my knee, bet my legacy. Legacy, yep, legacy. Ask them what my real name, they say Lester C. Yep, Lester C. Yep, Lester C. Yep, I done seen more than most Nas, Lester C.
It's my OG felonies. Dropping soon, yeah. I've been working on a few things, man. So peace to the guys, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. Original Purple Panthers, Free Jazzy Tuck. It's the GOAT. Got the CEO in the building. Hey, can you pull up the first one just pull them up in the chronological order I sent them to. Now, you guys, like I said, I know a lot of people need receipts. Just us having these conversations. Like I said, I was having a conversation earlier. I know we might get into that tonight. I know you guys want to talk about this eugenic video, and I know you guys want to talk about what we're about to present now. It's really interesting. It's an interesting dynamic to me, right? That if you ask these guys, do they rock with the immortal Steve Coakley, rest in paradise to him, right? They'll be like, yeah, you know what I mean? And I didn't see them having any objection to Grandmaster Todd Street-Bey, who's in their face, told them about the Cointelpro operations that's been working with them, with amongst us. You guys know this is just facts. And a lot of you guys have been in these organizations, and now you can think about some of the inner things and now the things that we know now with the Freedom of Information Act, once you guys are about to see. This information is out and it cannot be denied. So, linking this up, okay, we know that we're going to been proven that it was started by these people when we're talking about Melvin Hershkovich and Boaz and these people who were funded by these guys right here to push this eugenic, racist, un-American, you guys, it's not American, propaganda while rewriting history. So once again, shout straight up, man. That was a dope video. You know, we talk about a lot of the Library of Congress and the National Archives. But think about all the churches with all our records and things that were burnt down, flooded, homes that people, you know, houses and all the valuable artifacts and things, pictures and stuff like that. Then for them to turn around and whitewash things, I think it's really interesting, especially when we know that it was important for these people to do that. Shout out to Nike, Lil Yos Rios, man, for supporting the channel. Appreciate you guys, man. Sagittarius, piece of God, man. Do us a favor, man. Share this on all your social media platforms, man. Hodge Online. Yeah, I wouldn't have blocked you, bro, over anything like that, Hodge Online. So, if you guys, man, let's don't try not to censor, as people are being just super disrespectful. You know what I mean? For difference of opinion, because ultimately our job is to change the minds and hearts of our people, man, who have been indoctrinated. You know what I mean? So I definitely, I don't want to have any more conversations about who we are. I think that's very disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? So anytime that Pam Boo Boo's having any conversations, I think you guys have enough ammunition and things to ask them about, as far as them trying to clear these things up right here, as it pertains to their activities pertains to Cointelpro. So you guys want to promo in real fast. CT Finesse. Next up, St. Louis.
Break to the trap, guys, I'm protected. This is GPs. Break to the trap, guys, I'm protected. While I feed streets. Boss homie threw me my first package, and he said, make what you can. Turned to 28 to 56, came back and hit his hands. You always pay the plug, that showed you love, that shit make you a man. Put on your plug, you niggas dumb, you still ain't cross, let me understand. I got the phone way at the text, so I went right back and got the A. Got it going like it's a race, damn, don't you run some Dosey K. How I blinking, had them thinking I've been out here moving weight. You start flexing and finessing, pussy boys supposed to hate you. Flicky on me when we meet up, ain't no lacking, concentrate. Can't throw me off thinking we cool, I know how goofy niggas play. The closest to you, try to do you, try to knock you out the way. Sitting on the guy, they think it's safe, sitting on the guy, he relocate. I used to break down 28 just to keep my money straight. My real trappers, they relate. Tell the nut, smoke out the shake. How much you got, I'm on the way. Don't take too long, no, I won't wait. I coach them up, draw up the plays. I'm getting paid and getting laid. I went from G's to P's. Yeah. Bitch, I went from G's to P's. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Pray to the trap guys, I'm protected. It's the G's to P's. Pray to the trap guys, I'm protected. While I feed the streets.
Inc. What up, though? All right. Just gonna go through this real fast, you guys. This comes from book. It just goes. We're gonna go to the title of the book. White Malice. Hold on 1 second. Can you make that a little bigger? All right. Yeah. Go. So, links and stuff here. But this is called White Malice. This book's called White Malice, right? And this is a brief history of the CIA's effort to infiltrate Africa by funding an elaborate network of non-profit goodwill organizations. In the early days of the Cold War, the CIA launched journals, concerts, and co-opted high-profile African-American non-governmental organizations, NGOs, right? The absence of a goodwill communique from America to the All African People's Conference in Accra had been noted with regret by the delegates. Then, just before the final session, a message arrived from Vice President Nixon. He had been advised of the bad impression created by America's silence and was seeking to put this right. Even so, one of the American delegates described the telegram as a lukewarm statement, quite out of keeping with the spirit of the conference. In any case, this telegram arrived too late. The hard-working committees did not have time to read it out. However, the U.S. had, in fact, been well represented throughout the conference in covert and unforeseen ways. Say this again, in covert and unforeseen ways. Okay. This is Nixon before he became president. He was running this, scheme on Africa. Right? Like I said, the book is called White Malice. Right? It says nearly 40 Americans went to Akron in December of 1958. African Americans. Now we know that it wasn't called African Americans there, so we understand that this article was writing that term back at this time. And white Americans in fairly equal numbers. Some of them attended as individuals in their own right, such as the civil rights activist Congressman Charles Diggs Jr. of Detroit. Others represented non-governmental organizations. Yep. Such as, check this out. Such as the African American Institute. I'll say this again. Such as the African American Institute. The American Society of African Culture. Have you guys heard of these? The Harlem, is that where? Okay. The Harlem-based United African Nationalist Movement. The Quaker organization, right? They all the Quaker organizations, by the way. I think that's interesting. Known as the American Friends Service Committee, the American Committee on Africa, the American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations, right? AFL and the CIO, right? And the Association Negro Press. Negro Press, okay? 1958. Although they all shared an interest in Africa, they came from varied backgrounds and had different political points of view. Now, you guys gotta understand they had been trying to infiltrate Africa with this program since the 1940s, right? And it was always rejected. And they just wasn't feeling it. They wouldn't, like, the people over there wasn't feeling people trying to tell them who they were. The point is, right, that even if some of these groups had good intentions going in, they were infiltrated. This is according to their documents, that they started taking funding from these endowments and stuff like that. So here's our point. Regardless if these guys, whether it's Leonard Jeffries, Dr. John Henry Clark, which from reports that he advocated to the CIA, like he went to Langley, Virginia to get his funding, you know what I'm saying, from these people. So I don't know, once again, by us exposing this, hopefully the pan-boo-boos now who are still pushing the same agenda on our people will stop doing it. Okay? Pan-Africanism is dead. Dead. It's over, you guys. So, my bad. My bad. Sheesh. Where we at? Dang. Those who were the crewmembers, whatever that is, personal friends, had a history of involvement in the Council of African Affairs, which had been created in 1937. Hold on, let me make sure we got it. 1937. Okay. in the U.S. as a way of supporting the struggle against colonialism and racism in Africa. Okay. Its headquarters were at Sinap Studios in Harlem in New York City. The first executive director was Dr. Reggie Dobbs Flag, was Max Jurgen, an American intellectual who had been amongst the first Black YMCA missionaries in South Africa. Horrified by racism of South Africa, he had eschewed the more mainstream civil rights organizations in favor of communism. Hold on. Gets better. In the council, he worked closely with Paul Robeson. Other members included Islander Robeson, W.E.B. Du Bois, Shirley Graham, Adam Clayton Powell Jr., Ralph Bunchy, and William Hunton, okay, Alphasis, whatever, okay, a former professor at Howard University. Now, you guys, I don't know about y'all, right? But I think we could just stop right now. It's, but I got more. Really do. Really got more. Okay. I just think this is crazy. That this is basic stuff. This is not like real hard research that you have to find. This is basic knowledge, right? So as the council published the monthly which shone a spotlight on injustices in Africa with articles by scholars including Du Bois and Hunton. Remember, these people are students of Hershoviks. These people are Boule members who, for instance, Du Bois believed in the talented 10th and looked down on people. Y'all know. And that whole Dr. Cosby, the Huxtable stuff, all these things or whatever. But once again, still today, we could go back and see how this, from his time period, we have a net gain. We've taken L's since this time period. You say 100 years from now, right? Now, going back to 1877, right, to the First World War, we understand with things, especially in the sort of the turn of the century, putting these people in the position, having these people in the position of power that had to, it took strategic planning, right? And so once again, we're gonna dive, not tonight, we don't have time tonight to dive deeper into the disfranchisement of the American Negro. See what I'm saying? Because it's documented what these people did to put themselves in this position. But a lot of it's hocus pocus, if that makes sense. Hocus pocus. And it's still maintained to continue the social political structure. And the words that we're allowing people to use to describe us, to put us in this social stratosphere, right, is the reason why they're maintaining their power structure. And so this is what we're fighting against, you guys. So let's get back to it. The council created a successful public profile, right, and organized mass meetings, including rallies attended by tens of thousands in Madison Square Garden and Abyssinian Baptist Church in Harlem. The Nkrumah participated in a conference in 1944, organized by the council to project an international program for the post-war liberation of Africa. Now, they wasn't just talking political stuff to get people into the Madison Square Garden. So they were using the hottest Beyoncés and Jay-Z's of that time, and our greatest musicians and ball players, Probus, and all these other people, to usher our people into these places, or people who had excelled at high levels, you know, doctors and lawyers, people that were in the Jet magazine and stuff like that or whatever. All this stuff is all playing, guys. So I think it's really interesting. It says Jurgen was ousted as executive director in 1948. He had become openly anti-communist, and from 1952 started to collaborate with the FBI against the council. I gotta say that again. In 1952, this fool started collaborating with the FBI against the council. By then, the council had become a casualty of the Cold War. The House UN American Activities Committee accused members of the council of being communists and pointed to the fact that some, like Paul Robeson, had visited the Soviet Union. In 1954, executive director Hunton Hunton was subpoenaed to appear before a grand jury and was forced to surrender all the council's documents relating to their communications with the African National Congress of South Africa. The council, effectively crippled by the investigations of the HUAC, was dissolved in 1955. Meanwhile, Hunton served 6 months in prison for refusing to reveal the names of the contributors of the Civil Rights Bail Fund. Jurgen, who had been working with the FBI, was named as communist and called to appear before the House Un-American Activities Committee. There, he disowned his earlier political convictions, vigorously denying any willing association with communism. His biographer, David Henry Anthony III, refers to the relentless, still largely secret pressures to which he and his family were subjected by the intelligence community. Only Jurgen himself and those who convinced him to turn knew precisely what forced his hand. It is not to be found in the Jurgen's papers, observes Anthony. Okay, quote, it is hinted at his FBI file, however, were among bulldozering and redacted documents lie the traces of betrayal or vengeance or other emotional-laden acts by which sensitive material was leaked to the Bureau. It is likely, adds Anthony, that Jurgen feared not only for himself, but also for his children, for whom he was willing to sacrifice anything and everything. Smells fishy to me. The Council on African Affairs had taken a position of active political and practical support for African liberation. Now, y'all know, a lot of our people don't know nothing about no goddamn African liberation, and these fools running around here doing all this weird ass shit. How about some African liberation? We don't know nothing about no Africa, right? Okay. When the Council on African Affairs was dissolved, it left a substantial and significant gap in American society that, from the point of view of the CIA, needed to be filled safely by individuals who were not susceptible to communism. Oh, wait. When I said that I thought it was fishy, you guys, like right before the paragraph, right before this, Jurgen spelled like CIA to me the whole time. Spelled like CIA to me. Like, what niggas know about some communism and all this other stuff? You know what I'm saying? So now here to go. Not the CIA is like they just like replace people and put people in these positions. That's how I'm reading this. I don't know how you guys read it. This is how I'm reading this. And they're talking about put people in these positions that safely won't be sympathetic to communism. Wait. What do you mean put people safely in these positions? That's crazy talk to me, right? It says the Council on African Affairs had taken a position of active political and practical support for African liberation. A stance not adopted by African American institutes. Or to say that again? A stance not adopted by the African American Institute. Wait a minute. I missed that. Yeah, I got that part. Right there, didn't I? Yeah. We talking about these fools right here. And the African American Institute didn't adopt that stance, which sent members to the All African People's Conference in Accra in 1958. Remember that one, CIA? And the AA had been established in 1953 by a multiracial group of academics and by businessmen with powerful mining interests in Central Africa. So these guys, right, in collaborations with the robber barons, the people that are going into, so they're using niggas and all this cultural brotherhood and boo, goodwill bullshit, but they were really going over there to steal mines, steal resources. Okay, got it. Terrible. Terrible. The academics included Horace Mann Bond, who had been president of Lincoln University when Nkrumah was a student there, right? In 1951, 6 years after Nkrumah had left the U.S. for Britain, Bond conferred on him the honorary degree of Doctor of Fuck Nigga. I'm sorry. Wait a minute, Doctor of Laws. Bond went to Accra for Ghana's independence ceremony, and he also attended the AAPC the following year. By then, he was the dean of Atlanta University and been forced to resign from Lincoln University in 1957 because of concerns about his management. Okay? You guys with me? I was hanging in there. See what y'all talking about. Hanging in there. Everybody good? Yeah. Tyron Lue. Terrible. Certified is in the building. Royal Bloodline. Yeah, man, we cooking. Hey, I am not finished. I promise. I am not finished. Sorry. Yeah. They asked for it. The stated aim of the AAI was to establish closer bonds between the peoples of Africa and the United States. Now, I thought it was interesting, right, that they would be talking about a memorandum 46 leaked, and it was like keep niggas away from niggas in Africa. At the same time, when they're actively funding, put niggas, and culturally link niggas to Africa, right? Because they were trying to stop, what they're saying, the rise of communism. So a lot of this stuff is redacted because they're using what is called national security. So they're saying, well, we're going to redact these things so you can have 300,000 pages or something, and it's redacted. You're only getting so much information, right? Redacted is blacked out. organized scholarship programs, teacher placements in Africa, and a variety of lecture, information, and visitors services. The AAI headquarters were in New York City, y'all remember that, where it had plush offices at 345 East 46th Street, only a 4-minute walk from the UN General Assembly. Been there, which facilitates access to the United Nations delegates and events. It also had an office in Washington, D.C., centrally located at 1234. And you know these guys are definitely funded by these folks. You guys stop it. Definitely. Now, we already know they are, so it's not for debate, but that's what they're doing. Okay, I see. 12th Street and an office in Accra. It published a monthly magazine, Africa Special Report, later Africa Report, which was edited by Bob Keith. But the AAI was not what it seemed. Is that right? This fact emerged in 1967, less than 10 years after the AAPC in Accra, when the Washington Post revealed on February 26 that a number of American organizations were fronts created by the Central Intelligence Agency and were funded secretly through an array of pass-through channels and foundations. One of these fronts was the AAI. Fresco. Hey, Rob Boy, these your people? These your people? Hey, the exposure of the CIA was picked up by the Radical magazine Ramparts and the Saturday Evening Post, which fleshed out the details. Like electricians tracing out the underground wiring of complicated circuits, reports one journalist in 1969. Newsmen dug deeper and examined hundreds of foundation tax records and grant lists. And again, to their amazement, they succeeded in making connections between a labyrinth of nonprofit organizations and a hidden generator. This generator was demonstrably the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. Quack, quack, duck, duck. Hey, we just get started, y'all. We just get started, I promise. Just get started. A congressional and press firestorm swept across America. Now, how about this? Now, this is the reason why I know, the ones who came after this, right? Like, this is before Roots and all that, right? So, shouldn't Dr. John Henry Clark and all them know about all this, right? Because this was a newspaper, it was a big news, and it was congressional hearings, and it swept across America. So they were alive during this time, so they knew this was going on, right? So when they started taking funding after this, they knew specifically that this was happening. I'm sorry, y'all, my bad. I'm sorry. It's okay. Walk it off. I told you y'all gonna learn today. Y'all gonna learn. Reggie, y'all gonna learn today. Garfield, y'all gonna learn today. Y'all gonna learn today. Keep my name out your mouth. All y'all. Tell y'all little minions, Jackie Chan, them, Jet Li, keep my name out your mouth, man. promise. Q Butter. Here are the receipts, buddy. You want the receipts? I'm gonna give you some receipts, okay? Please have that same energy after this tonight, Q Butter, okay? Same energy. Somebody tag him. Q Butter, same energy, buddy. Okay? Same energy. This is terrible, y'all. I got more. I promise. It's more. This is terrible. Hold on, I gotta say it again. It said a congressional and press firestorm swept across America, unearthing a mass of secret information. Eventually, more than 225 different organizations, operating in many parts of the world, including Africa, were identified as direct or indirect recipients of CIA funds. Some of them were specially created by the CIA. Some of them were specially created by the CIA, while others had been set up independently from the agency and were then sponsored and funded by it. Cut, where you at? We need them bombs, them gunshots. Pew, 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 pow, pow, pow. Duck, duck. Oh my God. Say, y'all still there? Hey, time out. My bad. All right, it said Bob Keefe. Y'all remember that dude, the editor of the A? Hold on. So, he the editor, Bob Keefe. Right? So, we'll see what this fuck nigga gotta say. The editor of the AAI Journal, Africa Special Report. This Africa Special Report by the CIA was recognized as the AAPC and actor as an American press correspondent. In a dramatic moment, Keefe was found hiding in the Accra Community Center during a time. I don't know if I'm delay. What is? Sheesh. Wow. I told him stop fucking with Candyman. Shit is not gonna work. I promise. Terrible. Alright, so where we at here? This nigga was hiding in the community center during a closed session of the conference, which was off limits to the press. He was arrested by the Ghanaian police, who discovered recording equipment on his purse. Yo, this nigga, the police caught this nigga with a wire. Like, who you got this wire for? Who? Keith, this fuck nigga tried to justify why he had a wire on, y'all. This is our people. This y'all people. Bravo, this your people. Stop. Wait. Hold on, what? Right here. He tried to justify why he was there wearing a wire. He said he had entered the building in order to obtain photographs from the central's office. Official photographer. Several decades later, Kojo Basio, then Ghanaian Minister of Foreign Affairs, was asked about Keith's secretive behavior. But Basio laughed as he remembered the evening on Monday, the 8th of December, 1958. The AAI held a. Oh, yeah, I did. Okay. Dang. Hold on, damn. Oh, wait, okay. That's a lot. He said, okay. He laughed and remembered the occasion. Yes. I'm gonna use my African voice now, you guys. He said, yes. I think I remember he was a journalist who wanted to hey man, I'm tripping, man. My bad. I'm stop playing. Oh, shit. At Mac 1. Stop smoking all that. This nigga man right here. This is the fuck nigga right here, y'all. This nigga says, he remembered this nigga said he wanted to get to the place where he could record everything. I can't read this. Okay. Wait, it's y'all people, man. Time out. Wait a minute. Oh my God. This nigga said this nigga in his African tone, in his African voice. This nigga's trying to get to a place of optimal listening. He wants to record everything. Hey, y'all. I'll tell you, I don't know if y'all don't think that's funny. Oh my God. That's comedy, yo. All right, man. I digress. Let me try. I'm gonna get through it. Oh, no. All I hear is yeah, I'm crying. Oh, I'm laughing at all these fools right here. I swear to God. My bad, man. Okay. I'm trying. Okay, I'm trying, y'all. I'm gonna try. Oh, man. Yes. All right. Put the kids to bed, y'all. Okay. All right. We getting back to it. All right. He trying to get to the point where he recorded. I can't read that. Oh, God. Hey, man, this is going to be terrible. All right, so this nigga was trying to record everything. He had a recording machine on him at the time. It was very silly thing to do, okay? Oh, God, that was tough. The AAI had already put down roots in Accra in 1957. It had established its West African office. All right, y'all. Whew. Under the leadership of Emmett Jefferson, Pat Murphy, and true historian. I'm just playing, y'all. That nigga sound like he from this time period. A historian of Africa who was in the AAI's executive vice. He was the AAI's executive vice president, right? CIA. On the evening of Monday, 8th December, 1958, the AAI held a reception for the conference in Murphy's family home. Wired up. This was an ideal opportunity for the AAI to network with the delegates. Sheesh. Another CIA front that sent representatives to the AAPC was the American Society of African Culture. Y'all heard of them? Known as AMSAC. It had been established in 1957 as a kind of American version of the Société Africaine de Culture, SAC, which was based in Paris. The SAC, led by Alioune Diop, Sheikh Anta Diop's cousin, a Senegalese philosopher who also attended the AAPC, had been publishing literature on negritude since the founding of its cultural review magazine, Presence Africaine, in 1947. I remember 1937, they started trying to infiltrate Africa, which is bullshit, right? The negritude movement, that sounds crazy, had been started during the 1930s by the poet and political Leopold Sédar Senghor as a celebration of African culture in the Francophone world. And what that means is, like, wherever the French, so-called French, went and laid their hat and started Francophoning, which is still a modern. This is modern. It's late 1800s. Like, so remember, this is the 20th century when this is happening. When they're putting French, English, right? Primarily French, especially when we're talking about Ghana, right? So Francophone world. So anywhere that the French went, and set up their air quote businesses. Because I don't like the word colony. That's kind of, it's more of a that word. Like I said, we gotta start using our words wisely, choosing the right ones, speaking. I mean, so it says when the AMSAC was first set up, its New York headquarters at 16 East 40th Street were shared by the Council on Race and Cast of World Affairs. God damn, y'all. Wait a minute, man. Why? Why y'all still talking? Which was yet another front organization established by the CIA. CORAC claimed to examine the extent to which the communists were capitalizing on racial conflicts globally. In 1958, CORAC and AMSAC merged. Jesus. The professed aim of AMSAC was to expose African Americans to their African heritage, and the organization was explicitly anti-communist, albeit avowedly apolitical. As well as offices in Paris and New York, it had an apartment on Fifth Avenue to host guests. It gave scholarships to African students and published its own journal, African Forum. It also had an ambitious cultural and educational program. In 1961, it organized a music festival in Lagos. Burna Boy's grandfather, Nigeria, which lasted 2 days and nights and featured the cream of African American music talent, including Nina Simone. Oh, jeez. Let's get it. Because of its abundant, check this out. Because of its abundant resources, AMSAC was dubbed by some as Uncle Moneybags. But the artists benefiting from AMSAC's largest at that time, I must look that word up, at that time did not know it was a covert CIA front. AMSAC sent 3 representatives to the AAPC. One of these was the President Horace Mann Bond, who was also representing the AAI. Another representative was Will Mercer Cook, a scholar of Francophone literature. He was on the faculty of Howard University but lived in Paris. The third AMSAC delegate was John Aubrey Davis, who was the executive director of AMSAC and a political scientist at City College, New York. Whoa. It's City College, New York, where Professor James Small said he had the largest budget, $2 million budget, a bigger budget than the president of the university. Is it the same one? Yes. Okay, that's City College, New York. He was also a commissioner in the New York State Commission against against discrimination. All 3 were among the group of 5 African Americans who had founded bullshit AMSAC. Y'all better shut up. Don't ever speak. Don't make another video, I promise. Davis sent AMSAC at least 2 detailed reports on the speakers and events at the AAPC, with careful analysis. They gave an account not only of the African delegates, but also of the other Americans who were at the conference. So definitely snitching on everybody there. To one of the reports, he attached various Ghanaian newspapers, which listed the names of the conference delegates, with their pictures. Right? These reports were sent to James Theodore Ted Harris Jr., who was the assistant executive director of AMSAC and had been the National Student Association's second president in the late 1940s. In 1967, it was revealed that the National Student Association had been covertly used by the CIA. Harris had operated as an embedded CIA agent According to the New Yorker, the National Student Association functioned as a glove like Gary Payton that concealed the American governor's hand and allowed it to do business with people who would never normally have done business with these fuck niggas before. I'm sorry, y'all mad living. With people who would never normally have done business with these fuck niggas, the American government. Sheesh. These people thought that they were dealing with a student group that was independent of the government. They had no idea that the NSA was a front. After the exposure of the covert financing by the CIA, AMSAC's funding apparatus was dismantled. This left the organization scrambling about, looking for money. Membership declined sharply. People believed they had been fed lies and that their goodwill had been molested. Go. I ain't finished now. I'm not finished. Y'all gonna learn today. My bad. Terrible. Shout out to Sun Baby, man. M. Brown, what up, though? Shout out to everybody, man. See y'all in there, man. Hope y'all all right, man. Hope y'all get some out of this, man. Like I said, man, I definitely want y'all to tap in on this. What y'all think about it. Got a couple more things I want to present, man, that y'all got to see. I'm cooking. Is there more? They want some more, right? So the leaders of the AMSAC claim to have been victims of official deception, but this is contradicted by evidence analyzed by Hugh Wilford in the Mighty Research. How the CIA played America. That's how he said it. How the CIA played America. That's interesting. Right. Wilford's records that Angela M. Cromwell, a sociologist at Boston University and a co-founder of its African Studies program, was a member of AMSAC's Executive Council. In February of 1967, she wrote a memorandum to the other members which suggests notes Wilford's a widespread state of wickedness within AMSAC, right? So the memo stated, I remember the exact time and place almost 8 years ago when such a possibility was first confided in me by whom several years later further and more detailed confirmation was given me by another friend. Around the edges were frequent innuendos and asides. None of this was documented, understandably so. Wilford also refers to an illuminating report by Von Walker, the managing director of AMSAC. One day, according to this report, 2 members of the CIA showed up for an appointment with Dr. Davis. I didn't know who they were at the time, but they called me into the office and explained to me that what was going down, that they would require me to take an oath. Sheesh. Subsequently, Walker and other officers of the AMSAC NBC met with their CIA case officers in hotel rooms, usually in New York, but also in Washington. Quote, the CIA officers were kept fully informed by Dr. Davis on everything that was going on, she recalled, and I'm sure that they helped to steer some of the plans. Damn. Jesus. Wayne Urban, the biographer of Horace Mann Bond, tackles the issue of whether his subject was writing or unwillingly, whether his subject was willingly or unwillingly, right? So they knew or didn't, right? He was knowing, like he knew, right? It was along with it. He was dumb, right? He was with it, he wasn't with it. Or whether or not he knew that the AAI and the AMAC were CIA fronts. Quote, there is ample evidence, he writes, for concluding that if he did not know, he did not want to know. And if Bond did not know of these links, as he should have known. Urban also points to a letter from Bond to Nkrumah, who we know is CIA. Jeez Louise. Damn. Wow. Oh yeah, all right. I mean, that's crazy. It said, Urban also points at a letter to Bond to Nkrumah, in which Bond asked for an invitation to the AAPC for AMSAC members and described the organization as concerned with intellectual studies and artistic attainment. It is not a political organization. This was not candid, argues Urban, since a distinct part of AMSAC's agenda was the pursuit of the political goals of the American foreign policy. Wow. I don't know if there's anything else we need to read in there. White malice, y'all. Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. So, you guys, I know y'all think it can't be no more, right? It absolutely is. So we're just gonna get right into it, y'all. Unless y'all want to get a music break in here, man. That's some Trey Ali deck next. I want to get that. Now we can get right back into it, man. We ain't got that much more. Maybe like one or two more things, man. Y'all gotta see this. I just think at this point that what the dudes say, if they don't know, they don't want to know. You know what I mean? And so the reaction that we're getting from these guys is that they know, but they don't want to know. Jonathan Roberts, what up, though? Peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in, man. Do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Share us on all your social media platforms, man. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. That's right. Gonna get deep in this rabbit hole tonight. I know y'all got a lot of things to talk about, man. Y'all taking notes. Y'all taking notes. Yeah, man, we're gonna hurt them. hurt them. Hurt their feelings, yeah. Trey Ali, 1865. Let's get it.
Yeah. Hey man, all I'm saying is you always got something to say. It's like you don't shut up.
A lot of niggas died 1865. Single Michael fled high, ain't gon' let it ride. Everybody hot and black was never on your side. They too left to tell your apps where you sleep at night. They put that white man on. Got you begging them for answers like that white man know. Had you swearing you was African, that's that white man home. Had you proud to be a savage, that's that white man's zone. And I ain't talking shit, this my definition. If being savage was our nation, y'all be non-existent. We done took your ass out when we was in them kitchens. Instead of showing you how to maintain business. White supremacy fake. Only way that shit real is if you do what they say. We the guys to the gate, so when they say they feel God, now you know what they made. Shoot song, move song, shoot song, move song.
Put us in the same room, it gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that bone, he gon' go down.
Shoot song, move song, shoot song, move song.
Put us in the same room, it gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that bone, he gon' go down.
Every day my niggas dying, they don't know the truth. How the hell you close to God, we don't know it's you. Yo, how the hell you supposed to survive, we don't know the shoot. He should've died, you let him slide, he look just like you. I tried to tell them all skin ain't kin. Everybody ain't your partner, everybody ain't your friend. How the hell they supposed to help when they the ones that put you in? They don't struggle how we struggle, they can't get it how we live. Can't be scared to die when we already dead. Either way, your life is safe no matter how you play it. My higher self said we should choose remain godly. My lower want these motherfucking bodies. Infiltrate they circles like a motherfucking island. Take them to the south and put them down like OG Bobby. They don't want equality unless they want these privates. Killers right beside me, stand full of chicken models. Shoot song, move song, shoot song, move song.
Put us in the same room, it gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that bone, he gon' go down.
Shoot song, move song, shoot song, move song.
Put us in the same room, it gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that bone, he gon' go down.
My lower self want these bodies. Shout out to the infamous Trey Ali. Man. Some background music for this section now.
Amazon's consistent.
Bill, man. Definitely having fun. I never did. These YouTube streets need a body. You know what I'm talking about? So we're gonna give y'all something tonight. Boogeyman. Shout out DJ Cut Tack. Best to do it. Let's go. Yeah, man, let's just get into this next article. Looking up Pan Boo Boo connection to the CIA. Hey, hopefully there's no going back and forth, no questions or no we saying this. I don't want nobody. us on all these social media platforms, man. Like I said, we appreciate everybody that support the platform, man. Really, I actually care about what we're doing today. We can build today, we can build tomorrow, but next, for the next generations. You know what I'm saying? And most of it is mental health. You know what I mean? And fighting this psychological warfare that's waged against us every second, every day of our lives, every institution, and we have to go to the origin of it and pull it up by the root. You know what I mean? Everybody pulling up weeds, you know, you can just cut the weed down and come back 3 days later, the thing big. You gotta get it, pull it up by the root. You know what I'm saying? So we tend to pull this shit by the root. Hey, y'all let me know if that's better, man. If not, I'll go ahead and turn the background music off. I think that might be a problem. Say. Let's get it. So, hey, we talk about things that, you know, in a lot of our lifetimes, a lot of us live through a lot of these things, you know. And we're trying to take things in chronological order. You know what I mean? So it's kind of how I put this together. You guys were in the 30s when they started trying to push it into Africa, all these other things, right? The American groups out of New York, you know, with the CIA funding and front organizations and stuff over in Africa. Now, pay attention, right? Now, what we talk about is 1996, right? We got a CIA plot against Black America, question mark, right? Crack sales charges may not be just a case of paranoia, right? By Andrea Lewis, Baltimore Sun, September 15, 1996, okay? The wire is happening at this particular time. So think about it, right? The Baltimore Sun, guys, conspiracy theories about secret U.S. government efforts to undermine the rights of, we're going to say Aboriginal Americans are legend in the American community, Aboriginal community, right? And some of these theories have been confirmed. The U.S. government did spy and intimidate Black political leaders. It did sponsor scientific experimentation on unsuspecting Black soldiers and civilians. Now comes Dark Alliance, the story behind the crack explosion. A 3-part investigative series published last month by San Jose Mercury News that details how massive amounts of cheap powdered cocaine were funneled into South Central Los Angeles by a well-known CIA operative in an attempt to increase funding for the Contra Army in Nicaragua. A notorious Los Angeles street dealer turned the large quantities of powdered cocaine into crack and distributed the newly processed drug through a network of Los Angeles area gangs. Gangs in turn gain power, influence, and economic clout that spread to other urban areas. Maybe those rumors that the crack cocaine epidemic was engineered by the government in an effort to control and incarcerate large numbers of urban blacks aren't so crazy after all. Now, the 94 crime bill has happened in 1994. Who authored that? Oh, Joe Biden. Remember the same guy? We might have to pull that up to you guys when he was like, we don't want no more nigger and monkey governors and mayors and all this type of shit. I remember that guy, right? But he also got caught in a secret tape. We're going to have to find that too. I have to dig that up. Secret tape before he was elected saying that, hey, in by 2040, they're going to be a minority. Like a call to arms, a call to the eugenic mindset, the things that they need to do to prepare for this or to start doing things like this. Man, these people are dangerous. Okay, there's a historical context to it, from Straight Up's video to the CIA operations in the fronts, not only in the university system here in America and libraries and other stuff that we're documenting. That's documented, right? To the drug epidemics that they have turned around and made a goddamn series out of that it's called Snowfall. It's just crazy. In the effort to control and incarcerate large numbers of us, man. That didn't happen? And the notion that federal government may have had even the tiniest bit of influence in launching the nationwide epidemic is sickening words. Cocaine was virtually unobtainable in black neighborhoods before members of the CIA's army brought it into South Central. CIA's army brought it into South Central in the 1980s at bargain basement prices, wrote Gary Webb of the Mercury News. Now, it's interesting. I know they might talk about this and this, but everybody know about Gary Webb, that author of this Dark Alliances, right? Committed suicide. Now, I think it's interesting that he committed suicide by shooting himself twice in the head. This drug network opened the first pipeline between Colombia's cocaine cartels and the black neighborhoods in Los Angeles, a city now known as the crack capital of the world. The cocaine that flooded in helped spark a crack explosion in urban America and provided the cash and connections needed for LA's gangs to buy automatic weapons. And I think it's interesting now that they have these so-called wars against the cartels and that they got these people on wanted lists. And, you know, they make movies about that too. Queen of the South. And they just, you know, they literally glorify these things. You know what I'm saying? If you've seen Weeds and you've seen all these different things, that the money laundering and all this other stuff, all this stuff is actually happening in America. as we speak. Right? And they act like they haven't this whole thing, but they funded the whole thing that started these cartels and all these people who were dirt farmers, whatever, that took products and stuff, you know, from their countries and figured out how to smuggle it into this country and make it a thing. Like, and these people, they were the people behind it, coming up with it, facilitating it, or whatever. This is documented. But once Maxine Waters got in front of got them in front of her, all they had to say was, "Hey, we can't answer that question based off of national security. Shut it down." Now Oliver North went to prison. I think it was 6 months, and so they came back. He got pardoned. He's still a hero right now today. How he a hero? For that matter, how is anybody that sold death and crack things to our community a hero? In 1982, according to the Time magazine, cocaine was the drug of the middle class. Well, we see coke sales in suburbs and recreational centers and in national parks. It is an unrecognized tornado, a former drug enforcement agency administrator said. At the time, few people foresaw what lay ahead, the connection that would bring a storm of crack cocaine into South Central Los Angeles and other urban areas. In a few short years, the middle class had become the poor people's epidemic. I'm sorry, the middle class high had become the poor people's epidemic, right? Imagine how differently our society would look without the massive influx of crack into the black community. Would we have the growing prison industrial complex that its increasing control over black men and women? Would we have had the spread of gang-related crime and violence? The Mercury Sun News report was released just after passage of the Welfare Reform Bill. It was sandwiched between the rhetoric-laden Republican and Democratic national conventions, where speakers talked about living in a land of equal opportunity where liberty and justice for all. Right? If you work hard, they told us, we will be successful in our wonderful colorblind society where all you have to do is just say no to drugs. The view from the streets is different. Government operatives have been working hard to keep you down by dismantling social programs and allowing mass quantities of cheap, highly addictive crack cocaine into your neighborhood while implementing Get Tough on crime laws that will put many black, non-violent drug offenders behind bars for life. The recent revelations of the government's involvement in selling cheap cocaine in South Central Los Angeles begs this question. Quote, what other secret government conspiracies have not yet been revealed? That's a goddamn great question, right? No doubt, this new trail of evidence will speed up the rumor mill in the black community and increase the already high level of distrust of government. But the bottom line reaction many African Americans are feeling was perhaps best stated by the Mercury News. Quote, no action that we know of can compare to the Central Intelligence Agency's complicity, however tacit in the drug trade that has devastated whole communities in our country. Yes, sir. Well, I tell you, that's terrible. But then to turn around, like I said, to just thumb their nose at us. Am I still chopping you guys like that? Good. That's the number one GOAT, if I'm good, y'all. Terrible. At some point, y'all, like when we talk about that question, right? Or are there any other things happening? So that question was asked in '96, right? So we got to ask ourselves, are there any other conspiracies that have been uncovered by then? Of course. We uncovered Black Lives Matter for one of the conspiracies, right? We uncovered that a group like ADOS was working with these people, right? Right? That's a fact. And when that was revealed, that birthed FBA. You know what I'm saying? It's just facts, y'all. We don't have to be mad about it. But this community has been applying pressure, right? That has changed America, which is changing the world. Y'all can respect that or check it. It don't really matter. Because everybody can see it, feel it. Y'all see how it feel. You know what I'm saying? It feels good. It feels good to be Aboriginal, man. Hey, matter of fact, let's get another song. What have we got next? DJ. Tasco CEO. On the ones and twos tonight. Then we're going to get right into the next one, man. Play another song. Really exciting times. Really exciting. Real shit. The awakening is happening. Hopefully, like I said, that tonight won't be too many more conversations as it pertains to this pan-boo-boo talk and who we are, and when you see these guys trying to run up on panels and stuff, at some point, why they not addressing this right here? Why they not addressing just the origin of this, right? When we literally telling you guys when this happened and how it happened, and who's behind it and how they're funded, all this stuff is just absolutely been shown. Shout out to my OG Panthers. Let's get it.
Yo, go punch it in, you hear me? Well, none of these big things can't change though. Big chains hanging on gangsters. Cocaine slanger gon' famous. Gangbangers on swingers. I know young niggas in Dodges. Track hawks and charges. Foreign cars and garages. Foreign broads and menages. Crack baby with a meal ticket. If you really want it, then you will get it. Got a pretty bitch with a bad body. If you pull it out, then you will lick it. In the jag, sit crooked with it. Tell me what you need, better quick and get it. Big 40 with the big switch. Give an offshore that the book and get it. Anybody wanna look and get it. Matter of fact, the whole hood can get it. Acorn and the apron. I'm in the kitchen, I'm cooking with it. Big chef like Raekwon. A lot of gang like Jason. I was sold away from the Golden State. That's Mo Green and Draymond. Big boss nigga, okay, man. Me falling off, no way, man. This conversation gonna run the nation like they pay, man. I'm shooting this and I do this like all the show them hoes I do the bitch shit. Act like I never knew the bitch. She blew the dick, but I did need it. Cause the kitty smell like tuna fish. Like, who is this? Bitch say she on birth control. She done let too many nasty niggas hit it raw. Now the pussy on dirt patrol. 1 sniff it'll hurt your nose. 2 sniff it'll hurt your soul. 3 sniffs it'll knock you out. Take another one and your curve your clothes. I'm not going for the okey dokey. I'm still ducking from the roly poly. Make you turn around and do the hokey pokey. Then shoot you back and leave it holy moly. They go to police from the pawn shop looking for it. Niggas say he stole the road. You the nigga riding in the backseat, pointing niggas out, trying to show the police. I'm the nigga riding down the back street, just sold the dope that I scope from Woody. Screaming free my nigga, trade 6 feet, body look car, Lil D and OG Loki 45. I'm your OG. In the city, bet your OG knows. Smoking yoga pants, got me choking. Ran out of money, ain't Loki broke. He don't know how to save, don't know how to stack. Get a little paper, don't know how to act. Got 50 racks, now he want a cap, 10 on the chain, 20 on the lap. 5-0 clothes, 5-0 hoes, we end up with 10, trying to get it back. Caught a fresh case, hate to say that. 80 on the bun, had to pay that. And you gotta try to come up with the money for an 8 turn. DA wanna send a nigga down a long road on a journey. About to lose again, face it to the 10, gotta share a cell with Gay Bird. You don't wanna end up on a girl, you gotta pay a gang or pay throwing a gang or pay jerk. Ain't no room for error when you're in the streets hustling, trying to make ends meet. Keep your head up and your bread up, never let your chest and your chin meet. Flip your money, then put it up, don't touch the money for 10 weeks. Then put your homies on the same hustle, so when you eat, then your friends eat. Put some money up for your bail bond, cause the hatred for a nigga skin deep. Let them sleep on you if they sleeping on you, cause their eyes open, but they been sleep. If your opposition pull up on you 10 deep, let the Draco going back 10 feet. That nigga said that nigga dead, that nigga head is meant to me.
My OG felonies dropping soon. Shout out to Bryan College Station. Free Judge Tuck. Shout out to Texas. Great state of Texas, Lone Star State. A lot of history, man. In America, that's being suppressed, right? Now, who's suppressing it? Why are they suppressing it? And as just recapping, some of the people haven't seen, go back. A lot of people that are going to be watching this. A lot of people are going to be watching this later. Salute to you guys, man. Y'all get something out of this. Salute to you guys that are watching this live in the chat room, participating, man. We appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for sharing. Thank you guys for supporting the movement, supporting this platform, man. For real. We really appreciate you guys. Like I said, we're going to keep this thing going. After this, we'll cut it short. We'll open the panel up. Let you guys get on here, man. We can rap a taste about these Pan Boo Boos, man, and their connection to the CIA. We got a little video footage we might have to show my interaction over there with Q Butter today and those guys. Yeah, we gotta ask the question, man. Why these guys so pressed? Why they so mad? Y'all see it, Center for Investigative Reporting. So we investigate the investigators. We check the checkers. So we gonna check these fools right here. How about that? Fuck out of here.
We want an immediate end to police brutality and murder of black people.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps more than anything else, the Black Panthers stood for the right of black people to defend themselves against white violence, even if it meant carrying weapons and using them in self-defense. But it also brought violent conflict with police. And by 1969, at least 28 Panthers had been killed in shootouts with police. Not many people know that the Panthers got some of their first weapons from a man named Richard Aoki. And nobody knew that Aoki was an informant for the FBI.
Say it ain't so, Aoki.
A former FBI agent had heard that I was doing research, and he contacted me. His name was Bernie Threadgill.
Hey, it's me, Richard Jefferson. Only
And he says, hey, I know that guy. And he said, Aoki was my informant. I developed him.
Oh, yeah, he was a character. He said, I don't have any interest in communism. And I said, well, why don't you just go to some of the meetings and tell me who's there and what they talk about. So one thing led to another, and he became a real good informant.
Well, I had never heard of Richard Aoki before Bernie Threadgill told me about him. So I started to research who was Richard Aoki. Aoki was a prominent activist in the San Francisco Bay Area during the 60s.
Definitely, Richard was someone who looked at things politically. The impression I got was basically, if you become his friend, you know, he's like your friend for life. You know? And like
Third World strike at Berkeley in 1969. He was one of the most militant leaders of that strike. Aoki had also been involved in a group called the Asian American Political Alliance, one of the first Asian activist groups in the country. He'd also had a connection with the Black Panthers. Aoki was head of the Berkeley chapter of the Panthers and later became a field marshal for the Panthers. And it was known that he had given the Black Panthers guns. I knew from my research that he was a very smart and complex person. He had a fascinating history. His family was interned during World War II. He'd grown up in West Oakland, in a very rough neighborhood, predominantly Black and impoverished neighborhood. He was part of a gang. He was involved in a lot of petty crimes. Co-valedictorian in his junior high school. When he was in the Army, he became a firearms expert. So I was really curious to know about this other side of his life.
I'm wondering if you remember a guy named Bernie Threadgill?
Bernie Threadgill?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
What I was told in my research that during this period of time you actually worked for the FBI.
They tell you that?
Bernie told me that.
He did?
He did.
Oh, that's interesting.
Informants were used when I was in the FBI. An informant would report on the inner workings of an organization. They can keep you up to date on the thinking of the leadership of the organization, whether it's going this way, that way. Someone like Aoki is perfect to be in a Black Panther Party, because I understand he's Japanese. Hey, nobody's going to guess. He's in the Black Panther Party. Nobody's going to guess that he might be an informant.
Through his involvement in the socialist groups, Aoki established his political credentials and became known to other activists in the Bay Area. Aoki was a student at Merritt College, and that's where he met Huey Newton and Bobby Seale, who would go on to found the Black Panther Party. The Panthers at that time were very concerned about police brutality in Oakland. They wanted to end police brutality. And they had an idea that one way to do that would be community patrols of the police. And in these community patrols, members of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, if they saw police interacting with citizens,
there would be a Black Panther present with a camera and also enrolled the class to be an eyewitness to prevent any possibility of police brutality.
But they needed guns in order to do these patrols. So they went to Richard Aoki. We went to a third world brother we knew, a Japanese radical cat. He had guns. We told him that we wanted those guns to begin to institutionalize and let black people know that we have to defend ourselves, as Malcolm X said we must. And Aoki did. He provided not only weapons, but weapons training. Threadgill had given me a detailed account of how he recruited Aoki as an informant, but I wanted to know more. In reviewing the records, there was a list of informants. Most of their names were blacked out, but for some reason, Richard Aoki's name had not been blacked out, and it's to report as informant T2. Why was he arming the Panthers, and was the FBI involved in it? Under J. Edgar Hoover,
that nigga was T2,
FBI
CIA.
had a secret
Black Panther Party. The goal of the FBI was to, first of all, neutralize them.
Techniques ranged from sending false letters or planting negative news stories to trying to foment violence between the Panthers and other groups. The FBI also used informants as part of its Cointelpro operation.
When Richard passed away, he had in his apartment 2 uniforms neatly pressed in his apartment. And one uniform was the Black Panther uniform. The other uniform that he had laid out and neatly pressed was his Army uniform.
This right here is walking on.
The FBI had released about 1,900 pages on various organizations that Aoki had been involved with, but it claimed it had no files on Richard himself. This was very strange because Aoki was a major political activist.
Aoki wouldn't even have to be a member of the party if he just knew who skill. Went out to lunch with them every day. They would have a main file, but to say they don't have a main file is ludicrous.
In my opinion, the FBI has a responsibility to the unit to give a full account of what Insert Aoki was, especially because Aoki played such an important role in arming the Black Panthers. One of the things I learned in my research is that Richard had actually worked for the FBI.
Oh, how was that?
Well, he never mentioned this?
No.
To you?
I mean, that's like a big surprise to me, you know. 'Cause I don't think I was ever heard any information, you know, as far as, you know, him even talking to the FBI. Yeah. So that's kind of a shocking thing for me to hear. He pretty much compartmentalizes all his different parts of his life. You know, he has friends from this period, friends from that period, and then the you know, Asian American movement and the Civil Strike period.
Am I wrong?
I think you are.
Yeah. So, would you say it's untrue that you ever worked with the FBI or got paid by the FBI?
I would say it.
Yeah. And I'm trying to understand complexities about it, and I think
it is complex.
I believe it is, and
Layer upon layer.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was complex because it was a CIA operation. Like, for real. And you guys have to know that they also are the organizations, the Asian American organizations, the same. All these people will not be here if these people are not keeping tabs on these people here. It's not going to happen. They're not going to be here. Okay, these people don't have these stores in our communities or listening posts or now you got cameras everywhere and they're spying on our communities across America. Now, don't fuck with me. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay? Only extracting wealth is spying on us. So it is what it is. Got an LA representative in the building. Sweet Wine, peace. How are you?
Oh, I'm here, man. Can you hear me? Because the shit was telling me I didn't have no audio.
No, you good now.
You know what's fucked up about what's fucked up about what we just saw is that they're steadily trying to divide people. And I totally understand because what war is. And I think maybe in another life I was the warrior princess or goddess or whatever. But I appreciate that gentleman not snitching. Mr. Aoki, I think his name was. He got a little bit of respect from me, even though he still was probably, because I don't know what war is. So, but he didn't snitch. So
No. He was on the documentation as a T2 level informant.
Hey, I can't be mad at him, bro. He did not snitch, man.
No, sis, you're not listening. He was on the documentation as being a T2.
Yeah, I get it.
Transformer.
Yeah, but
like he was beyond
he was on
that.
camera, as far as I could tell, they could tell us what they want to tell us.
No, I'm saying that the reason why he wasn't redacted because he was an officer.
He was telling what they wanted them to tell him.
Remember they was talking about taking oaths and all this type of stuff? Like, Aoki was a part of that.
Well, excuse me, I'm sorry. In between, I was on the other thing, and then so maybe I missed something.
Yeah. You might have missed that. Nah, he was on.
I missed something.
Yeah,
I missed something.
that guy was on the paperwork.
When I first seen him, I did feel like, hey, but I was like, oh, well, maybe he didn't say anything. So I missed something in between switching over to here. My bad.
No, it's all good. So I mean, along with just the mindset of the Panthers in general, y'all understand what I'm saying? Like, it came from the CIA front organizations, the African Congress, and all these other people who that were the teachers of the Huey P. Newtons and all these other people in Marion colleges and city colleges and San Francisco University and all these other universities that pushed this madness and radical thinking on a lot of our people. You understand what I'm saying? But those people were put in place to do that. Huh?
That's what they doing right now.
Absolutely.
That's what they doing right now to all the kids, bro. They've been doing this since I graduated high school. When I was in high school, I graduated in 1998. And when I was in high school, they been circulating that shit around. And I couldn't understand it. And I was almost one of those girls that I had the nerdy friends and the sporty friends and the weirdo friends that I smoke weed with. And you feel me? Now it's way different. And that's what they're doing. They're taking advantage of that. And they are bringing out this communist shit again.
Well, it's never stopped.
Well, I know, obviously, because I'm like, damn, when I was in high school, they was doing this shit. And it's bad now to where they got all this extra shit cracking, bro. I'm not trying to get y'all banned, but they got all this extra shit kept cracking to where, I mean, like, I didn't really have no respect for after a long time because I was talking to a dude on another live or whatever about my religion. And, that's just how I was raised, but that don't mean how I am now. But when the Dalai Lama said what he said to that little boy, I was like, oh, shit is really cracking. We really at war, man. And if you ain't got your shit, like, I'm lucky I don't have children. I'm lucky, and at the same time I'm cursed because I'm at a certain age for a female to where if you don't have kids, it's sad. But shit is sad for the world right now. And I could be like Sarah at 60 and be blessed with them, but right now I ain't got them. I thank the God for that.
Niggas to Africa.
You real low, bro.
Repatriate niggas to a family.
You real low. Really,
Yo,
really
what
low.
up? I'm gonna make this brief. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, bro. Like a lot of these, this is. Yeah, a lot of these niggas that keep pushing that Africa stuff and trying to assign random West African shit to our culture, these niggas are ops.
They time is out, man.
Like, you got people that the CIA just showed you on CNN called the Uhuru Socialist Party Movement, and then you got these niggas online, like Brandon from Pan-Africanism Strikes Back, or American First Riflemen, and these Dynasts, and Go Black to Africa. All these individuals are agent provocateurs. Like, ain't nobody out here as a mass back then claim this Africa shit. The only people talking about Africa were these niggas that were up there in these white institutions in the North, and they knew that they had Indian lineage. Their parents were of Indian descent, but they play a grift and try and claim a random West Africa tribe, trying to convince free Negroes to repatriate to Africa, but in reality, it wasn't for repatriating to a family member that your ancestor was lost to. No, they went there to go colonize.
That's right.
Like Oloda Equiano, for example. He wasn't indigenous to Africa. He just made up a royalty story that he was a stolen prince from Senegal or something like that.
Wait.
But
Did he make the
reality,
story up? Did the CIA make the story up, brother?
no, this is before the CIA was invented. He was an abolitionist. The Back to Africa movement.
Wait. What language did he speak?
He did not speak an African language. He had to get taught it by going over there to Africa and colonizing places.
Who wrote this for him?
According to his backstory, when we look up his Wikipedia article,
Where was the backstory written, brother? See, this is what I'm saying.
He was written. This story was written by a bunch of Jewish people that was his handlers.
Century, correct? After the 20th century, brother. That's what I'm trying to say. Written after he was gone.
So what we know about this man, for example, what we know about him, he had different other names besides Oloda Equiano. His so-called name was Gustavus Vasa, and before that, he had other names like Jacob. And people like him, they claim him to be a slave, but in reality, how does a slave have God parents.
Like
Yeah,
I grew up with my whole
he
life.
has Jewish
That's my culture.
godparents, and they taught him how to be a cabin boy and a businessman, and also he was a slaver,
Oh
and
Lord.
he was also a merchant. He had all these professions in his lifetime, and he was sent to the Caribbean to enslave Indians of the Mosquito tribe. He was also sent up there to Alaska to discover Alaska as one of those Negroes that were the first to map out Alaska. He also was sent to, he had this profession because previously he was sent to Africa to go colonize it, not to repatriate to a village that he claims to be allegedly stolen from.
Yes, sir. But can we talk about how some of our fathers and mothers have been, I don't know if you want to say it, hoodwinked into that bullshit?
So how our parents got hoodwinked into this African paradigm. You have these educated Boule Negroes that knew that they had Indian in their family, but they made up an African backstory. And they taught people to go repatriate and immigrate to Africa.
But that's why a lot of us are lost right now.
Yes, it
We
is.
had parents that was looking for the good shit lollipop, nigga, thinking they was. I mean, but this African slave shit has been going on for a long time.
And then what these Pan-Africans like to do when they want to argue with you on the internet, they try and use these ads where they setting up saying, oh, they stole some slaves from the Windward Coast, or they stole some slaves from Angola or Senegal. These places didn't exist until after we got it out of so-called slavery. These places were named Senegal, Congo, Nigeria until the 1800s during the Reconstruction era.
Facts.
And it was also renamed in the 1940s.
That's right. After the CIA, I mean, we can go on and on and on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah.
Everything is lining up with the actual documentation that's left, that's not redacted, along with people who are still living, by the way.
Yeah.
They can recount the tales.
And then whoop your ass if you say something different, 'cause that's what
what you brought up as your source, it already debunks these pan-boo-boos and Native Americans' argument about photographic lookership or them claiming Photoshop, when these people are already trying to change the paradigm and try and make a Mongoloid exclusive America or a Mediterranean look of Indianness.
Right.
I really do, because I got an issue with the word lookership, because nigga, the only reason that woke me about my shit was lookership, if that's what you want to call it.
Lookership is science.
My people on the walls in the
Invasion.
South, and this is where I'm gonna say this. When I was a little girl, I told my mama where my people came from before I got indoctrinated. I said, "Mommy, our people came from the South, and we came all the way up, and then we made something great." And she didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. But when I got older, I understood why she didn't know what I was talking about. I understood why I knew before anybody taught me. There's something in us.
It's genetic memory. We're tapped in.
Yes, sir.
There's a reason why they don't teach anything about the mounds of the pyramids. They always revolve world history around the Greco-Romans, which that history is fake. Shout out to Brandon over there, Uriah Brandon, UB News. He presented the evidence that's in our face the whole time. Like, how do people come up with some anatomically correct sculptures in the BC times, but then revert to some primitive Crayola crayon drawings of their kings and their nobles and their priests? That don't make any sense for them to revert to a primitive state.
I don't know if you caught the first video, brother. I don't know if you caught the first video we played straight up. He showed, and we talk about this all the time, and I know you know about this, like things being burnt down and then them whitewashing history.
Yeah.
you know, to show different depictions of these people. Huh?
They can do that, but what they don't understand is people like me and you, and even baby boy that was just talking. I don't really know your name. I'm sorry, but it's people. You cannot erase what's in your DNA, man.
Mm-hmm.
And
They
it
try to.
comes out, and that's why I think certain females, and they really attack us the most, especially ones like me. Like, I believe in love. Like, I don't know if y'all heard me. I was the lover. And a couple of other shows that y'all had. But I never married. I never had kids. But I want that. It's not that I don't want that. But the shit that's out there, nigga, I can't fuck with it.
Hey, so real quick, we got a new person on the panel, open to knowledge. Peace. Welcome.
Hey, open.
Hey, peace, panel, peace, family.
How you, brother?
Yeah, Supreme. I came in and caught a lecture with you, man. Darvis actually turned me on to you, man. That's my cousin. We from the same area, you know what I mean?
Who was that?
Darvis.
Shout out to Darvis. Peace to you, brother. Welcome.
Yeah, man. I've been following you ever since that. I rock with A1. I be on BAP, Top Cats. I really try to stick with the channels that's giving me more of my American knowledge, more than that African knowledge. I haven't been taught enough of that in school. You know, I'm from South Carolina, also. So
you my people, bro. South Carolina.
That's what's up, man. Appreciate you, man. Welcome. Thank you for joining the panel. Hey, anything you want to speak on, man, that you've seen so far, man, you definitely welcome to. Anything you want to share, man, you got the floor.
Okay, I'm not by my computer, but I got sources that if you don't mind, and you can bring them up.
Well, here's the thing, bro. You know, if you can read it yourself or you know it, we can just talk about it because we pretty astute around here, and we don't really necessarily have to pull up their documentation to have a conversation. You know what I'm talking about?
But the thing is, though, I like to kill them. I like to kill them because they say we don't like white people doctrine. We like to say, oh man, you get that from a white person. So I like to use white people's sources against them. You know what I mean? Against these Pan-Africans, because I'm gonna tell you like this right now. I'm gonna shut down this South Carolina stuff about this Gullah Geechee, because that's the only thing they can claim.
Oh yeah, Gullah Geechee. Yeah, they love to try and Africanize the Gullah Geechee.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way they can put themselves in the story. My bad, Queen. Go ahead.
No, I'm just teasing old boy. He was like, he recognized Gullah Geechee. I was like, go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
Yes, I recognize the Gullah Geechee people, but one thing we got to realize, though, they mix. And Gullah is a language. It's not a people.
Because the Gullah Geechees, they're Muskogean Indians.
Muskogee is big.
Muskogee is just a language as well. Like Algonquin and Cherokee and you know, we start talking.
Muskogee is the actual name. Creek is the European misnomer.
Well,
they believe that this is just a simple search, y'all. Gullah comes from Gula.
That's all they meant. We was the water people.
Gullah comes from Gula, not the other way around. So anytime that they see anything in America that's remotely anything that's in Africa, what they fail to realize is that the Germans went over there and named that shit Zulu and Nigeria. Hey, bro, please sit y'all goofy asses down. Okay, please, y'all stupid. Y'all gonna get beat in linguistics. Y'all gonna get beat in anthropology. You're gonna get beat in archaeology. You're gonna get beat in every ology there is. And what happens is, what you guys don't know.
I'm gonna show my camera real quick, man, and let you.
You got it, bro.
Without research.
Hey, if you want to put it, it's something that's really personal like that. I see your books. I see you.
The books that I'm on is American Indian stuff, native stuff. You know what I mean? Reader's Digest.
What's the book at the top? What's the book at the top you have? Encyclopedia of American Indian Wars.
Oh, that's a good one.
That right there will tell you. That right there will tell you who were the people that were made into prisoners of war.
Yes, way before
that will tie you into getting reparations if you're claiming to be a FBA because they didn't bring Africans over here like that.
Y'all ever seen that book right there before?
Yes, sir.
Since they say,
Yes, I have.
we don't got no language and no writing, this book right here is from Texas State. I got that. That's from Texas State Library.
From the library.
Hey, yo, bro, before you even leave off the panel, you gotta send me your book sources. I want to read them.
Well, you probably can't even get that no more, man.
Or I'll give you my email or my social media.
A lot of these you can't get no more.
That's what I'm saying.
Another encyclopedia right there too. That's
Oh shit.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, see, I don't have to do that stuff off of Google and nothing like that. I can actually go to these stuff. So when they talk about these slave revolts and all that like that, I can actually look up and see, like, during these same times, the Indians was going through stuff.
Well,
yep.
let me ask you a question.
They don't like sources. Matter of fact, let me move that. My bad.
So
my bad.
we do know that we do know there's a difference between American Indians and Native Americans.
Yes, we do.
And I know that a lot of those books are written once again by these dramatic people who are pushing phonetic science, Francophone or Spanish phone. Y'all follow me? Or, these are all trade languages that all have a root in America first.
Even English. That's what English is.
Hey, brother, could you send me a link to your books, because I love to research them myself in the back chat.
Oh, baby, I'm telling you, you ain't
Y'all
gonna
can put
find
y'all information in the back, right there in the back. So yeah, man.
I'll put my email in the back, man, and Supreme, man, put your email in the back. Hey, that be me that be supporting your channel from LJ's Irrigation and Landscape.
Got you. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, that be me, man.
Thank you, bro.
I'd say landscape, but yeah.
Hey, but listen though, right? I noticed y'all say that it's a difference between Native American and American Indian. I do understand that. So that's why I just say, like, I'm a Native American, because I know I can trace my family them back all the way back to like the 1600s, right here in South Carolina. And
right. Well, let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. If somebody looked at you, would they think you would be an African American or Native American?
Let me see, man. Let me
just by look. If you were just standing in a lineup, my nigga. Huh?
Let me go to my settings real quick, and let me turn my camera around and maybe we can say that. I know I got plenty of native.
But anyway, before I go, I wanted to present this vital information for an op.
Okay.
Yeah, American
that gets online talking shit about Aborigines and reneging on his own claim.
You don't look like a hold on real fast. So you don't look like a Native American to me. You don't look like Native Americans and Native Americans, brother. My point is, right? You don't. So African American and Native American are classifications that were created by these people. Now, Indian is a descriptive term of dark people that look like you and me, look like everybody on this panel right now. And it does not. It's not a descriptive term in any shape, level. Hold on, it's not. It's no descriptive term, no shape, level of Native Americans. It's not. Has nothing to do with them. You understand that? I know that the red man conversation is stupid. Red is Rudy Brown. It's Brown. This is all amalgamations and whitewashing and buffer, and y'all understand all that stuff, right? But here's the point I'm trying to make. When you say you're a Native American, right, which is a classification, most of the people of color see that and be like, okay, you're trying to be in a culture and some people that's not your people. When we're saying we're Aborigines or even American Indians, right?
Indian.
We're saying we predate that, brother. We predate the people who were changed and were created to usurp our land and our power. And we are reclassified as African Americans. That's what you would be classified socially, bro. Not to say that, you know, that you not have the right to classify yourself as Native American. I just wanted to pull your coattail to, that's another CIA eugenic operation. Now, all this shit is tied together. Don't fuck with me. Please don't do that.
On
It's
some
wrong
real
time.
Supreme, I feel you totally, and my cousin Dog will always be fucking with me because I always be saying, I be speaking in layman terms just for understanding. So if I say native, I'm meaning Indian from y'all point of view. I'm saying the same thing y'all saying. I just say native because my people always say we've been here. So they say, man, we natives of this land. You feel what I'm saying?
And that's a fact. But so is so is Brad Pitt.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
Listen.
The proper term to use is Aboriginal American Indian.
I dodged the hijack, though.
But
Well, no, I'm
anyway,
just saying, though, American Indian is a part of the hijack, brother. But 1975, and a lot of those books that you have, no knock to them, you have to have discernment because that's why you're considering yourself a Native American because it's written by Native Americans for Native Americans. Well, by Germans for Native Americans.
Can I get on that?
You know what I'm saying? I can guarantee it. Guarantee it.
Not all my books. Not all my books.
I ain't saying all of them. I'm just saying I know some of those books right there. And when we talking titles, words matter.
Can I give you an example? Because I'm always telling my people about how words matter. Like my brother, you know, I'm the oldest, right? I had to give up a lot to let my brother, my younger brother, and my sister go to college. So when I try to tell them how words matter, they really is not trying to listen to me because they feel like they went to school more than not. You know, even though I'm the one that got all the chemistry classes and all the science classes, and I know it, like, you know, that's why I identify with I think A1 about him going to school for nutrition and shit. Because finally, I was a chemist. That was my thing. I love chemistry. I grew up in the 80s, and I remember 3-2-1 contact. I don't know if you do, Chief, but I remember 3-2-1 contact on PBS and shit. I was into science. So I'm a very critical thinker, and, you know, it took me 10 years, over 10 years before I finally came up on here to talk to y'all because I went through, like, when I was talking to old boy, telling him, like, I knew about blue pill and red pill, and he was like, oh, yeah. I was like, bro, I'm not giving them no credence at all. But I'm just letting you know what the things that I was watching, you feel me? And I will never refer those guys, but I will refer you guys, you feel me, to my people to learn about who they are. Because my people know that their grandfather was the one. My grandfather invented the Allen wrench, bro, on everything. And the Army Air Force before there was an Air Force. And I know you can laugh if you want to, bro. It's okay. It's okay. I know who my people is. I come from America. I'm Blackfoot and what they call Cherokee. And I'm Gullah or Geechee or whatever. Nigga, I'm very rooted, but I'm a yellow girl on everything. So when these young brown boys, and I love them all like my babies, because I don't have babies. I love you all like my babies, and I'm not going to lie to you. These people is lying to you. And when this young boy came up here with his books, and I was appreciating his books, he still don't even know what the fuck he is. This young girl can tell you.
Hold on. Listen. No, we're here building. We're not here to tear each other down.
I'm trying
to. No, sis. It's all good though. You in your bag. You're doing your thing. Your brother's here to share and share with us, and he shared his books, and we want to share with him. We're here building together, so we're not. You know what I mean?
But I am here to tear down one op that was a part of the community.
I'm not dissing nobody.
Well, Tyron, I know you always got smoke. I definitely want to get you. Hit me up too, Chief Holiday at gmail.com. I definitely need to get you on this Open Smoke platform that we build, and you know what I'm saying. You know, for guys that get out a lot of not only information topics or whatever, but any beefs, pent up aggression, or just some things. So yeah, it's just gonna be a different format of debating.
I'm not even on that tip, bro.
I'm gonna be instigating, and me and Cut gonna be doing our thing. So it's gonna be dope, y'all. So we're just, you know, spicing up a little bit and taking the energy and shifting in different directions. Hopefully having a positive outcome out of it, man. So that's what the Open Smoke's about. But we, you know, that's why I wanted to drop some information tonight and build on some stuff first and have something to talk about. This topic is not up for debate as far as when we talk about Pan-African connection, Pan-Africans connections to CIA and Cointelpro and all the other nefarious operations that are harming American citizens. You know what I'm saying? So we got to stand on it. We got to hold these dudes accountable.
Right.
They don't want to be held accountable. They can't be mad at me. Like, wait a minute. How about this? You're mad at me?
No.
Why would they be mad at me? If I lied on Jabari today on what's the name, then Jabari lied because Jabari said his mouth he was a salaried employee by Black Lives Matter. So I told him to check his W-2s. Hey, matter of fact, can we pull that up?
Who was that other op on that show, that Two-Spirit Wolf nigga that said that he from the Cherokee, Choctaw, Yamasee tribe in California? He was talking shit. He mentioned you and Big Aboriginal Power and African Americans ain't African and Dane Calloway on Sinetta show.
What's your name, sir? Is that Tyrone?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, ain't want nobody lying on that nigga. He lied on himself.
Yeah. That showed the footage. This random nigga that came out of nowhere with some Benkum Benpura Ghanaian jewelry on, talking about he from the Cherokee, Choctaw, Yamasee tribe in California, and nobody know who this nigga is, but he mentioning everybody in the in indigenous paradigm name in his mouth and calling us ops and agents.
He was a chief, man.
I didn't hear him say ops and agents, but once again though, if anybody don't want to address this right here, they ops and agents. Why y'all want to address this? If you have nothing to hide,
nobody challenged him as being a chief earlier today.
Huh?
They didn't do that.
If the Aboriginal movement is a government organization, how come it's not? They don't want us to tell each other about Indianness, but they want to tell you about Africanness under these federally organizations that tell you to go to Africa.
I know for a fact that's not true.
That was
Tyrone,
not true.
I know for a fact that's not true.
What's not true?
That this is a government organization.
That we are.
The government don't want you to know you're Indian. They want you to claim Africa all day, every day.
Not an NGO, so I know we're not a government organization or non-government organization. We're not none of that. But here's the problem. Here's the problem that they have, though, right? I know that because I was there in the beginning. I ain't had no meetings. Ain't nobody came to me, and none of that type of conversation. Because once again, I know the history of this. I know what's supposed to happen, what's not supposed to happen. Now, you got to be upright too, because these people coming. That's their job, and also their job is disinformation and what they putting out, getting people to go against each other. Isn't that what Vlad does?
Yep.
That's what he do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even with the shout out to Flacco, but I didn't jump to the no jumper situation like that, no pun intended, because it's not about fame for me. It's not about me. It's about integrity. You know what I'm saying? And I just I wasn't feeling it. We don't need them, but we don't need to continue to put ourselves in those positions where they pit us against each other. We don't need them to do that.
Well, we really not trying to do that. We trying to find the ones that's good us.
Because I definitely wanted to go kill people, but they were going to put us against each other, and I wanted to debate Vlad. I wanted to debate Vlad and David Duke.
Well, we gotta get rid of
Adam
Vlad.
22.
Everybody's been saying that shit, so that's why I'm saying that. 'Cause I'm tired of
How is Jason Blacks and them getting interviews with David Duke and Vlad?
I don't have to debate people like that and Umar Johnson's them and whatever. That's not it's not productive for me.
It's a waste
For
of
them,
time.
for nobody. Yeah.
It's a waste of time.
They already got cooked though. They got cooked by their own community. Like,
hey, well, if these guys are aligned with this right here, if they're aligned with that,
Here, nigga.
hey, right there, if y'all with this shit right here, then it doesn't matter. They self-check, right?
They already know what's up. That's why they trying
Hey.
to kill it.
Hey, they self-check. Now, brother Reggie, you've been demoted.
That's
With your
what I
doctor.
said when I said that light skin.
no, he's been demoted. Brother Reggie been demoted. He was over there claiming that we came from apes. When he was battling them Hebrews.
Bullshit, man. That's bullshit.
Little Reggie, he's always little Reggie. You're gonna be baby Reggie next. Keep talking, sir. Shut your goofy ass up, sir. You know for a fact we've had an interview a long time ago. You exposed a lot of the CIA stuff because I've been on this a long time when it pertains to fighting these people right here. So.
You gotta be careful.
Come on, Billy. We know that Sarnetto and them over there are agents. We know what's her name? Dr. Mahat is an agent. We know that for a fact.
Fucking around.
It's not for us to say that. They already saying that.
You know the woman that did the Mel Trek cartoon.
Fuck that.
Dr. Mahat.
Listen, I don't give a fuck. So I'm the wrong nigga. I know cowards. So I don't give a fuck about none of that. So no, I don't listen to that. And you ain't built like that. Trust me. You know what I'm saying? And we walk with the ancestors over here. So I know for a fact you niggas don't want to see the ancestors. So please leave this shit on the internet. And if you about righteousness, we are, that's what we doing, then you should be with us. You shouldn't be against us. So when we say we come for these people, why y'all in the way? So I want to pull up, CEO, you there? I want to pull up this the Q Butter joint today.
Oh, you got something to pull up? I thought.
Yeah, I want to get y'all reaction to this, Tyron. I don't know if you're saying this today. It was just spontaneous, man. I was in the chat room.
Anyway, Billy, let me get your email. I'm gonna send you this stuff because I'm about to go to bed.
I thought so.
Hey, Supreme.
Yes, sir.
Man, you schooled me about the difference between Native American and then Indian, and then you ain't let me finish my talk.
You don't know?
No, it's good. You got it, brother.
You had let me
Bro,
know.
drop your email in the back chat so I can see this stuff. I'm about to go to bed.
Good night, Tyron. Ron. Not wrong. Ron.
All right, Ron. What's that you showing, man? Is that Ron showing that?
This is a preview of what I'm about to drop to Holiday. When I'm about to before I go to bed.
Oh, okay, bet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I respect all knowledge. I love to read, though. Word. Hey, but Holiday though, thank you for schooling me about the Native American and the Indian. You know what? Come to think about it, man. Last time I say that, man, A1 chewed my head off behind that too. So I respect that on another channel. So I respect that. So, one thing about me, I know what I am, and let me show you real quick. All right, so. I got federal census record of my my 5-time grandfather, Morris. I got his death records and all that. Let me get to his name. His name is Morris Pinckney.
So real quick, right?
Hold on.
Real quick. No. Do you see Native American anywhere on those documents? Hold on, real fast. No. You got it. I'm about to mute again.
Hold on. I couldn't just start off. I couldn't. Let me wrap this up real quick. And
Go ahead, man.
Please. All right, Charles Pinckney. What I'm showing you is how the records in South Carolina worked. and how they changed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you see on this record, it says he's black.
And then,
he changes to color.
And then
complexion is black.
And then
on his military records, he changes to
Negro.
color again.
Color.
All right. So you see where he's from? We're born Pinckney Island,
South
right?
Carolina.
Hold up. Where at? In Hilton Head. So all these people be talking about Hilton Head. My bloodline really from there.
Hilton Head
So
is cracking
Charles
right
Pinckney,
now with the golf courses, bro.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna get into that. Charles Pinckney
I already
is
know.
one of the founders. This is one of our ancestors, Charles Pinckney. It was like 5 of them.
Not the man. That is not the man,
No,
bro.
hold on. That's one of them. But
No, it's not.
look
Stop
at,
it.
hold on.
Stop it, bro.
Look, now, look at this article. And this is from, hold on, let me show you. This is from South Carolina Historical Society. Okay? Title, Biography of an Island. Charles Collingworth Pinckney, Sea Island Plantation.
Liar.
I know
Not
it's a
you,
lie.
but them.
So
Not
look at
you,
the
but them.
paragraph.
I'm sorry, baby.
Hold
I'm
up.
sorry.
I know it was a lie, baby. Look at the content. Colonists and Indians on an island. Not Africans, not colored, and not blacks.
But Negro, though. Okay. Fuck that
Well,
bullshit.
I also, so
Hey,
that's
man,
why I asked
already know,
Supreme,
man. That's my people, man.
Listen,
bro.
so that's why I asked Supreme if he could have pulled up an article, because I also got an article. Listen, I've told y'all, I'm going to kill this South Carolina stuff. I got articles that prove that more Indians was taken out of South Carolina than
Yes, sir.
slaves that was brought in.
All right, so check it, right?
And the least amount of
Let him
slaves
tell you. Let him
and
tell
the
you. He about to
transatlantic
tell you.
slaves came
He
to
ready
Charles.
to tell you.
Maybe
He ready to tell you. He ready. He ready. He ready to tell
Oh, my
you.
bad.
man.
I didn't hear you, bro. My bad.
He ready.
No.
He ready.
My question to you was, right? Did you see Native American or African American on any of those documentation?
No, ain't no African American.
What did you see, baby?
Wait.
No.
What about Native American, brother?
I mean, how much more native you need to see when you see?
No, see. The problem is, bro. Like you're not understanding the point I'm trying to make. That looking at your personal family records, man.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
At some point, we know that changes and classifications happen, and African American and Native Americans were one. Native Americans for the amalgamated mestizos. These people are not Mongoloids that came across the Bering Strait thousands of years ago. That's cap. I'm sorry, what you talking about?
I'm talking about before all that. I have an article where I
No, I'm just addressing the Native American conversation that you were saying earlier. So you don't never have to use that again, brother.
Indians got mixed into one in South Carolina because the Africans was coming in at so
Right, but listen though, what year is this with your grandfather? The documentation? What year was that?
Which one?
That you just showed? Just rough estimate.
One grandfather and John Edwards is another one. This is his military record.
No, what year?
U.S. colored troops, right there, bro, at the top.
I can't see that, man. What year you got right there, man?
That's it.
Tell him, man.
18 what? 1863. So this is Civil War, right?
That's some bullshit.
Hold on. Listen, where are the Native Americans right here at 1863?
Where the Africans at?
No, I'm having the same conversation for them too. There's no African. Your grandfather was an African or Native American.
Shit now. I don't.
No, I'm with all that, but what I'm saying is that what's happening is that when they see colored or Negro on your grandfather's documentation now, right? Because remember you said it changed, right? There you go. That's the flim flam.
So what I was telling you is, if you were to pull up, this right here is also flim flam right here, not flim flam, but at this year right here, if it's saying colonists and Indians on an island, The transatlantic slave trade was supposedly already happening in the
Sir, I got
1500s.
a story for you that might help you. I got a
Where
story
are the
that might
So
tell me
that's
to
what I
do it,
was
but I
saying
got
with
a
that.
story that might help you categorize your shit, bro.
Yeah,
On
everything
everything.
good. I got way more than this though, man. This just a
Well,
little
that's
thing that I'm
fine,
showing right
because
now.
I was looking for my people. Like, I've been listening to these gentlemen for a very long time, and I always knew in my heart that I was not African. Like, even like through my church, they were trying to make me go to Africa, and I was like, bruh, I don't have no inclination to go to Africa. It was in my soul. I had never ever wanted to go to Africa. I never did the dances. I never, when my mama was trying to get me to be like, Selena, let's go to African dance class, I was like, Mom, I'm good, bro. She thought I was just being, uh, teenager or whatever. But I was like, I don't have no inclination at all to go to Africa. But what I did find out about my people, and I found a family member in around 30 or 40. And you know what he did? I found my great great grandmother up under him. I never met her. I met my great grandma. I met my great grandpa, and they knew who their mother and father was, and they knew their people was from South Carolina. My great grandpa built churches and shit, because he needed work. And I know that they sent my great uncle off to another family member in Georgia. And then I found out that uncle that they sent him to, well, we didn't know it was an uncle at first. But when I found out it was my uncle, he got his land in 1835 because he fought for the militia in Georgia, and that's why my grandpa went off. But today people will say, oh, he went to go be a slave. That's what people will say today. He went to go be a slave. The man that I was raised as my grandfather, which was actually my great uncle, that was born in like 1816, and he lied about his age to fight in the war for the South. Bro, you can't. This is what happened. A bunch of correlations happened once I started listening to these guys, and I was like, damn, it's the reason why I was never like, fuck the Confederate, man. That was my people's shit. That just innately, just naturally, I knew. I was like, man, I love the Dukes of Hazzards, man. And I got a white one. I don't got a bunch of white people. I got one white guy that was delivering potato chips to my granddaddy's business in the 1950s and 60s that was in the war in Vietnam, okay? That white boy know why he was here. He knew who saved him, who helped his people. So when you come with this, man, when people come with this bullshit, I'll be like, hey, man, I got my own life experiences, and you are totally negating those things against yourself, man. Stop it, bro. We saved those people, man. We was big-hearted, and we still do it today. We are big-hearted people, and that may be our downfall. But that may be our fucking grand rising. Because we big-hearted people. My mother she'll hug the most dirtiest nigga in the street. White or black or Asian or whatever. Because she was just a lover. That was her heart. Rest in peace, mommy. She just passed away about a year and 2 months ago. And that's my issue right now. I'm missing my mama, man. And that's why I finally, I've been listening to these gentlemen for over 10 years. And I never came up on here. But I know who my people is. And you need to know who your people are. And you need to stop showing, it's good that you can show your paperwork, but you need to realize what your people was. Them women that was suckling them babies were not suckling them babies because they were slaves, man. They was doing that shit because they was good women. They was angelic
Hold
women.
on, am I getting Hold on, am I getting misunderstood right now?
Yes, sir. I think so. I really
Oh,
do.
I think
really
you
do.
are
But you just showed a
misunderstanding me
bunch
right
of. You
now.
showed a white man talking about that was your great granddaddy. Bro,
No,
that's not
I
your
said,
great granddaddy.
I
That was a
said
nigga
I
that was
died.
saved
Hold
probably
on.
by your great granddaddy.
Listen, apparently you wasn't listening. You
I'm
got
a
two
mute.
ears and one mouth, so you can listen more than you talk, Queen. I said dodge the hijack. That's what they say. That's what I said.
You showed a white man, and you
I
said that
said,
was your
hold on,
great-granddaddy,
let me
man.
finish going into the story. I didn't want to go off the picture before you go into a dialogue and
If
take
you
me
want to
off of my
pivot,
story.
that's okay.
That's all,
I'm not
Queen.
done. You want to pivot, that's
all,
okay.
Queen.
You can pivot, and I'm a mute.
That's it. That's all, Queen. And no disrespect, I was raised by all women. You know what I mean? I'm the only child of a woman. And nothing
I'm
but
not
auntie.
talking about
But
that, but okay, man. I know how to shut up, man.
Yeah, I dodged the hijack with the pictures, Queen. That's what I said. You know what I mean? Hey, look, I dodged the hijack, but I didn't want to stop my story because I was trying to talk to Supreme. Just like Supreme thought had me misunderstood. And I was like, yeah, when they start saying these people black and colored and yeah, they just classifying us as African Americans. Yes, I have an article that shows that when all of these Africans started coming in to North America and South Carolina. Now I speak about my state, and I stay in my state.
That's my state
South
too, baby.
Carolina. I feel you, baby. We can share it. It's a big motherfucker. You know what I mean? That only helped me get stronger. Whatever you know, we can share with each other. But in Charleston, where the most slave person
I do appreciate that, bro. I do appreciate that. And I do know how to shut up, man.
No, it's not shut up, baby. I never tell you shut
Well,
up.
let the man speak. I know how to do that.
No, I just didn't want to be misunderstood by you, Queen. You know what I mean? I don't want to be saying the same thing, but a different way. That's all. So in my state, in Charleston, I got proof that, documents that how they like to do sources or whatever that says that more Indians got taken out of Charleston than that was brought in. So that's one source. My other source that I can shows that so many Africans, I was trying to finish this, so many Africans was coming in and after they outlawed the Indian slavery, so many Africans was coming in the census, they stopped documenting the difference and they all became Negroes, and that became synonymous with slave. So I know all of this, baby. So now I know. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you this just to piggyback on what you were saying, right? About how so many Africans came over here. It really wasn't so many Africans coming over here, bro. That shit happened way late, like after I was born. There was a man. I went back to go visit my great auntie about 6-7 years ago in Charleston, South Carolina, man. And this African tried to come up to me, talk about this basket weaving shit. Man, that's my people shit, man.
You talk about the sweet grass.
Wait, let me finish, bro. This man tried to tell me, oh yeah, the basket weaving come from Sierra Leone. I said, sir, is that where that shit really come from? And I looked at him dead in his eyes, and he was stunned. I just looked at him. I said, is that where that shit really come from? And he was really an African, brand new, bro. He couldn't say shit. I shut his shit the fuck down. Look at him dead in his eyes like, bro. I just asked him, hey, is that shit really coming with that shit? And I was faded and everything. Like, hey, man, I'm from South Carolina. We drank, bro. On that, like I said before, my last name is Sweetwine, bro. We used to make the liquor, man. And I looked at him dead in his eyes and said, is that where that surely come from? And I knew he was a liar. So that's all I'm saying. I'm a mute.
That's facts, man. We still got some moonshine spots inside the woods around here. Because, see, around here, we still own our own lands around here.
Hey, bro.
Yeah, Street.
Real quick.
Hey, listen now, and I'm gonna tell you now, in my family DNA, in this history, well, not DNA, in this genealogy that I've been studying through this, I come to find out that, you know what I mean, I might have, some of these motherfuckers might have been Indian slave owners.
Hold on,
the Indians
real
took
quick.
on their last name.
Wait,
Hold on, baby.
wait.
Hold on, baby. Let me finish, baby. Let me finish. You know what I mean? I do not deny that because if history,
but I ain't that.
If paperwork says that, but I'm not saying that they are white. Because if they came through by Barbados and came through Barbados and was in Barbados or whatever.
No, sir.
So, I'm talking about my.
Chief, I apologize. I know you wanted to say something, but I cannot
I'm
let
talking
this man
about
do this.
my Pinckney. I'm talking about my Pinckney bloodline, baby.
Hold on,
I can only
Steve,
speak about myself.
Then you know you from South Carolina, man. Why you playing? You a Pinckney? Why are you doing this?
Hold on. So was you not looking at none of my paperwork that I showed?
Hold on.
Nigga,
real
I know
fast.
the Pinckneys, man. You
Hold on, sis. You don't know all the Pinckneys.
Grandfather is Morris
Listen.
Pinckney.
So I don't know all the Pinckneys, but I know the Pinckney family from South Carolina, man.
All right, but it's more than one. Hold on. No. Listen, y'all. I wanna ask him because he said something about Africans. Where's your source of these Africans coming and then mixing and becoming Negroes with Indians here, bro? Where's that at?
You gonna pull it up? I was saving this for Garfield tomorrow, but you can pull it up. You ready?
Yeah, because I definitely want you to use it.
I'm on my phone.
No, just tell me. Yeah, you can put it in the back chat.
No, listen, bro. I want you to pull it up because I want you to go over it. I was trying to go over it with Top Cat, but I got back too late before we got off.
Mr. Chief Holidays, do you know that the
Put in the private chat, bro.
I'm sorry. Do you know that when you go to South Carolina, that area that they talk about was the slave trade where they were selling slaves? It's called Pinckney.
No, bro. You're talking about Market Street.
Yeah, Market Street. That shit got Pinckney on the walls, man.
Listen, that's where they get the cowbine from. Do your research on the cowbine.
Bro,
the cowbine
man,
came
you
from
tripping,
Charleston,
man. You tripping hard, bro.
What am I tripping about? Did you hear what I just said? So the cowbine that's in the NFL, you do the research on that. That comes from Charleston. That's the same thing they used to do in Charleston. They used to make them go through different type of little routines to see who will work where.
You burnt, cuz. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm burnt? So what you saying?
You burnt out. I'm from LA. You burnt out, cuz.
You from LA? I thought you said you from Charleston. I mean, you from South Carolina.
Man, all right, I'm not gonna repeat myself. You burnt out, cuz.
I don't even
going back to the African conversation, brother.
I don't know what the fuck that right there fucking means anyway.
Let's talk about the African conversation.
All right, we'll pull it up, bro. Look up Brown. Let's start with this one, man. You fuck with Brown University?
I do.
So that's an Ivy League, right?
I like debunking the Ivy League, especially.
Actually, you know what I mean? Yeah, but some of they shit go with us.
Huh?
So look up colonial enslavement of Native Americans.
Right. So I know this, right?
Yeah.
So I know this. I don't have to pull this up. So here's the part, right? Here's the problem. Hold on a second. Terrible.
And he burnt.
Hey, can you pull this up? It's in the private chat. Fast. Let's go. And but when we're talking about these, this thing, like, when was it written, brother?
When you talk about the Brown University colonial enslavement?
Yes.
Man, I have to look on my screen. I actually got that shit on my screenshot. I'm on my phone. I'm not on my computer. That's why I can't pull it up myself.
Well,
That's
is
all.
it safe to say
I
wasn't
actually
written
didn't
in,
think
it
you was
wasn't
gonna
written
let
in
me on,
colonial
bro.
times, though, correct?
I didn't think you was gonna let me on, though.
No, bro, what? What's the panel?
Nah, you
I'm
usually
saying, though, it wasn't written in colonial times. That's my point. Correct? So remember we just said earlier that what they're doing is changing like your grandfather's records. You've seen it with your own two eyes. They changed his records as you went.
Facts. I agree with that.
Hey, so it's nothing in the private chat, bro.
I just told you the source.
No, I know. We were gonna pull it up though. Put it on the screen.
Oh.
I mean, maybe he's talking about the plaque that's on the walls when you go downtown Charleston about the pictures.
No, I think y'all was having two different conversations.
Hold up, man. What are you talking about? That stuff they try to send me early. They try to tell me earlier about the Sankofa people, man. Listen, man. The African narrative didn't come around here in South Carolina, in my part of South Carolina, into the AME church. That's fact.
Oh, that's true.
But it was called
so that's what I'm telling you, love.
Negro. No, it was called the Negro Church.
Well,
first.
okay,
It
my
wasn't
bad.
called African. They changed the stuff up. That's my whole point, though. But that didn't get changed until later. Like you can go to the AME Church website now. They'll tell you it wasn't that.
That's all right.
The point. Here's the point, though, that by them changing the narrative, right? Even this Brown University is a eugenic university as well. That's funded by these people that we were talking about earlier. That's not even up for debate.
No doubt.
Right. With that being said, that the Brown University, I think it was written in 2014. This is off my recollection, y'all.
Man, that was gone already, man.
But when we pull it up, we'll be able to get into it. But I know the documentation that you're talking about right now. I do remember.
One of the sources I give you, one is going to show that more Indians was taken out of Charleston than slaves was brought in. That's all I wanted to say with one source. And then the other source I'm going to give you is going to show you that when the African Americans or Africans or whatever you want to call them, and the Indians became synonymous as Negroes, and Negroes became synonymous with slaves. That's all I'm saying. So the reason why I want to pull up the source, because I want other other input in it. That's all.
I don't disagree with it. Like I said, we have to definitely be able to decipher through the bullshit. Native American, African, all that bullshit. But they're gonna pounce on it.
I'm saying like I pounced on him. My bad.
Mm-hmm. As soon as they hear Native American, right? They're gonna think, well, wait a minute. They were taking mixed people out of South Carolina, right? And Blackbird and them taking them somewhere else. That's not the case. Indian is dark-skinned people.
Just like Sarah Richter, we had people praying on us, and that's why I'm a yellow motherfucker now. We had white folks praying on us because of what we had off the islands, because my people was island people, man. I'm a sweet wine, and my great-granddaddy was born off of Young's Island, and the other one was born off of Edisto Island, and my other great-uncle was born off of Young's. All the islands off of South Carolina, man. Stop it, bro.
You from Gullah Island.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm a real geek. Like, hey, I'm a geeky girl, man. That's why it's hard for me to get them, man. You don't know about them geeky girls, man. We strong women, man. We have to. Hey, you don't even know, man. That's why I ain't got no man today.
Yeah.
Because of my great grandmamas and all my aunties, bro, that's still living, and a bunch of them was killed. You don't even want to know my history, bro. He come up here talking about his history. You don't want to know my history, man.
Hey, listen, I could have heard
That's
everything
why
you
I'm a
said.
Cali
King.
West Coast
You notice
gangster
how I
girl
said.
right
Hey,
now, man.
my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, yo bad, bro.
Go ahead, finish. I'm listening to you. My bad.
Go ahead, pull it up.
Hey, Queen, you know Gullah is a language, and you know Gullah is mixed with French,
I do,
right?
and I know my people is geeky.
And you know Gullah
bro,
is also
I
mixed
know
with
geeky
Africans,
I
right?
met my great
Hold
grandmama,
up.
and I
Do you know that
man,
Gullahs
you can't tell me
are
nothing,
freedmen Africans? Do you know that?
Man, you burnt, cuz. No, I don't.
No, you burnt,
Man, you
cuz.
burnt. You burnt,
Listen, y'all
man.
need to quit talking about South Carolina history if y'all ain't putting in no footwork and y'all ain't out here on the ground. My family been here. You say your family was here. I'm still
You
here.
burnt, cuz. You burnt.
That's all.
You
Cuz.
burnt.
Put
You
all
burnt
that burnt
out,
shit
nigga.
when we saying the same shit, Queen. That's the crazy shit. I'm on
No,
here
we're
repping
not.
the
We
same
are
shit.
not
I rep
saying
y'all.
the same
When
thing.
y'all
I
on
keep
other
trying to mute
motherfuckers'
myself
channel.
Hold on,
and
bro.
you keep
Calm down.
disrespecting.
Y'all calm down.
No, do not.
Calm down for a
bro,
second.
We
when
are
you on
not
other
saying
people,
the same thing.
right,
Sir, also, I'm
Supreme?
educated. We are not saying the same thing.
Later
We
for
are
that.
not. And I'm not going to
All right,
argue
later
with you,
for
man.
that. Later for that. Hey, Supreme, when you on other people's channel, bro, on some real shit, dog, I be in the chat supporting that shit. Even though I
Hey, no,
don't
bro.
claim myself as
I'm
yours,
not.
like my cousin,
We building,
as my
brother.
cousin Darvis do, I still respect the movement that y'all say y'all Indians and we say we Indians.
You know,
Okay,
females
I
are way
said
more
I was
emotional
native
than the
first.
men, and you are being very disrespectful. And I think I'm being very, calm by muting myself.
Hold on, sis. Hold on, y'all.
Pardon, man. 1,000 pardons, Supreme. 1,000
All right, hold on one second.
I totally
This was
apologize.
written in 2017. Hold on. Oh, no, it's all good. I think y'all we're building. We're not debating. We're you know, even though we got Taz in the building, the Gump. I mean,
On
that
some real
guy.
shit. That's why I came in here, bro. To like show some knowledge.
No, bro. Like it's all about building, bro. So we want to address this article right here, though. That's what we about to address right here. Hold on, let's address this. Now, this article. No. The other one, going back to Brown University, is written in 2017. You understand that, correct?
Yeah, we can do this one right here first. Yeah.
Okay, we'll do this
let's
one first, then we'll go back to
let's
that
see
one.
if it's the updated source on it, then.
Okay, when was this written? You got it. I can't see. You can go ahead and tell us.
Bro, don't call
Where this
me
come
out
from?
like that, man. Don't do that.
You don't want to read it?
Oh, me? No, somebody else was talking to you just now, bro.
Not
Who was that?
You, mug. Not, bruh, you tripping, man.
No, hold on, sis. We cooking. We good over here.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is
I can't read it, man. I can't even see it. I'm on my phone, so I'm good.
No, yeah, that's fine. We got it, sis. It says the Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History, right? AP US History Study Guide. When was this written? Oh, I got it.
Hey, bro, not one time you ever heard me say that these shit are actual facts. I say I have sources like how they like to have sources. They want sources, so that's what I said at the beginning.
Why would you do
that? I'm just saying though, like, bro, you don't have to.
No, I brought up my shit to prove where the fuck I'm from and where I'm at. That's what I did. To let motherfuckers
Yeah, but
know.
but you're talking about Africans now. You're talking about Africans, and you're gonna have to verify that. You say Africans, bro. Where did you get this Africans from?
Hold up. Let me make sure that you what about the Africans now? When I said they was coming in, a large number was coming in.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That's my pushback.
Oh, okay, all right, fact.
The African conversation, because if it's Africans,
Oh, okay, all right. I told you I got one source that shows that. I got a source that shows that. This source right here shows that it was more Indians taken out than was brought in. If you keep scrolling, that's what this source right here.
no, it's saying Native Americans though.
Why?
So they're flipping back and forth between Indians and Native Americans. This is the flip. This.
Indians.
Hold up, that right there said what happened to American Indians though, bro.
All right, so check it. The story of a European. I got you. The story of European colonialism in the Americas and its victimization of Africans and Indians, bro. See that right there's a no flag right off top. That's a red flag on the plate.
Man, that's a slap in the face, nigga, to your grandmama, man.
That's a flag on the plate, bro.
Hold up.
Yeah, that ain't knock to your information, but when they see that, think about this. When you show this to Garfield, he gonna eat that up off top.
Point blank, period.
You say he's gonna eat this up off top?
Yes, sir.
Keep reading, please. Because
Okay.
it would tell you, man. Keep reading than that, man.
I really don't have to after that.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
So hold up. So y'all, hold up. Let me make sure I'm correct. Y'all don't believe that the slave trade happened. Period.
We don't believe that the niggas that's here is African. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't believe that either. Because I see the Africans that's coming in this motherfucker now.
Man,
so I don't believe that either. Yeah, I believe that we got misclassified. Yes, I do believe that. But it was rather than this is the thing. I think they was bringing people from the Caribbean islands, from the fucking islands and shit like that, and was calling them Africans. If I can go off of that, but as far as Africans coming from Africa to South America, to America, to South Carolina, nah,
you tripping, man.
I'm gonna keep going. Says Africans and Indians follows a central paradigm in most textbooks. In most textbooks, the African role encompasses the transportation, exploitation, and suffering of many millions of New World slavery, while Indians are described in terms of their succumbing in large numbers to disease. Stop right there. What happened to these bodies?
Tell the truth.
No, listen, you got to keep reading. The book is saying that's
I know this.
A fucking lie.
Well, do you not know that I know this story?
This is not brand new to us, bro. This is old shit, bro.
I don't believe in that, bro. I don't believe that. That's why I kept reading the fucking source, because the source later on says, like, yo, that's some bullshit.
Okay.
Why this nigga playing games, man? Nobody had no time for this, man. Nobody had no time for niggas playing games, man. I swear to God, and this word games, all this bullshit, man. We over this, man. We've been dealing with these.
You know, y'all skip over this is what y'all do, but I'm here to check y'all out on this.
Who is the brand new guy that's talking about we skip over this? This is old.
Brand new nowhere,
it's old news, man. It's old news, man.
Well, it's history, right? So
how is this old news when you ain't never read this source before, baby?
Right. Okay.
You don't know what I know. How you gonna tell me what I know?
Yes, you have Supreme, but not her, man.
I'm gonna wait till y'all give me the okay.
Hold on, one at a time. Hold on, Open, Sweet Wine. We got Taz exclusives.
Yeah, I read too much, dog. Just for a motherfucker to just exclude.
No. We're gonna get back to that. We're gonna get back to that because we don't want you guys. I'm just saying though. It said Africans.
Yeah, but listen, bro. I didn't listen. So that's why I asked you.
But you said that they have misclassified things, and
no.
I just need you to know.
Trying to give you the benefit of the doubt.
I'm glad that Taz is up here because I know that he's against. I know that Taz is against Cointelpro. I got you. The theme of the night is Cointelpro, right? And we know that they created literature. Hold on, brother. You know they created literature, right? Right? The Eugenics Society, Cointelpro, the CIA, and all these front organizations are the people that create a lot of this literature and this narrative that you're talking about right now at Brown University. Do you not understand that?
So let me ask you this. So what you saying is you don't believe in nothing that you read?
I don't believe in nothing. They have to prove it.
Yeah, right.
I don't believe shit. Nothing.
So how do you get the
Me either.
How do you get the knowledge you got besides talking to your ancestors?
I'm tapped in. So I'm the GOAT. Hey, so Taz. Hey Taz, real fast, right?
See, Supreme, that's some old fucking bullshit right there, dog.
Nah, I'm gonna prove it though. I'll prove it to you in a second, brother. I got you, brother. I got you, family. It's okay, man. It's all right, man. It's fine. It's okay, brother. I'm just saying, you gotta do the research. Hey, man, I was off 3 years on your first article from Brown University. I said 2014. It was 2017.
Y'all don't read. So
bro, I read everything that you presented, brother. That's what I'm telling you. I'm teaching. I don't have to read. I'm not a scholar.
No,
I'm a teacher. Hey, so Taz, I'm gonna spank you real fast. So Taz,
my bad.
Get into the CIA operative stuff that's going on, brother. What is your knowledge on Cointelpro and the Pan-African connection to the CIA, brother? What is your knowledge of this thing?
And when it started? When did it start?
Hold on, sis. Let him get it. He's been watching. He know when it started.
I'm trying to figure out where we at in the conversation because, for example, Cointelpro is an operation that started in the 60s. You're speaking to things that are not directly tied to Cointelpro. Cointelpro is just one specific operation that started in the 1960s. So even you've already spoken to an era before that. So this lets me know you don't know what the hell you're talking about. But in terms of Indian slavery, that's 1866 is when that ended. I wanted to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do y'all act like Indians wasn't enslaving niggas?
Man,
bro.
You burnt, cuz, man. That's all I can say. Y'all
hold on, bro. We're just addressing the terminologies like Native American and African, brother. We're not Africans, and these people are writing these terminologies back.
Well, I agree
by changing. Okay, all right. So what I want to know your knowledge of the connection between Pan-Africanism, because you said it's the 60s, but ultimately we can link it to today. That's the problem. Still funding it to today. Every era they never missed a beat, brother. Yeah, we can link it all together, brother.
Hey, bro, who's your cheerleader in the background? Tell me to shut the fuck up.
No, brother. No, we're gonna keep. Let's keep. No, sis, you good. You good, sis. No, you good.
You burnt, cuz. Don't do that.
Hold on, sis. You gonna get a chance. You tough. You good.
Stop it.
Hey, Taz. So let's talk about this for a second, right? Now we know that these people have been against our people, and most of people of color should not be for infiltrating of our people, right? And all the things that Cointelpro operatives are doing. I am charging those guys over there in the Pan Boo Boo community. I don't know if you identify yourself as that because I've heard you Choctaw and all this other stuff, that they are working free agents or knowingly, they're willingly or unwillingly knowing that they are working for the CIA, period. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and we have the documentation that some of them are literally paid by these people, brother, period.
Yeah, I did that stream 2 years ago. Okay, so there's no doubt that Pan-Africanism is
still a op, bro.
And you shut up. Hey man, tell that bitch to shut up, bro.
Hey, nah, bro. Nah, don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
No bitch,
hey, sis.
Nobody's bitch. I know one female that ain't nobody's bitch, bro. You got me fucked up, cuz you just wrong and you mad. You should be mad, nigga. Be mad, nigga. You be mad, nigga. Your shit about to die, cuz. You ain't got shit cracking, nigga. You burnt, cuz.
I'm asking you, fam.
All right, so since you get to get it, but let's let him finish saying his piece. Go ahead, Taz.
Like for real. So when it comes down to like Pan-Africanism, what I'm saying is that it dates back too far to tie to COINTELPRO. Now, if you're saying simply that did COINTELPRO as an operation use Pan-Africans, I'm 100% right there with you. I have no problem with that statement.
But we don't give a fuck about Pan-Africans. What you talking about? Burnt out ass nigga.
Is that hoe even listening, bro?
Six.
You
Sis,
a hoe,
calm down.
I mean, but like you got bitches up here that can't hear. The fuck?
You the nigga that get fucked. You know what? I try not to disrespect you, nigga. I swear to God. But you disrespecting me right now, nigga. Don't nobody fuck me like you get fucked, nigga. Shut up.
Good God, man. That's
you burnt out.
Anyway, like
you
I was saying.
All right, one at a time.
Bullshit.
Bro, I've never
Okay.
made a statement, bro. So again, like I'm saying, when we start talking the 60s, that Pan-Africanism was pushed by these, what we would call COINTELPRO. But previous to that, no. Previous to that, there was no COINTELPRO. You know what I'm saying? We're just talking an operation when we talk about COINTELPRO. So previous to the 60s, that's a different operation. It's a different scheme. It's a different desire. But it's not COINTELPRO.
How dumb is this guy, bro? I swear to God.
Hey, Taz.
COINTELPRO got, listen, fam. Ask that bitch to show me where COINTELPRO go back before the 60s.
No, listen, brother.
Not some version of
everything.
it.
Keep
Actual
doing that
documentation.
shit. I love it.
I do
Hey, sis.
documentation. I do
Hey, Mute, let me
actual
get him real fast. I got him.
do actual facts, and he should be able to tell you that. I'm giving you a fact here, not just for the
Okay.
The fuck?
So we know that the names have changed, brother. So we're not talking about names. Because I know you heard of the Ghetto Informant program, correct?
Yeah, but we're not. But the reason why we can't just say
No. I'm saying today, right now, it's COINTELPRO live and direct today in 2023. Yes or no?
I can't argue that there's not.
Okay.
I can't argue.
All right. Hold on. We have all the Pan-African master teachers were funded by these people. There's no question. They were funded, and they knew. They knew that these organizations were funded by the CIA because it was known.
It can't be all of them.
I'm sorry. Can you name one that wasn't?
What's up, bitch?
Hold on. Calm down, sis. I got him. Hey, can you name one that wasn't?
Before let's go with
No. Present time. Don't even do that. Present time right now. Name one that's not.
I don't know enough of them. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay, I got you. So all of them are. All of them. Oh, did you know that Jabari was a paid paid employee of Black Lives Matter, brother?
I know when I debated Jabari, he sat up there and told a motherfucking lie about Marcus Garvey going to Africa. So it wouldn't matter to me if he was paid or not. He's a fucking fraud.
No. Have you ever heard of Open Society?
No.
Well, Open Society is the parent company
Is that nigga
by George Soros that was started in like '84, right? But in '91, they started funding with CIA funds. They started funding Black Studies and Pan-Africanism. Just one in the more modern times, but the Carnegies and the Ford and and all the Rockefellers and all them was doing it, from the '60s to '70s, in the '80s, and then Soros and took it over with Black Lives Matter in '91, brother. So when you say it's all a continuation that still happened today, and these people are still pushing the same narrative that was created.
Lives Matter is COINTELPRO.
Who? Absolutely. I know. Matter of fact, it ain't gotta be COINTELPRO. I know it's a CIA front. I know that for a fact.
Okay.
It's funded by the CIA. I know that for a fact. It's not for debate. It's facts.
What is it a front for? Chime in, bitch, and help you. What is it a front for?
Hey, bro. So wait a minute. So I'm saying, so you don't know about you don't know what these people are front for, and not only spying and directing our people to vote against their interests, set up legislations against their interests, all these other things that the Black Lives Matter has done, brother, to harm our people, brother. Anybody that's dealing with Black Lives Matter has already been exposed as being agents, but that organization has been funded and working with the CIA since 1991, according to documentation. Not according to me, according to documentation. And George Soros is that guy.
So who started BLM in 1991?
Okay, his name is George Soros through Open Society. All you got to do is look it up.
Wait. No, well, if I look this up, it's not going to tell me Black Lives Matter was started.
Absolutely, bro. It absolutely is. All you got to do is Black Lives Matter parent company, Open Society, brother.
Okay, so now you're talking about a parent company. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm not.
Man, it's on Wikipedia, bro.
Hold on, sis.
You a scary ass nigga.
Sis. Calm down. I got him. We don't have to. The information speaks for itself, sis. Hey, Taz, focus. Nah, hey, bro, you gotta have some type of. I got you. But you got a wife. You don't want nobody calling your wife out her name, bro. So calm down. Hey, bro, people think that about yours, man. Calm down, bro. I'm trying. I want to beat you up on information. I don't want you to get into your feelings, bro. So calm down, bro. So hey, bro, sis, I need you to mute. I got him. So, bro, I'm gonna need you to chill. Sis, I'm gonna need you to chill. Y'all don't need to talk to each other. I got it, bro. Calm down, bro. I don't need to hear that bitch shit no more, bro. Cause you like you doing it for unnecessarily right now, bro. So come on, fam.
I'm not doing that, bro. But you gotta stop jumping in and attacking me, bro. I'm fine with that. But listen,
nah, but you ain't emotional. She ain't hurting you.
Bro, I'm not emotional.
Don't run from the information, man. Don't run from this.
Fucking man, nigga. I ain't did shit to you. What the fuck you talking about?
Man, why is you?
Are you a man?
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't unmute. Since he's not, he's not you tough. He's not doing nothing to you. All right, bro. Don't talk. All right. So you don't even talk about the information, right?
Bro,
got you. Hey, sis, please mute.
No problem. It's me, bro. All
right, so let's go. So back to the information.
You say the parent company, fam. I'm saying.
Bro, you know what you're doing right now? You having a conversation about something that don't even matter. That shit don't matter what you talking about. Nigga, that shit is CIA, period. Black Lives Matter, CIA, period.
Right, that's your opinion, but don't.
No, dude, my nigga, why is you're ignorant right now and you having a conversation with the GOAT?
He's gonna make you mad.
Bro, you weren't the GOAT.
Sis. Bro. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Get this work right now.
Right. I'm trying.
All that talking right there, I don't need to hear all that.
You're running.
Running for what?
Black Lives Matter was not.
It is a CIA organization, sir.
It wasn't.
I ain't say it was in. Hey, listen. This is for the peanut gallery because you slow motherfuckers. You a slow nigga. Okay? Stop being slow. Nigga, it don't matter when it was started. The parent company that started fucking Black Lives Matter is called Open Society, you dumbass nigga. And that's why George Soros is over Black Lives Matter. Why do you think people say George Soros over Black Lives Matter? Dumbass nigga. Why do you think that is?
Because you learn from memes. Because you learn from
memes. Who?
You learn from memes. George Soros.
So, hey, bro, you have never heard of Open Society, so that means that you're. Hey, Taz, you making yourself look real dumb right now. I literally told you, hey, bro, you making yourself look real dumb right now.
Hey, fam, don't.
You so dumb, you don't even want to pull it up on your phone, or if you got a tablet or something, an etch sketch. It's your goofy ass. Hey, bro.
Ass nigga, is that what you ready to do, or do you want to do the information, fuck boy?
My nigga,
don't call me no more names.
Stay focused.
You a fucking pussy.
Hey, sis, I got this. I'm not emotional.
Right,
I don't get beat up in information, sir. I don't. What am I running about again?
Create Black Lives Matter.
Oh my fucking God, bro! Listen to me. You've never heard of Open Society, so you should shut your fucking mouth and go to something else. Okay?
Right. But here's
right.
Why I
hey, bro, you shut the fuck up.
Because
you so stupid because you don't even want to listen.
Founder of BLM.
Okay, let me say this so the dummy can understand.
Can you take me to where George Soros is the founder?
The CIA funds organizations, sir. The parent company.
Great. I can show
hey, bro,
you.
You've never heard of Open Society. Hey, sir, you never heard of Open Society.
Fun, fam. Can you show
I got you.
Where is the documentation to point to what you're doing, bro?
Hey, sir. If you that dumb that you haven't looked this up by now, and you still talking that, I think you have a problem.
I'm asking you to point me to it.
Hey, bro, all you gotta do is look up Open Society.
Founder of Black Lives Matter.
All you gotta do is look up Open Society. I'm not talking about him being a founder or nothing. I'm saying he is the owner of all of that, sir. And they
so you said he's not the founder of Black Lives Matter.
Oh my God.
You didn't say he's not,
Hey,
right?
hey man, hey, sir, can we move on to something else while you look it
No,
up?
we can't. No, we can't. Don't run. I know y'all Indian motherfuckers
I'm not
You're
doing all
running.
that, bro. I'm not about
So
to
why
talk to
are
an
you
ignorant person.
claiming a man who didn't start
It's called
Black
open
Lives Matter
society.
started it in 91?
It's called open society, sir.
No, it's called
I
Black
didn't say
Lives Matter.
they even start open society in 91. I said they started getting funding from the CIA in 91, sir, to fund black studies and stuff like that, which ultimately went to Black Lives Matter, sir. So, bro, stop being ignorant. Hey, bro, stop being ignorant and address the CIA stuff. Hey, bro, listen to me again. You're slow right now.
You're running.
You're slow right now. Black Lives Matter didn't exist in this form in 91. You know that. Okay, so why are you talking like you dumb, bro?
So when can you?
Hey, wait, you
Bro, so
deflecting
when
from
are you making
information.
the
I got
connection?
you. Hey, bro.
You got to tie
Come
it
on, bro.
together, then, bro.
What you haven't done
You can't
is
just say, "Well, it was open society," and in
it's called open
2013,
society.
bro. No, that's not how this works, bro. You know
OSI,
it.
Open Society Institution. You should look that up and shut your fucking mouth.
Right. So again, when I look that up, you telling me it's gonna take
bro,
me
you
back
dumb,
to BLM?
bro. OSI. That's all I'm gonna say to
BLM?
you. Every time you say something, I'm gonna say OSI.
Is that BLM?
So, hey, do you want to go to something else? You want to go to something else?
Is that BLM?
OSI.
You should say
Right.
OSS.
Hey, dumbass nigga. OSI.
Right. Yeah, that
Shut
works
your
in
dumb
these
ass.
communities.
Stop
fam.
talking
It
to me,
don't work
dumbass
nowhere
nigga,
else,
about
bro.
the OSI. That's all you gotta do. Stop being dumb, bro.
It don't work nowhere
Hey,
else,
remember
bro.
you was ignorant. Remember you just learned something.
Where's the source?
Hey, bro,
that
you
says
just
OSI
learned
is
something.
BLM?
Hey, you just learned something.
You don't have a source that says
You just
OSI
learned
is
something.
BLM?
You just learned something.
You don't have that source?
Hey, you just learned something.
Hey, fam, you don't have that source?
All right, so you don't want to talk about nothing else, huh?
That's
I'm gonna what you guys said. So,
You should look it up to be
hey, I just want to put you at.
We won't do it.
Yeah, I know you had.
I ain't about to entertain that. So you don't want to talk about the CIA. You want to talk about Black Lives Matter, right? If you that dumb, you don't want to look up Open Society Institute, man. I don't know what to say, fam. I don't know. I'm not about to do your work for. I'm not about to pull nothing up for you. I'm not about to do none of that, bro. I don't even get bogged down in something as dumb as something like. All you gotta do is look that up, bro.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna look that motherfucker up. Hell yeah.
Open Society Institute. That's it. Y'all ain't gotta keep talking, bro. Press go.
I ain't been on that though. But like I've been telling you though, Supreme, the reason why I brought this article out because I wanted y'all to critique it with me because so I can have different eyes on it and different points of view on it. You know what I'm saying? But if you keep reading, man, you know what I mean? I can read it. You know what I mean? I read all right. I read pretty good. You want me to start with you from?
Bro.
You got it.
I'm a what?
Hey sis, come sis.
What
you gotta hold your composure. You gotta hold your composure. Roll your blunt up. Chill.
Hey, I got my pipe. I'm good, man.
Okay, I need you to chill because we trying to get some people trying to get some information tonight, and going back and forth arguing is not getting it. And everybody's emotional instead of trying to get to some solutions. So that's what I'm trying to get to. I'm not about to keep listening to the dummies. Go ahead, brother. You got it.
Yeah, I hope I ain't coming off as a dummy to you, bro. You know what I mean? I read, so you know what I mean. All right, so you left off at the African role encompasses the transportation, exploitation, and suffering of many millions in New World slavery, while Indians are described terms of their scumbling and large numbers of disease, with the survivors facing dispossession of their land. This paradigm, a basic one in history of colonialism, omits a crucial aspect of the story. The indigenous people of the Americas were enslaved in large numbers. This exclusion distorts not only what happened to the American Indians under colonization, but also points to the need for a reassessment of the foundation and nature of the European overseas expansion. So now when I read this first paragraph, it starts off kind of rough, but after I finish reading that first paragraph, it's saying like, yo, hold up, some shit been left out. that these was Indians that was getting enslaved, but they was getting classified as African American. Okay.
Wait.
Without
Was
slavery,
they misclassified then, or were they later misclassified as African American?
shit.
Oh, we know they weren't called
Listen,
Africans then,
I ain't
brother.
gonna lie
At
to
this
you,
time
bro.
period.
I'm looking for some documents that say since back then, bro. Word. I'm looking. I'm still
Okay, but
researching.
this document was written in the 20th century, brother.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Maybe
talking
even the
about what that
21st
first
century.
part. Yeah,
I
I'm
got
talking
you.
about what that
This
first part.
don't matter. That article, this article that you're reading is new, bro. It's not written back then. That's my point. So the Pamboo-Boos are gonna get this and run all over it because it's saying African, and they're internalizing Indian as Native American something different as opposed to being the same people. But Africans aren't us. We're not Africans, and you're not gonna be able to
Hold up,
prove
brother. They
Africans.
say American Indian now.
Okay.
So far, all I've been reading been American Indian in this article. So they can't take American Indian and turn that to Native American.
Oh, they can't?
How? In that case, then, hey, listen. In that case, then, if I'm saying I'm Native and you just corrected me on my shit, like, yo, bro, that Native shit is something different than Indian. You just, when I first got on the show, you corrected me on that. So how can
But they said
do
it. Okay, go ahead, bro. All right,
you
so look.
corrected me on that, I'm gonna correct their ass on it.
Gotcha. Go ahead, man. Go ahead and finish reading now, you guys. I'm on mute.
Without slavery, slave trading, and other forms of unfree labor, European colonization would have remained extremely limited in the New World. The Spanish was almost totally dependent on Indian labor in most of their colonies. And even where unfree labor did not predominate, as in the New England colonies, colonial production was geared towards supporting the slave plantation complex of the West Indies. Thus, we must take a closer look at the scope of unfree labor, the central means by which Europeans generated the wealth that fostered the growth of colonies. Modern perceptions of early modern slavery associate the institution almost solely with Africans and their descendants. Yet, slavery was ambiguous institution in the early modern world. Africans, Asians, Europeans, and Native Americans kept slaves before and after Columbus reached America. And slavery meant a denial of freedom for the enslaved. But slavery varied greatly from place to place, as did lives of slaves. The life of Janizaro, slave soldier of the Ottoman Empire, who enjoyed numerous privileges and benefits, immensely differed from an American Indian who worked in the silver mines of Peru, or an American Indian who worked in the silver mines of Peru, or an African who produced sugarcane in Barbados. People could keep as slaves for religious purposes, Aztecs and the Pacific Northwest Indians, or as a byproduct of the welfare, where they made little contribution to the economy, basic social welfare, Eastern Woodlands, and they were central to the economy. In many areas of West Africa, for instance, slaves were predominantly formed producers of wealth. As it expanded on the European colonization to the New World.
Bro. Did you say they were primarily what?
Who?
Primarily foreign?
Where,
can you repeat that? I'm sorry. Just the last sentence before, were they primarily what? But primarily.
You talk about predominantly?
Oh, predominantly what?
Slaves were predominant form of property and the main producers of wealth.
No, it was primarily.
Oh, it was saying, hold up though. They was just talking about in West Africa, for instance.
Can you repeat that part though? Can you repeat that one part though? It was primarily what?
In many areas of West Africa, for instance, slaves were the predominant form of property and the main producers of wealth.
Keep going, man. You said primarily something.
Hold on, let me go back up. Let me make sure I didn't say primarily, ma. I
Yeah,
got
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me look back. Let me look back up real quick. Let me make sure.
Thank you.
I
Thank
want to
you
make
so
sure
much.
now. No, I think I said I might have said. No, I think I just said predominant. I don't
Okay,
see
so
no.
just
I
repeat
don't see
that.
nothing.
If you could start from there.
My fault. They was just talking about the in areas of
Workers,
West
right?
Africa, for instance.
The
Yeah, they were just
workers
talking
over
about
there.
them. Huh?
The workers over there, right?
Yeah, they were just talking about West Africa for that instance, in that part of that. Yeah.
But I want you to reread that part, man.
In many areas of West Africa, for instance, slaves were the predominant form of property and the main producers of wealth.
Keep going.
Okay, let me blow the screen back up. As it
Well,
extended under Europe, I'm
No,
sorry.
I just mean from that part. Keep going from that part.
Okay, all right, bet. As it extended under European colonization to the New World in the late 15th through 19th century, slavery took on a new, rationalized form involving the movement of millions of people from one continent to another based on skin color, and the creation of a vast slave plantation complex that was an important cog in the modernization and globalization of the world economy. Africans provided the bulk of labor in this new system of slavery, but American Indians were compelled to labor in large numbers as well. So this is what I'm saying, what my article is saying. Everything that they did, everything that they always say the African did, somehow we're in that same story too. Yes.
They was doing what? Where? That wasn't over here. That was over there.
Well, it just say New World. That can mean South America. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That could mean South America. Is this the beginning of the next page, Supreme? Okay, bet. All right, Queen. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'll just make sure I'm back at a starting point. Is it something else you want? Okay, all right. In the wake of the death of the indigenous Americans from Europe, conveyed microbes from which they had no immunity, the colonists turned to important Africans. A racist and gross interpretation of this event proceeded the most Indians could be enslaved because of their love for freedom, while Africans was used to having
on mute. I said on mute. You keep reading, bro.
Yeah, knocked off. Well, I want to see, scroll to see when this was written.
I mean, I could have sworn he said something totally different than what he said the first time. That's all.
My fault, I mastered the wrong button. What you were saying now, Queen? You said I'm saying something
I just
different
want
than
you
what I
to keep
was saying the
reading
first time.
because excuse me.
No, I was asking you. You said that I was saying something different than what I said the first time.
Yeah, like it's very small on my screen, but I could have sworn you said something totally different.
As far as what?
About Americans. And especially Americans being taken to another place and working somewhere else because they knew
Oh
what
yeah,
the fuck to do.
millions. It said millions of Americans got relocated and displaced. Yes, millions of Americans.
Exactly.
Right. which I know that it was a low trade going from North America to South America to Central America and back. They had their own low trade going within that didn't have
I
nothing to
thought you
do
was
with.
talking about Africa though. I thought you was reading to us about Africa.
Baby, I got no love for Africa.
Well, nobody's saying you do, boo.
Oh. Word. I don't. I was saying that I can show you how we got fucked up and got misclaimed as them. That's my whole argument.
That's why I was like, can you repeat that? Can you keep talking? That's okay. Keep reading, baby. I love it.
Okay, all right, bet. Boom. The colonists turned to important races. Okay. A racist and gross misinterpretation of this event post cited that most Indians could not be enslaved because of their love for freedom, while Africans was used to having the labor controlled by big men in Africa. That's dangerous.
Dope.
Huh?
That's some dope shit right there.
Yeah, listen, now check it.
Know what freedom is. We not slaves, bro.
Right. Because of their love for freedom, they couldn't be enslaved. Right. One of my articles said that, you know what I mean, they had to stop enslaving Indians, and when they did do that, that's when the African came in to fucking do the work. They say they brought them motherfuckers in to do the fucking work. And that's when the census said, fuck that. I'm not
on the east side. That ain't on the west side. That's on the east side.
Yeah, baby, that's where I'm from, South Carolina.
Well, baby, you said they was taking us from here and taking us over there. That's what you read. You read that.
Hold on.
You
Yes,
want to go
that's
back
this
up a few
article.
lines? You can reread it.
Yes, that's this article. I was telling you about another article I got about how we got classified as Negroes along with them, the Indians. That's my other source. That's the Brown University source. But anyway, let me go ahead and go. Controlled by big men in Africa. This dangerous, very obscure and basic fact of early modern history. Anyone could be enslaved. Over 1 million European was held as slaves from the 1500s through the 1700s, 1780s in Africa.
How many? Oh, and was those white people?
Over 1 million Europeans. It's not saying white. They say Europeans.
I was just asking you, was those white people?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. We know we had Moors and we had Muslims, Arab, and all that now, and conquered some of that. You know what I mean? We know that for a fact. Over 1 million Europeans was held as slaves from the 1530s through the 1780s in Africa. And see, that could be after so-called Christopher got kicked out after 1492, when they kicked out all the Jews and the Moors or whatever. But anyway, and hundreds and thousands was kept as slaves by the Ottomans in Eastern Europe and Asia. So by them saying the Ottomans, then we know that's when the Muslim influence came in.
No, but
they was doing the enslavement
over there and not over here. They say they took us from here and over there, and that's what we've been saying.
Oh yeah, I agree with that too. I mean, in 1493, Christopher Columbus, you know, he had to pay for his fucking trips because he told them he was gonna find gold and all that shit like that. He didn't find none of that shit. He sent 500,
so he had to steal
close to 500 slaves back to Europe to pay for his debt. And then when he went back on his first trip, he also paraded down the street with Indian slaves,
kings and queens.
Yes. And then also in the 1500s, it's also documented that not native. Let me change my words. Indians, some of the Indians was going over there to visit in the 1500s. So
freely,
that's why I tell you, freely. Yes, freely. Yes, freely. That's why I tell you, man. I do my reading. Trust me.
I'm glad you do, baby.
Yeah, and I want other people input. So check it out. What else it has been said now? So and hundreds of thousands was kept slaves by the Ottomans in Eastern Europe and Asia. John Smith, for instance, has been a slave of the Ottomans before he obtained his freedom and helped colonize.
Who?
Check it out. And you know who that was, right?
White boy?
He helped colonize Virginia.
Who did he marry?
Helped colonize Virginia
Who did
in
he marry,
1650.
bro? Who did he forcefully marry, man? That's what I'm talking about, man. You gotta look at this bullshit for what it is.
Yes, I feel you. But they just saying John Smith, he was a slave of the Ottomans. He obtained his freedom and he helped colonize Virginia in 1650. More English was
How?
enslaved in
How did
Africa.
he attack?
Check this
I
out.
hate to keep interrupting you, baby. I'm sorry, but how did he do that? Does it not say how he did it? It don't say how he did it.
Oh, that you know what,
How
babe?
he
That's
obtained his
something.
freedom? Because who did he marry?
The next
Oh,
time I talk to you,
Lord.
Mom, I guarantee you I will have that answer for you if I can find it. I will go and find that answer for you, Mom. I really don't care about African knowledge. So that's why I don't know what the fuck
That's
he
not
did. But
African knowledge,
since he
baby.
came
That's
to
white boy
Virginia,
shit.
yeah, since he came to Virginia or whatever and helped colonize Virginia, I'm gonna go into that. But I stick to my own state first or whatever. You know what I mean? So more English was enslaved in Africa than Africans enslaved in the English colonies.
Wow.
You hear that?
No, I'm just playing.
Yeah, okay. Even as late as the early 19th century, United States citizens were enslaved in North Africa. As the pro-slavery ideology, ideology,
It's
whatever.
ideologue. Yes, sir. Right.
Ideology. I thought I said it right the first time. Okay. George Fitzhugh note in his book Cannibals All, 1857, in the history of world slavery. Europeans were commonly the ones held as slaves, and the enslavement of Africans
Can you
was
repeat
a
that?
relatively.
I'm sorry. I keep unmuting myself, and I'm sorry. But who was the slave? Can you repeat that shit, bro? Please.
What y'all call them? Y'all call them the Slavics, right?
Hey.
That lets you know I do my research on y'all. I be listening. Y'all call them the Slavics. Europeans were commonly the ones held as slaves, and the enslavement of Africans was a relatively new historical development. Not until the 18th century did the words slave in Africa become nearly synonymous in the minds of Europeans and Euro-Americans.
Ain't that what we've been saying for a long time?
I'm just saying, so how, but how can this article kill me?
Well, no, it kills you because y'all be saying that slavery was happening for 400 fucking years, bro. That's why it kills you.
Ain't no y'all.
I mean, maybe not you, baby, but hey, that's what they be saying.
But slavery did happen. Slavery did happen 400 years, but it was us.
They're about to let you
go.
go.
It was us Indians who was getting enslaved for 400 years, not them.
No, sir, that's incorrect, man. I swear.
So you don't think Indians was enslaved?
We were prisoners of war, bro. And that's a difference. And this article, you still can't believe it. You reading how the white boy was a slave. You are just saying it.
Hold up, no. I'm asking you about Indian slavery, and I respect that. We was prisoners of war. 9 times out of 10, you had to join that tribe. It was way different than the slavery what they throwing out there today's narrative. Yes, I agree with you with that.
Oh, I muted myself, baby. Keep going.
Oh, my fault. I you want me to keep reading? Okay. With labor at a premium in the colonial American economy, there was no shortage of people seeking to purchase slaves, both before and during African enslavement in the Americas. American Indians was forced to labor as slaves in various other forms of unfree servitude. They worked in mines, on plantations, as apprentices, for artisans, and as domestics, just like African slaves and European indentured servants. As with Africans shipped to America, Indians were transported from their native communities to labor elsewhere as slaves. Many Indians from Central America were shipped to the West Indies, also a common destination for Indians transported out of Charleston, South Carolina, and Boston, Massachusetts. Many other Indians were moved hundreds or thousands of miles within the Americas, Sioux Indians from the Minnesota region could be found enslaved in Quebec, and Choctaws from the Mississippi. Oh, my bad.
This is when my brothers be talking about blackbirding. Didn't nobody come from Africa, bro. They was moving us around our own land, man. And this right here is telling you what it is right now. So I'm gonna mute again.
Queen, I told you I agree with that.
It's not you, bro.
My fault.
It's for the people that's listening, man. Because obviously you acting like you understand what's really going on, and everybody else don't.
So yeah, I really
you get it, but they don't get it. They think everybody came from Africa. But you just said what happened. It's not you, bro.
My fault.
It's for the people that's listening, man. Because obviously you acting like you understand what's really going on, and everybody else don't. So
yeah, I really
you get it, but they don't get it. They think everybody came from Africa. But you just said what happened. So when nobody coming from Africa, nigga.
Okay, so let me continue. The European trade in American Indians was initiated by Columbus in 1493. Needing money to pay for his New World expeditions, he shipped Indians to Spain, where there already existed slave markets dealing and buying and selling of Africans. Within a few decades, the Spanish expanded the slave trade in American Indians from the islands of Hispaniola to Puerto Rico, Jamaica, Cuba, and the Bahamas.
Oh, Lord, can you say that shit again, bro?
Yes, baby. Okay. The European trade in American Indians was initiated by Columbus in 1493. Needing money to pay for his New World expeditions, he shipped Indians to Spain, where there already existed slave markets, dealing and buying and selling of Africans. Within a few decades, the Spanish expanded the slave trade in American Indians from the island of Hispaniola to Puerto Rico, Jamaica, Cuba, and the Bahamas. That's where you asked me to pause at.
Yes, sir. No, I asked you to repeat that because that's why I know I met a girl and like a couple years ago, and she was like, "Oh, I'm from the islands." I was like, "You still fam, babe?" She was like, "Well, I'm from Wutubu." I said, "You still fam?" And she looked at me like, "Goddamn, yes, we is, bruh." That's some real life shit. Nigga, she knew who her family was, but the outside people was telling us we was different. You can keep reading, nigga. We all family. Nigga.
Oh yeah.
We all in Cali. We all in New York and Florida and all that shit. We all the same people, cuz.
Yeah, I feel like I was giving you the same respect you gave me. I was just muting my mic and letting you go and letting you know
I'm
when
just saying, I love you for reading this because this is dope. This is solidifying the blackbirding shit that we've been talking about, and ain't nobody come from Africa, bro. That's all, baby. That's all, and I love it. Keep reading.
Bad. Okay. The Great Decline in the indigenous island populations were largely owed to disease, slaving, and warfare. Led the Spanish to then raid Indian communities in Central America. Okay, let me start over. The Great Decline in the indigenous Indian populations, which largely owed to disease, slaving, and warfare, led to the Spanish to then raid Indian communities in Central America and many of the islands just off the continent, such as Curaçao, Trinidad, and Aruba.
Curaçao.
Oh, okay. Curaçao. Okay. Trinidad and Aruba. About 650,000 Indians in coastal Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Honduras were and continue the process. Hernando de Soto, for instance, brought with him iron implements to enslave the people of La Florida. Okay, and quick side note, La Florida consisted of parts of South Carolina too at the time of that map of La Florida.
My people. That's why she knew she was my cousin. Oh, that's
y'all
my
agree?
people,
So
man.
y'all agree with that map? I think that was.
And a lot of people don't understand it's a bunch of islands off the coast of Georgia, Florida, and South Carolina, man. They don't even know that, man.
Yeah, definitely. So y'all agree with that La Florida map? Like I think it was like what 1564 or 1584 when all it was La Florida.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I'm tired of this shit.
So pretty much that's what this was proof, man. That they was taking people from long time ago, way before 1493. But this is something for me to put on them that they was getting this belief in America.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you, baby. And you shut that other guy the fuck up because he ain't said shit.
Yeah. Hey, Supreme, can you scroll up a bit more?
I don't hear you.
Yeah, America, South America. As Temimis to carry their goods on the distant foray. Another form of Spanish inclusion of Indians.
I don't know if you're breaking up or snoring, but
I think Conquistadors. Okay,
what's your name, young
carry. Open the knowledge.
The young man that's raising?
Open the knowledge. No, I ain't that young, baby. I'm 46.
Oh, you older than me, boo.
Yeah, I got a gray and all.
Like a baby.
Yeah.
What's your name, though?
I appreciate you, though.
What's your name, though? I didn't hear what your name was.
Oh, open the knowledge.
I'm Selena. I appreciate you for that, man.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir.
Please,
it's not my forum. I'm just
take my apology for earlier, man.
Well, I did. Obviously, I wouldn't be. I'm not like that. Like I'm a real good person, so I understand. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I love you.
Check this out now. So another form of Spanish enslavement of Indians in America was called Yanikuya, which was similar to European serfdom, whereby Indians were tied to specific land to labor than law. And under the commandeer system, Indians were first forced to labor or pay tribute to an commandeer or whatever owner, who in exchange was supposed to provide protection and conversion to Christianity. The incumbent power survived long in the frontier areas, particularly in Venezuela, Chile, Uruguay, and in the Mexican Yucatan in the 19th century. By 1542, the Spanish had outlawed outright enslavement of some, but not yet all Indians. People labeled cannibals could still be enslaved, as could Indians, persons from other Europeans.
But you know the cannibals were foreigners. They didn't come from
Yes, definitely. We got too much. We live off the land around here. The Spanish also created new forms of servitude for Indians. The usual involvement of alien mission Indians to labor for a period of time each year that varied from weeks to months with little payment. Repartimiento also was caused, was widespread in Peru and Mexico. Though it faded quickly in the latter, It persisted for hundreds of years as a mainstream organizing Indian labor in Colombia, Ecuador, and Florida. Survived into the early 1800s in Peru and Bolivia. Indian laborers worked
Freely,
in the
right? Free, right? Free.
yeah, Indian labor. Yeah, Indian laborers worked in the slave silver mines and built forts, roads, and housing for the army, church, and the government. They performed agriculture.
Can I add something to that?
Go ahead.
And I've had family members, and my people is from South Carolina, and I want to add something to that. There was something called well, they're called deep sea divers, the ones that would dive for the opal, or what do you call that shit with the clam shells? Pearls.
Yeah, pearls.
My people was island people, and they used to, and it wasn't a slave shit, man. It was just some shit they did for money, man. To go into the city and shit like that. They had their own land, they had their own shit, man. That's why I know a lot of this shit is bullshit. Cause I got stories from my grandfather, man. And I didn't have people killed on, out of my family because they wouldn't do certain things for certain people. And that's the problem. What they write these things, but they're not writing the truth, bro. This shit is lies, man.
Right.
It's lies.
Right.
Cause I have people that was born in 1913 and 1895 that was telling me when I was a little girl what was happening. I was born in 1980. So I think I'm one of the some of the last people that know they real people. And that shit is lies, bro. Wasn't nobody no fucking slaves, man. They was just minding their business and niggas was coming in capitalizing off their shit. It's just like if somebody came to your hood right now and they ask you where I can get the Gucci. And you like, oh, I got it, bro. But I know where to get it, nigga, whatever. Or where I can get a gun or whatever. That's what was happening. But they writing this shit down like they own you. They lying, cuz, man. That's all. That's all I gotta say. They're liars. Hey, bro, that's real life shit, man. That's real to this day. That's real life shit. You got a white boy coming to your hood right now, and he can tell all his people he the shit, cause y'all getting them shit. He the one white boy that's gonna come to your hood, and he cool, and he getting shit, but he gonna write to tell everybody else he getting, like he running shit. That nigga ain't running shit. But they will bring other motherfuckers in here, and guess what? They murk you. That's what been happening. The shit's still happening to this day. They don't own shit to this day.
Right.
That's what you guys, whoever else besides this young man, I forget your name again, bro. But that's what's been happening. Man, till y'all realize that shit, we gonna keep getting stuck, man.
I also wonder how an African that was enslaved, how did he get land?
Bro, that's a lie, man.
Yeah,
man,
how did
African
he get
can't
land?
do that shit today, man.
How did he get land?
He can't even get laid. How about that?
Yeah.
He's still a queer ass nigga. Ain't none of us females wanna fuck that guy. Bro, I'm real. I'm just telling you the truth. That's some bullshit, man. They just worked us off our land with bullshit and paperwork, man. They doing it to this day. The last of us that still got granny house, that's what happened with granny house. Why y'all ain't, I'm pretty sure none of y'all got your granny house no more, but I bet you grew up in your granny house. Same shit. Even these Pan-African niggas. What the fuck is your problem, bro? Stupid ass nigga. Wanna fuck with, like, it's the same shit. You wanna fuck with a foreign bitch where you fuck with your own bitch. Why? Cause somebody else told you that shit is better? Are you dumb? Yes, y'all stupid. Whatever, man. I'm just saying, man. That's real life shit. The same shit is happening. The same shit they doing now is the same shit they was doing then, man. Bro, Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying Maine like I'm from Chicago or the Midwest or some shit, but I'm from LA. Hey, but I
Everything
got
good.
family
I
from
grew up
everywhere,
in
so
Chicago.
I take after my uncles, and I was a tomboy, and maybe that's why I ain't never had a man, and I don't have no kids. But I love my people, and I'm like, please wake the fuck up, man. We do not like you guys. You guys be fighting over some shit that's not even yours, over some stupid ideologies. Like I didn't, like I said, when I went through all that bullshit, the guy was so happy. Oh, you know, red hair. I'm like, bro, man, I'm not giving them no accolades because they is with that bullshit. Y'all still doing the same shit y'all did to my parents, and I know what it is. You need to wake up, baby. All of y'all. Please stop playing games, man. Stop doing that bullshit. Please stop, man. It's stupid, man. You got to stop that dumb shit, man. This boy reading this shit. That's why ain't none of them niggas saying nothing. Them Pan-African, they ain't saying shit. They dumb. They sleep. They sleep right now. Oh, they gonna be like, oh, nigga, I fell asleep. I didn't hear none of the shit you said. Nigga, you lying, cuz. This some West Coast guy. I know nigga shit. Y'all lying, man. You need to stop lying to yourself, man. Thinking what you doing is cool, man. That shit is not cool. And you can't tell me I'm no hoe, cause I ain't never been pregnant, bro. And I'm a grown ass motherfucker, man. Please, you cannot come at me with that bullshit. Miss me with that bullshit. That's why I love that nigga, that little nigga from Compton. Miss me with that bullshit, bro. Cali always, the Wild Wild West. We never had time to play around. The Wild Wild West, bro. We don't have time to play around over here. Y'all niggas on the East Coast got time to play around. Y'all always get everything first. Y'all always get all that bullshit. Man, the West Coast niggas be struggling. We don't got time to play. The females, we don't got time to be hoes. The females over here be hustling with our niggas. That's the difference. Bro, we ain't got time for that. And we look at another nigga like, nigga, you ain't hustling, we ain't fucking with you. Cuz.
Right.
On real shit. I swear to God, we'd rather be we ain't got time for that shit, man.
Right.
So keep going. You know, if you want to keep reading or whatever, but I'm just saying, I just want to throw that truth in there. That's some burnt out shit, man.
Yeah, I know Supreme tired, man. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they can read that. I'm gonna skip through, you know what I mean? And listen, this next part right here though, it reminds me of the African slave story that they tell us that will happen in Africa, how the Africans captured their own people and put them in the slave trade. Either they did that and they did it for gold, they did it for goods, for guns, and either they had to do that or
why they ain't doing shit
conquered.
Now? Why they ain't doing shit? Why they ain't got shit?
Saying,
like why they ain't doing shit, man? What?
I'm just saying, I was taught that story in school. You know what I mean?
All of us.
Right.
But we had to read the
out.
bullshit. And Kelly, I was like, first of all,
go ahead.
When I was in school, and I knew niggas getting shot outside, you know, for money, because that's what it was out here. And I go to school, and you trying to tell me some shit. Man, when my first time for college, and I had a black history class, it was taught by a white boy. I walked, man, the second day, I was like, man, I can't take this shit. This motherfucker tried to tell me some bullshit, and I was like, bro, I'm not fucking with you, because you know what? I don't need this class, nigga. And a lot of us out here, you even the project bitches like, nigga, I know who my people is, because we came from where we came from. A lot of us lost our land. A lot of us had a bunch of us killed, and we had to come out here to Cali, to the West Coast. That's what a lot of people don't know. We had land, man. My people still got land. And, people don't know the real, man, and what was really going on. They was murdering us, man.
Yeah.
Wasn't no slave shit. They was murdering us. And then I go into the Black History Museum and I see a nigga was a judge in 1835. A nigga. How? The bitch got mad at me. The black lady that was running that shit, she got mad at me. I said, ma'am, how is it that we was in slavery, but it was a judge in 1835 that was black? She was like, get out, a black bitch. And I was just a teenager, like, that don't make no sense. And I knew what my people told me I was. But when I go to school, that's what I was trying to tell the guys the other day. But when I go to school, they telling me, oh, you a slave and all this bullshit. My parents even fucked me over. My grandparents, like, I was like, we didn't grow up with grandparents not having business or being a nurse or doing something prominent in the community, man. None of us grew up like that. None of us grew up with wayward grandparents that was fucked up, man. None of us did. None of us did, man. All of our grandparents had shit and houses. But our parents, for some, like, I'm 1980, so maybe not your parents. But I don't know. That was, you know, but before that, man, come on. If your parents was born in 1950 or 60, your grandparents had shit, man. My great grandma had buildings. She had businesses. Please stop lying to yourself. If you just look even at your great grandparents, you know you come from something. Stop lying to yourself. Stop believing these assholes telling you didn't come from shit. Please stop. If you just look at your great grandparents, you know they didn't come from nothing, man. Come on, man. Stop lying, man. That's how I be wanting from my people. Stop lying to yourself and believing what these people is telling you. That shit is brand new, man. Even the light skin and the white boy mixing in, that's some brand new shit. Whatever, man. Look at your great grandparents and see what the fuck they had. You don't even have to go that far back to find out how great you were. That's what kills me. This is the only reason why I start coming up on here. I'm like, this shit is burnt out, man. This shit is burnt out, man. We have people that went to new cities and built shit. Even out here in LA, Central Avenue was the shit, man. They didn't kill that shit to the 70s. They've been trying to kill us. You guys need to especially our men, man. I don't understand this shit. Y'all go to war for other motherfuckers, but will not go to war for your own women, and that shit is fucked up. I swear to God, that shit is fucked up. And that shit is also brand new. Like, to me, 20, 30, 40 years, that shit is brand new. Y'all need to stop playing. Y'all men need to stop playing with this bullshit. Then you gonna make something. Please, just take care of all you gotta do is take care of your people, even your own little group. Your mama, take care of your mama, man. The fuck is wrong with you? That shit is brand new. We don't come from that. That's that outsider shit. That's not us. They putting they shit on us. We take care of our people. And I'm mute, man. That's burnt, man.
Respect, man. Respect. Alright, I'm a just I see Supreme. I'm getting close to my part. My part is like in the middle of the next paragraph on down. But King Philip War, I think a little farther up was the wars. King Philip's War, the yeah. So this part of the story right here, check it, man. It sounds just like they little African story. Watch. Indians provided the bulk of unfree labor through the colonial era. In other words, the growth of African slavery in the New World did not diminish the use of unfree Indian labor, particularly outside the plantation system. Whereas in South America and the islands of the West Indies, Europeans conducted the bulk of slaving raids against Indians, except in Brazil, where the Banarantes mixed blood were employed for slaving. Much of the enslavement of Indians in North America above Mexico was done by Indians. North American Europeans did enslave Indians during wars, especially in New England, the Pequot War, King Philip's War, and the Southeast, the Tuscarora, yeah, Tuscarora War, the Yamasee War, and the Natchez War, just to name a few. But ordinarily, Europeans, especially the English and the French, purchased their Indian slaves from Indians. Colonists lured Indians to supply Indian slaves in exchange for trade goods and to obtain alliances with the Europeans and their Indian allies. Indians slaved against not only their enemies, but Indians they had never met. Many Indians recognized that they had little choice but to become slavers. If they did not do the Europeans' bidding, they could easily become victimized themselves. It was not unusual for peoples victimized by slaving to become slavers, and for those who had been slavers to become the object of raids. Now that sounds just like the African selling the African story, right?
Well, that it wasn't their story though, man.
Right, exactly. Okay, follow me.
Man.
Let me. I'm almost at my part when it gets to the Charleston or whatever. Go down just a little bit. Supreme went up just a little bit too far. Come back down something. My bad. Come back down something. Come on down a little bit more. And this will be the last paragraph I'm reading. Okay. Colonists participated in Indian slave trading to obtain capital. It was as if capital could be created out of thin air. One merely had to capture an Indian or find an Indian to capture another. In South Carolina, and to a lesser extent in North Carolina, Virginia, and Louisiana.
You got
Indian
the whole
slavery.
family. That's what they're saying. I got one. He from this plantation. These people got their money. We got them. We get one. We got them, man. Please pay attention.
Right. Pull down just a little bit, Bubba. Just a little bit, Bubba. Louisiana. Okay. Indian slavery was a central means by which early colonists funded economic expansion. In the late 17th and early 18th century, a frenzy of enslavement occurred in what is now the eastern United States. English and the Allied Indian raiders nearly depopulated Florida of its American Indian population from 1670 to 1720. More Indians were shipped out of Charleston, South Carolina, than Africans were imported as slaves. Okay, so now, this is what I tell them.
Hey, they're gonna hate me
believe in that transatlantic
this, man.
If they believe in that transatlantic slave trade,
they stupid,
and most
bro.
of them came through by Charleston, this right here show, they gotta show me what year.
Man.
Yeah, they got to show me what year, because this shows that more Indians were shipped out of Charleston, South Carolina, than Africans were imported as slaves. And Charleston was a major port for bringing in Africans.
That's a lie.
Populous Choctaws.
That's a lie, though. That's a lie. That's a fucking lie, man.
Well, I'm gonna tell you straight up. Yeah, they do have they do have little evidence of.
That's a lie.
I'm not
That's
saying
a
that they're
fucking lie,
African.
man.
Hold up.
Whatever, bro.
I'm not saying that they're African. Like I said, I believe that they was from South America and the islands, but they was saying that they was African when they was bringing them in.
We still cousins. We knew each other.
Right,
Why
right,
niggas knew the
right,
land?
right,
They still
right.
knew the
They was-
land. They was like, oh, the Negro is not a good slave, so that nigga can run away. Because you was bringing them to their cousin house, cuz. We was always going up and down, man.
Right.
Especially the island people. That's my people, man. I'm telling you, man. Bro, man. These people are fucking liars, man.
Yeah. So this is a good source that I've been reading, and you know I'm still researching many parts of the source because it has so many parts in it. You know what I mean? It starts out rough, but then it gets like in the detail. So you know what I mean? That's why I want to bring this source out.
But what happens is, once the more you read, is that we realize what was really happening.
And how
They
our
wasn't
story
bringing no
became their
Africans here.
story.
They were just moving us around, man.
Right. And
And
how
that's
our
what we
story
been
became
saying.
their
It's
story.
called
Yeah.
blackbirding. They thought a nigga from the South wasn't gonna know, or the nigga from an island wasn't gonna know. But we are the same people. We are the people off the coast is a different people from inland, man. We Caribs. We are the island people, man. They thought they was doing something, and they wasn't doing nothing but bringing our cousins to us, bro. And that's it, and that's all.
So that's why I asked more Indians was coming out of South Carolina, and Africans, so-called Africans, brought in, and it's not nothing.
They just tried to attack the island. Why you think they doing what they doing now on the island? It's the same shit. Man.
Yo, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning where I'm at, man. You know what I mean? Hey, Supreme, man, I appreciate you, bro. You know what I mean? Let me come on. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be back, though. Trust me, I be in chat. I always support you, bro.
chiefholiday@gmail.com.
Yeah. So, what you think about this, Supreme? What you think about this, though? As far as me saying that more slaves, more Indians was shipped out of y'all, and so-called Africans was brought in.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I like the conversation. Talking about the African
I
conversation.
can't hear you, bro. You break up, bro. I know.
African notion is crazy when they literally just told you that they were slaves. I'm saying until late 1800s, going into the 1900s. Hence, act and everything else. So, yeah, man, we got to get up out of here, family.
All right, peace, Queen, man. All right.
Y'all big homie, the one and only CEO, man. We about to shut this thing down, man. It's the GOAT. Appreciate you guys. I'm gonna cut me in a couple hours, so maybe.
I love y'all. Good night.
Shout out to everybody tapped in, man. We're gonna get up out of here. Say peace and paradise to everybody, man.